What up?
That's how I know. That's how I know.
The Pseudo.
That's how I know. Wanna know how I know?
Y'all know how I know, right?
Wanna know how I know? Wanna know how I know? That's how I know.
That's how I know.
That's how I know.
That's how I know, see?
How I know.
So I be up studying.
Wanna know how I know?
You wanna know how I
Wanna know
know?
how I know? Wanna know how I know?
Mm-hmm.
Wanna know how I know?
What's up with it? We back with the freshest show. Back again. Best place to get your knowledge. Hold on, let me get my share bars up. Shout out to the mechanics for that slapper right there. See, that's unfinished work right there. That's something we just been kicking back, chilling. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's gonna be a slap. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh, that's me. I'm about to get my share up. You know this Magi about to slide through with that good hip-hop entertainment and that knowledge.
That's how I know.
That's how you know.
That's how I know.
That's how I know they pseudo. Feel me?
That's how I know.
How you know?
Wanna know how I know?
Y'all know how I
Wanna know
know.
how I know? Wanna know how I know? Wanna know how I know?
Yeah.
That's how I know. That's how I know.
That's how I know y'all fake, man.
That's how I know. Wanna know how I know? Wanna know how I know? Wanna know how I know?
Cause I'll be up studying, that's how I know. See, we're gonna bring that back, but first we gotta get our share bars up. Everybody do something like the video so people know we trying to grow. It's a mission and we got a plan. And in 2023, you might hear more of me. Magi Archers, let me get this up. So what was that? Also, oh dang, I gotta let some people roll in before I get to running my mouth. You know, I ain't playing my Black Egypt or the other song because I'm testing out something with the monetization bars right now. When I look through my things, I mean, well, I can explain. And this is something I told people to do. If YouTube won't let you monetize it, I could go show you right now how it works for me. I set it up a long time ago so that I copyright strike my own pages from an intermediary that pays me more. You see? Because if you got a copyright strike, YouTube got to turn all that money over to the other people, your distributors and stuff. So we're going to let the people roll in as we share the video. Let me get on Twitter real quick and get it poppin'. What did I put? I don't even know what the title is. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's just late night research. That's how I know. We're going to bring that back for the people just rolling in. We on the late night, some content, some other late night content. Shout out to the mechanics for this track. Anybody who could hear bass right now is really chilling. But if you just listen through your phone, it should be cool too. Let's go on and kick back, get some of that Oakland flavor.
Hitting 90 on the freeway, that's typical cash. That 7 Deuce Camaro with the digital dash. When the bass vibrates, she say a tickler ass. She grab my pickle and then I put a $250,000 in E-tray. Cause I don't do backs. On the gram, you the man that we know you ain't. Me and my man's making plans that you know you can't. You stink. Out the mall, fresh to death. In the old school scrape. Roll through with an old dude who sold you weight. Cause reef ain't beef, that's a tofu steak. And that's how we know you fake. That's how I know.
That's how I know they pseudo. For real.
That's how I know. That's how I know.
We chillin'.
Wanna know how I know? 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 That's how I know. That's how I know.
We sitting on a lot of these just playing around though. You know what I'm saying? Just having fun. I'm about to get into the studies, but I'm just letting the people roll in. Maybe we could play some of these blappers. While the people, what's this? They be looking. East Oakland love they boy. It's the Magi, Smashrock, Jonathan Owens.
We started with some vodka. Was about to shoot your card when I saw you with my pocket.
Look, see, you gotta show them how to mediate it. Show them how to mediate it. It go like this. They think they gonna hear the hood and then listen to what they really hear in their
We
brain.
was about to hit the bar, but we started with some vodka. Was about to shoot your card, but I saw you with my pot. She was riding with her daughter. I called off West Harder. It was nothing. Now I just shot her to the Ramada. Got her a bottle of water, cause I'm hotter than coming up out of Hassan and Ghana. Big rap Hassan and mama like the black
Ooh,
Madonna.
that boy the
Give me your
king.
money,
Oh,
stand
that boy the king. I ain't never been pretentious on the dog. I smash on him, but you feel me? When you just that much, you know, all my Oakland rappers came out, said I was the best, so I can't even say nothing no more. Shout out to Richie Rich. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to 40. Everybody put on for their partner. But we gonna do the knowledge. That was slap. Me and like hit the mechanics like Cash was playing some of that stuff. Y'all better put it out. He getting bored. That boy's an artist. This shit been sitting, oh, excuse my language, this been sitting up for a couple years. Just some bars kicking back. See, you gotta change their mind just with little ideas and concepts you say in the bars that put them back on track.
We was about to hit the bar, but we started with some vodka. Was about to shoot your card, but I saw you with my pot. She was riding with her daughter. I called off West Harder. It was nothing. Now I just shot her to the Ramada. Got her a bottle of water, cause I'm hotter than coming up out of Hassan and Ghana. Big rap Hassan and mama like the black Madonna. Give me your money, stay in the car. You know me, I ain't paying the broad. She just playing hard cause a man got peas at a good grain, God. And he stay right by Bayfair. She know I don't play fair. I pull them stitches out like I braid hair. When I pull up with her, got the line on everything. She be hooking me out.
I can't even play all that. That stuff gonna have it through. So I can't just, these is assets too though, you see. For the, oh, I ain't even, come on. That's because I'm all up in my email. We still chilling, people rolling in. I see a couple of y'all like the video though. So we could get the numbers up and get it popping, get it started. So let me pull the screen off of here so I could do this and begin to get into some homework. I'm just having fun real quick. I hope y'all enjoying it. Let me see. What y'all was doing at the house? Y'all chilling? Yeah, where the lights at? Oh, she said she don't see no join button. No, this is what we about to do. Yeah, I'm gonna step my game up real quick. Let me step my game up real quick. Let me see. Look, I'm on YouTube. You can see what I'm doing. We can share the screen. And so, actually, we go to that papyrus and let me work this out over here. So I'm about to edit the video, and for about the first, maybe, I don't know, hour or so, it's gonna be members only in the chat. So that's probably gonna limit it to members and moderators, but I never did it before. But I'm about to try that for just like the first hour or so of the video to make the membership button apparent to allow, I mean, you know, to make it more beneficial for the people who support the channel to be able to get their statements seen and heard. And I think I did that right now already. So if y'all look at the chat, it might have just changed to members only. Button. Let me see. It didn't change. What they doing? YouTube. Oh, I mean, you know. Oh, or maybe I can't see it. Do y'all see it? I'm tripping because I'm a member. I don't know. I thought I just changed it to members only, but maybe it didn't. Oh yeah, members only mode is on. But I'm only gonna keep it on like that for a minute because I want new people to the channel to be able to get to say whatever they got to say about anything we go over. But that members only mode should make the join button. Oh, so you're probably not seeing the join button because you're a moderator, I guess. Oh, you know what though? I did save the link earlier. Since you asked me that, I actually saved the link. So I'm about to share it. And thank you. That is the link on how to share it. So as we chilling, should we play some slaps? Nah, we should just go on and get into it. Let's see. Oh, she said she still don't see the join button. It may be because you're a moderator, but if you see that link I just shared, that should definitely be the join button. All right. We got more people rolling in the building right now. Like I said, I ain't rushing into nothing. Let's see what other slappers we can find. I mean, I got years of slappers just sitting up, just chilling. I don't be tripping. But all of them ain't appropriate for what y'all be looking for when y'all come to this show. But it don't matter, though. Hip-hop is hip-hop. All right. So I was finding some nice little apps inside the Zoom that'll help us out. And we really gonna be able to know how long Cats is talking now. Man, we got slaps like this. This me and the Grouch. I don't even know. So, I mean, it don't matter. I could play some shit real quick. You know? Because the people need to be able to be like, put some energy into that. Like, y'all need to put that out. I heard a preview. Golly, that boy Grouch came through with some fire. So I just shared the link. Oh, she said, yeah, she see the, yeah, everyone sees it now. Cool, great. And I encourage others to, like I said, we're gonna do that members only period for the beginning of the videos to try to step things up. But while we rolling in, still getting started, because I'm prepared to have a good stream tonight. Hopefully we can have a good build. It's only 9 o'clock where I'm at. Play a little bit of this. I ain't heard this in a minute too. How'd that go? Do it even want to play? It don't even want to play. Hey, I got a new supporter. Thank you, Sister Jolanda, for all the continued support. You feel me? It's much appreciated. Hey, what happened to that song I was just about to play? What's this? Yeah. Bop, 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 bop. We gotta cover it up with noise.
When they talk, we like whatever. Cash and Grouch, we getting better and better. Old school in my leather.
Yeah,
it's
you know.
The Panther and the Weatherman. You never
Gotta
can tell
talk
us a
all
thing
over that
about
joint.
the swing we about to bring. Boom, bop the bing. I'm like Pac to Dr. King. Don't be shocked when you get knocked about the ring. I got the swing to the fences on my entrance with bad intentions.
I can't let y'all hear all that. Y'all just gonna see how we blapping. Oh my gosh. Y'all see? It's stuff sitting in the cup for us. So if it's harder to acquire tangible assets, you better get on your digital assets.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying?
This man life, you know what I mean? It's about food, clothing, and shelter, and providing for your offspring. Waking up to your seeds, you dig?
Sunday morning.
We gotta talk all over that.
But I'm still gonna
shout out to Grouch. I ain't gonna let him hear your verse all the way, bro.
Fuck my eyes up.
But we got slap, bro. We need to get on this album.
Ain't even reached for my phone yet. My daughter sleeps, so I creep to the west wing.
Gotta skip some of that.
So on turkey sausage
y'all
and
can't be
pancakes
hearing
can't
all
go
that.
wrong. Sent about
But y'all
to
hear
wake my
that vibe
daughter
we
up.
on?
Kiss her on her forehead.
Don't
yeah,
make
let's
it that hard. Being a father.
I can't let y'all hear how good I can sing.
For your sons and your daughters.
Be there for your sons and your daughters.
Feeling pain from it, probably ain't gonna gain from it. Put my money on the kids, yeah, I let it rain.
I got money sitting in the cut. Don't even trip. That's a lug. Imagine what that car looked like. More of that car. Imagine what that house looked like right there. You can see that house, huh? Digital assets. Bigger than the house, bro. But that's a banger. Sitting in the cut. I ain't gonna play no more of that out of respect for my mans. We just was working on that. Just having fun. You know, get some people rolling in. Hopefully y'all got all the likes up. Hopefully we getting the likes up. Hopefully we getting encouraging some people to join. I see we got Sister Jolanda. I ain't in no rush. Shout out to anybody who feeling it at the house and can't say nothing because they ain't a member yet. I know how it be. But I do want to play that one, and then I'm gonna get up out of here. I mean, not get up out of here, but get started on my studies for the night. Oh no, we was on that already. I was talking about one we had already put out. So it started. Me and Grouch had just started working from something I put up on Instagram, and I had a contest where I had did a song, and I just put one verse on the song, and I told people to finish the song. And believe it or not, Grouch had finished the song. Grouch, one of the artists who finished the song was the Grouch. And it was actually a dope song. So we start vibing off that song. And then we started doing more stuff. And that was that. And so it's waiting to be put out once we get serious on it or whatever. But whatever. Let's see if I can finally find that, then I'm gonna get it moving. Oh yeah, see this was just, I think, was this it?
That's a trait of a little man.
Nah, this ain't, because I didn't make that beat. I know how I had made the beat. Oh well, it's cool. But if anybody remember that contest that I had did on Instagram, some people be having, won't come out their face and won't do no stuff like that because it appears that it'll mess up their character or whatever. But the fact that now me and Grouch got a whole album from that is crazy. I don't even know.
When you're down low, might let that ass level up.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what none of this is, and I'm not gonna play it. But yeah, all right, cool. Cool. Let me tap back in. Get with the people. Y'all see Dr. Ma and Mr. Vegas show. I was watching a little bit of it, but I started falling asleep. My sleep time be 6 o'clock. 5, 6. So I start falling asleep on the Mr. Vegas show. You feel me? So over the I ain't have to get no recourse of all the things that been coming out and all the things we've been discussing over the past year in this community on these pages. All the things I've been trying to say. I don't even really get active until people get the line on Kemet. You know what I'm saying? I don't really be seeing no reason to get active until people get the line on Kemet. Then I might start talking a little bit. But some of the stuff that we went over, I think we were at least temporarily successful at pushing back some of the pseudo-claims concerning the things we've been studying. Lately, we've been having conversations of DNA dominate the conversation. Dominate the conversation like more than, as if DNA is more than what the people said even. Like right now, whatever you identify or however, if you got to stop doing that and look at your DNA and switch once you find out your DNA. And switch your culture over to the culture that your DNA tells you that you was. For some people do DNA in order to do that. I'm talking about they do their personal DNA in order to find their original culture, then to start espousing it. You know what I'm saying? But that's not how life works. Like your culture, no, your culture is your culture. You're not gonna switch your religion too much once you find out your DNA. You might say, okay, I want to go be bold enough to start dealing with my ancestral language. And so we have to like not let certain things, particularly unseen qualities, dominate when we looking over text of people and what they said, how they identify socially. I think that becomes more important. So some Nubians just start calling my name. One name was Nessie. Because see, I showed y'all something the other day, right? We was dealing with Nessie. Let's talk about it. Because I just said, so some Nubians just start calling my name. First of all, I think I did a very good job at showing that cats was pseudo for even saying Jabari said he talked to mummies. He didn't even say that. Then I just said some Nubians calling my name. Now, I didn't go into no detail of that story. I got to give my brothers credit. It is funny to listen to. I didn't go into no detailed story about the Nubians calling my name right now. But what I meant right there when I said that is, a neuron just fired off that made me think to show you guys some pictures of some Nubians. All right. But I mean, I'm not saying that's whatever, but sometimes we latch on stuff and we take stuff and then we take it out of context and we take it way too far. And so the other day when we was building, we started talking about Nessie. This how this could be a short for Nehesi. Then we went into the primaries, and what did we look at? Tutmosis. No. We looked at Kamos, Kamos, second Stella. And the signature at the bottom of Kamos' second Stella, where he talked about refuting the Asiatics, how much he needed to refute the Asiatics. He talked about how he had magi on the roofs. The stele was signed by Nehes, or Nasi. How you want to say that name? Nasi? So Nessie, Nehesi, Pa Nehesi, them are all names that lead back to the land of Ta-Nehesi, which people call Nubia. But see, that ain't the only Nessie I knew of, and so the one that called my name from the tomb right now was a Nessie. And if I didn't reset my computer, it would have been popping right up. Here it go anyway. I think it is popping up still. Nah, that's not popping up. That's something else. That's just showing how many times I searched for it. And so it's in a museum. Is it the British Museum? No, it's in the Art Museum. It's in the Fitz. I gotta remember because I lost the source. It's one of the Fitzwell Arts Museum. I gotta say Nubian. And maybe I'll be able to find it. Because particularly this one image of, there you go right there, but I need to be able to show you him. So I guess it's at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. They had a picture of him, and a lot of people when talking about the Nubians that actually lived in Kemet, So when we come to this video, this first
Nubian art
description,
is as enchanting as it is
I'm
mysterious.
gonna show you. But hold
Nubian
up.
royalty left behind vast amounts of riches, from jewelry and sculpture to pottery and pyramids. It's all on view now in the largest show the Museum of Fine Arts has ever presented. It's
Here we
fitting
go.
because the MFA literally...
I'm just being lazy
brick
real quick. Hold on.
in a wall that is itself much bigger.
Edmund Barry Gaither also...
All right, right here. This attestation is of a Nubian. All right. And if I recall correctly, his name is Nessie. But when we talk about the colorization of this type of work, no one could not argue that he isn't drawn with the color that they call brownish red. Yet his wife has, the yellow hue, which is traditional for this type of an Egyptian representation. So in a sense, in this representation, besides all the other things that let us know that he's Nubian, we see two dogs. We see a bow that he has turned around and he's handing to the youth, so to speak. We see text, and right now here I just see Ness and I don't see the H. But when going over this text, like if we pulled out the primary, we could, this is it, but like when I look up here, I only see the N and the S right now. But we looked over this various times, and maybe I'm just not seeing it. It might be someplace else where it says the name of this Nubian. And so this is just one representation that had came to my mind when I was just thinking about that, you know what I'm saying? Now maybe we could find the real photograph. And so it's not just him, and it's not just that one inscription, but it's various inscriptions. So what is this called? The Fitzgerald Museum. Okay, that must be it. Nubia. I'm just trying to get back on my stuff. I'm gonna have to save all this stuff back into my computer. So if you go into their collection, and while we're doing all of this fun stuff, I actually, via a YouTube channel that I follow, I have a message from some Nubians to you, apparently. So I want to show that. It's going to be fun to hear what he say. So no, I ain't where I was. I'm not finding what I'm finding, so let me carry on. It's cool. I'm going to play this dude talking to you. Let me see. Let's see if we got some likes up yet. 29 likes, 49 people watching. How the other people feel? How y'all feel? Like the video so I can get more people in here. Come on, help me out. And I appreciate that. So yeah, we almost got 50 people in the building. And we're gonna be on members only mode for about the first hour of the build. So if you got something you want to share, hold it down, and I will be opening up a Zoom because I ain't got nothing to do. I took a nap and now I'm bored. So cool. So I was coming over here to show y'all a message from Nubia. All right. For all my peoples. I go show you a message from Egypt. All right, but this is in Egypt where these people live. And they were saying some stuff, and I want you to see it. So let me find it. It's like a message in a bottle. Just give me a moment. So I'll be looking over I'll be watching so many YouTube videos in one day. It's crazy. Golly. Like when I look over my head. Don't none of us know what that means.
Just imagine.
Thanks for putting this video up, sister. We in Aswan on this video. Upper
Our
Egypt.
boat driver invited my friends and I to his home on Sugar Island to visit his village.
Because these some of the
and meet
people
his
say
family.
ain't there, right? You know? And so we in Upper Egypt in Egyptian Nubia in this video.
Our boat driver invited my friends and I to his home on Sugar Island to visit his village and meet his family. Now, we've just gotten off at Nubia Island, which should be very interesting because it holds the Nubian descendants of Egypt. Nubian homes are made from a mixture of clay and water. They are traditionally painted white with decorative designs and colors. The Nubians live in a close-knit island community. Just imagine being surrounded by your friends and family all the time.
I don't know how many subscribers this page got, so let me give her some props. It's called what? Lotto Media International. You should probably check them out and help them with their international media campaign.
I was invited inside the home of a Nubian family. The main entrance is an open roof area for everyday socializing, laundry, and cleaning. Before entering the room, remember to remove your shoes as the floors are to remain clean. The rooms are furnished with a radio, ceiling fan, TV, and even a satellite dish.
فنان نوبيان
Nubian.
عز الدين هذا رونالدو
Ronaldo, Brazilian football player.
I'm just letting you see certain stuff. You can watch the whole video. I won't play the whole thing, but it's cool for us to watch. Let's chill.
فرن فرن
Go on and join. We're going to do like a church in a minute. Let me get the video.
The mother was very kind in allowing me to film her cooking. So this is where she's cooking falafel, tamia, which is...
So that's cool. I just want to get to this message. You can watch it if you want.
Problems. We shared
just wanted to show
smiles,
some of it
braided each other's hair,
so you can see the people.
and painted henna on our hands and feet, which is a social tradition among Nubian women. You just feel a connection with the people, and it's like a part of history that's
I want to get to this one speech he started giving
individual
right here.
on Sugar Island.
So this is an elder. You could do all your phenotype talk. We could talk everything, right? You could say what his DNA say and all that stuff. But let's see what he say. I mean, I ain't translated it. I'm trusting her journalism to be credible. So she has a translation of this Nubian language up here, and we'll be able to hear their discourse by reading it.
Interview Elder Nadi, a very respected individual on Sugar Island. We talked about his community and issues within the larger Egyptian society.
أهلا بالسيدة الفاضلة الأمريكية النوبية.
So he called her a Nubian American lady. I'm saying y'all got problem with these identifications. Why? He didn't ask her DNA. He just greeted her as Nubia Americana or whatever he said.
أهلا بالسيدة الفاضلة الأمريكية النوبية. فبنترحب بيك في قريتنا النوبة جزيرة السكر، وانت سكرة، وكل سنة وانت طيبة بشهر رمضان. وبعد كده هنقول بالنوبي.
His people, the Nubians, had to move here.
I don't know. I'm just going off what they're saying.
On an island from a place where they were living for centuries.
Now we got somebody who can understand him so we can see if what he says is credible.
And they had to come here because they were building a high dam. And they were forced to move on an island. And one of the major products that they trade is sugar. So that's how they got the name Sugar Island.
But you know, look, these is now when we talk about culture and stuff, we can have that discussion. We know everybody been Islamicized. A lot of those people have been Arabized. I mean, in that way, however I can put it without it sounding negative. They taken to that culture religiously and to that language. We understand that. But I think earlier she said on the screen something when we was over here. See, is this Arabic? See how I accidentally clicked on it, right? She put in quotes on this woman speaking the Nubian language. If anyone who understands Arabic could help us to see what is she speaking right here. See, they switched up on you. That didn't sound like no Arabic, but I might not be knowing. Y'all can tell me I'm wrong.
So this is where she's cooking falafel, tamea, which is really delicious. It smells so good.
So I was, hold just 1 second. Yes. Hello? Oh, I'm tripping. I thought I was on the phone. So maybe I don't understand. So it says the woman didn't sound. So that was when she said it was the Nubian language, just to be clear. She didn't say that on this part. So I'm just giving them their credit. Oh yeah, Arabic translations. Look. Arabic translations. Okay? So my man's 100% right. So let's see what he says in the Arabic language and we can all verify it. Sound like we got a new supporter. Ooh, that always is a good feeling. I know something just happened. Maybe we got a subscriber. Thank the Palm Tree Lifestyles for subscribing. Let's see what he said.
الفاضلة الأمريكية النوبية. فبنترحب بيك في قريتنا النوبة جزيرة السكر وانت سكرة. وكل سنة وانت طيبة بشهر رمضان. وبعد كده هنقول بالنوبي.
His people, the Nubians, had to move here on an island from a place of where they were living for centuries. And they had to come here because they were building a high dam. And they were forced to move on an island. And one of the major products that they trade is sugar. So that's how they got the name Sugar Island.
أنا اسمي محمد صبري أيوب من جزيرة عواد جزيرة السكر.
أيوة.
واحنا هنا عائلة واحدة وكلنا بنحب الجزيرة والجزيرة دي مفيش غيرها.
أيوة. ومرحب بيكم.
مرحب بيكم وأهلا وسهلا.
أيوة.
يا هلا يا هل ترى. ودلوقتي عايزين يطلعونا برا مصر. برا يعني عشان الجزيرة كل ما لها فيها الناس بتطلع برا وبتروح المدن. واحنا بتسيب القرى وبتروح المدن. والحكومة كمان كانت عايزة تستولى على الأرض ده ولا على الجزيرة عشان يعملوه فندق أو قرية سياحية واحنا برضو مش موافقين.
I hope y'all reading. You talking about what UNESCO
عايزين
need to
ندخل
do.
هيئة اليونسكو في الموضوع ده عشان هي واخدة مناطق محمية أساسا.
Oh, we getting some supporters.
يجي يخش هنا بس ما فيش عندنا لا مياه شرب
ولا صرف صحي.
Sister Safa.
ما عدا
الكهرباء
والتليفونات.
بس.
So he like UNESCO need to get on top of this, man. We got electricity, we got phone lines, but that's it. We sitting over like we ain't them. Y'all don't got nothing to do with them. Watch how the brother get at you.
ودول عشان بياخدوا فلوس.
ايوه. وبعد كده يا ريت الاستاذ احمد يشرح لكم واحنا بنشرح.
Let's slow it down because everybody ain't reading. I hope to go to America to show you our life.
حبيكم وانا اسمي نادي وهب عباس من اهالي هذا القرية. والقرية دي بتعاني من كل حاجة. وبعد كده الحكومة عايز يستولى على القرية دي عشان يعملوا سياحة ومش عارف ايه واحنا اهو. وبعد كده اهو هنقلب نوبيا قبله. هنقلب نوبي. يرجلجروا يرجع الشباهير وانتوا بتشبهونا احنا.
So let's stop. Because we done read ancient text, Middle Kingdom text, whatever you want to call it, New Kingdom, all the way up where they were still dealing with this same problem. I'm talking about the borders of Nubia moving up and down throughout history. Thanks again for the new members of the channel. Support is all we need in this world. Everyone can succeed with a little bit of support. All right.
وبتشبهونا وانتوا زي النوبيين ونتمنى انك انتوا باللون اللي بتاعنا ترحموا.
What'd he say on the screen? So what does he say? He need our support as another black community. So that's how you know some of these dudes is paid, bruh, by the people who stifling him. I'm leaving this on the screen. We got brothers who can read the Arabic and see how he really said it. So listen to him and see how he say this.
يرجلجروا يرجع الشباهير وانتوا بتشبهونا احنا. وبتشبهونا وانتوا زي النوبيين ونتمنى انك انتوا باللون اللي بتاعنا ترحموا علينا. تبقى
I don't know what Hamalina mean. I don't know none of that. I think it's community or something. What's Hamalina? But did he say what's on the screen? I'm taking it for face value that this is what he said until somebody put up their contentions. But again, he live in Egypt. You can say whatever about his DNA or whatever. He said he want to come to America to show us his lifestyle. Went on to say all the other things because they need our support as another black community. So yeah, he koofied up. That definitely ain't the white crown. But who knows?
تبعتوا حاجة ولا تشوفوا نظرية القرية ايه وكل سنة وانتم طيبين.
We had an awesome visit with the Nubians, and
So you can watch her video and subscribe to her channel. But what did we get there? That one thing is that as much as you want to mentally separate Africans and make us go into the tribes that you want to force people into by your understanding of genetics, the world just don't see things that way. He didn't say nothing about the DNA of black Americans. You feel me? He just simply went in and said, look, man, we need y'all help. So in a sense, we are helping and y'all hating. We are helping to bring the knowledge of Nubian Egypt to the forefront. Why you ain't helping your hood? Shut up. I got more track record of helping my hood than a lot of people. Help, everybody got a piece of that. They just got to look back through their life and their history. And I ain't on that. I ain't got the, that's no, all those is nonsense. You could say, it's stuff in history that great people said that already beat all the logic you using right now. Like, why I'm gonna help, damn, if my hood messed up. You could go to Martin Luther King and debunk that right in the debate. He'll just tell you an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Or something like that. Whoever said that, I hope I didn't put that on him and then butcher his quote. But for real though, like, do it matter where you do something good at? Well, if you're doing something, I understand. Don't take it. I be seeing all sides of the stuff. But I'm less convinced by that type of rhetoric. I know it's kind of late over here. In a minute, I'm going to open up the Zoom and I'm going to open up the, I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to open up the Zoom and open up the chat. Got to give people, just like the preachers in the church, they give people the time to join, to step up to the altar. Let me see, join this computer with audio. So we're going to get it in. Open up a Zoom real quick. But just one moment, please. I ain't going nowhere. I just want to clear some stuff off my screen. Personal information. That's all. All right. So yeah, I ain't hopping all into TLA. I'm gonna give it like 10 more minutes before I open up the Zoom because I ain't talking for no 2 hours no more. Try to do a lot more shorter videos, but tonight I ain't got no reason to shorten nothing up. I'm just saying, you know. But ain't nobody got me hot. I ain't mad. I just be seeing people point of views. Everybody really ain't ready for the dialogue. A lot of people don't got no source material. A lot of people ain't got no homework. And a lot of people ain't even got nothing written that you could go scrutinize and refute. No Hebrew want to take me up on the El Shaddai conversation. So whenever y'all want to use that, just ragdoll them around the room. Because ain't nobody willing to stand up to that information because apparently it's true. You remember how yesterday in our discussion we was talking all about comb ombo? This just some 2015 work on the subject. Couple more years, you blink your eyes, it'll be 10 years old. You could read my work just as a springboard because I know since I'm a rapper, I have to give you all of the people who said what I said so that everybody should feel the same way. You should not ever feel just like you so raw that you could just write and not even show nobody who supports your argument. But all of my stuff is written in the way that you could use the material and just reference the scholars. If I'm ever saying anything that's on my own, you got enough information to mount that same argument. So here we got just documents written on Comb Ombo, the city of gold. We talk about this often because it's one of the things we're talking about now, Nubia, and its relevance to Kemet. I heard the magic sound. Think it was a good idea. Shout out to my aunt for giving me the idea to incorporate the members only mode. But I'm only gonna have that popping for like maybe an hour because I also want to, everybody can't join and they still need to be heard. So shout out to everybody supporting the channel. I think we just got a new subscriber. Shout out to Shan. What's up? Thanks for joining. Thanks for subscribing. So I always point us to Maria C. Gatto. She's not the only scholar who tells us about the cultural entanglement between Egyptians and so-called Nubians. So-called Egyptians and so-called Nubians. A lot of people, I don't know how you dive into her work. Are you like her or anything, and you saying anything to the contrary of what we hear? Cultural entanglement at the dawn of Egyptian civilization. So when cats come with the nonsense, it's nothing. The Egyptian name for Comb Ombo is Nubuet, gold. We start to pull up the maps and we're going to start to have some fun. Because you need people to know stuff. You could beat somebody up just from a normal conversation. You get trapped on an airplane and you sitting next to somebody and they got an Egypt book in their hand or something and they want to start talking. You're going to have bars from just remembering this little stuff. You be seeing a gnome map more often than anybody. Think about it just from watching this show. If you wanted to take the effort to start learning this metal nature, you got all the people around you. This is easy. You can have this one. We all got this one memorized. We talk about the Mediterranean so much. Everybody told you it was Waj Ur. Somebody messed that up the other day, but I wasn't tripping. Somebody told you, I ain't the corrector. Sometimes you can mess something up and I ain't gonna say nothing, but I know you messed it up and you know you just didn't catch yourself. Waj is the Mediterranean. How we get that out of this right here? First, let's just say this is water over here. You start from the left. This is the determinative for water, so you don't even got to read that in the word. This chick, this ain't a chick. The sparrow or whatever is gonna give you your And you got the Waj and the DJ, so you got like Waj That's the Mediterranean. You look that up, you want to hear what they think about the Mediterranean, you look up Waj You got the tools to do that. So you could come back and beat us up by putting Waj in here. Or you could even, if they make it easy, you probably could just take Mediterranean, slap it in the translation. What time is it? 5 more minutes. We got the joining session going on for 5 more minutes. Who else about to walk up to the altar and support one of the best shows on YouTube? Why I say that is because you got compact information with a non-biased view, right? And guess what else is doing? You see the Great Sea. It's all in the spirit of philanthropic information dissemination. That's monetized at a trickle rate by the people. So we living on the support of the people who benefit from the content, and that's why we thank you. So I just popped in the Mediterranean to see if it was gonna, I hear the thing going off. Think we got another subscriber. No, we got Daniel Hayru, who just tipped and said, keep bringing the information. I appreciate you, family. So let's look for that Waj We're gonna go W. Maybe a capital D. I mean, come on, man. My capitals ain't working. See if that works. I'll leave off the and we'll pull up the later. This ain't why I came here, but I'm just showing the process. So we find the Waj that you see up under this Waj over here, right? You see it? Again, thank you for the contribution. And we got another supporter, Gate Walker. I was going to do it like the Black Church. Hold on, let me do it. I need some Black Church music. What's that part in church called when you offer? No, it ain't the offer. When you can walk up to the altar, join. I don't know how to find it. People ain't had that experience when the preacher start getting on your head and he try to force you to join. It'd be so pressureful. Is there anyone today that's gonna walk to the front right now? He be staring at you. Black Church, what's it called? Recruit? I don't know. All right, forget it. I messed it up. I needed to find that. But if anybody know the part in the church where the preacher start making you feel bad because you're not getting up there, is there anyone today? Is there anyone today? I know somebody put this on YouTube. Hold on. All right, it ain't there. I'm enjoying myself too much. I'll get back to it. But y'all know that part of the church. So this is that part because we got 2 more minutes before we open up the chat. Again, we're going to do like an hour of members only. So people, if they got anything need to be said, they want to be heard, they can let me know. And even you can join at any time, but I appreciate y'all support. So let me get back to the teaching. There's a few things we be doing, and I'm just chilling, so, don't mind. We're going to stay on the concept of Nubia, but it's just stuff I'll be wanting to point out as I look over things, all right? So like right here, the other day when we were in the middle of a discussion, Benny Hassan popped up, right? I'm going to copy this and show you how easy, not how easy, but just so people could keep track. Now we go to Benny Hassan. You see how far down it is, but let's see if they show us something. There we go. Now, here's something to note. And we can read this text, so don't let them keep telling you. This is what I wanted to do the other day. And so I noticed that we shouldn't be doing it from this whack. We probably need to find a better originals. Uh-oh. No, I'm just reading. And I was just looking at that Abusha at the bottom. This right here. Abush. Anybody ever tripped off that? Because up here it say Hyksos. Or it say Hyksos, excuse me. Right? But what we always do when we use this text is two things. Two things, and I'm going to beat them up already, man. We're going to read that. We can read the whole, what y'all want to do. Not just this. Yeah, because we bored. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me open up the chat. So we're gonna get in on that Benny Hassan real quick, and we're going to talk about it. Because this is the text that people use to, we're going to open up the chat and the Zoom. This is the text that people use to say that Canaanites was coming in, but I'm about to point out some stuff about the text, and hopefully we'll be able to read over the text and see if there's anything that makes us even think they came from the Levant. Because what I point out about where it's found, some people coming in here could be coming from any place. How you just gonna say they coming from way, you feel me? Way up here because they call Hyksos. I'm not saying that's not a theory, but we're going to look into it. I'm not saying that. We just got to look at the terminology and see how much interpolation is being forecast on what they see. Or it was being superimposed, I should say, not forecast, but superimposed over the text. So I'm about to, let me see. Now we in subscribers only mode. So if you refresh, you might not even need to refresh. It's in subscribers only mode. Hopefully, if anybody got any comments, everybody could join in with the chat. And thank y'all for understanding. We're trying to build the page up, and hopefully that'll influence you to support too. All right. So let's go. There's a lot we could say about everything. We could talk for 20 hours about just this section of the screen. It was just a link right 1 minute ago before I just opened up the chat. There was a link to become a member, and now you ask, as soon as I stop, you ask how to become a member. Hopefully someone can share that link for you, and I appreciate you. I don't know why it's hard to find on my page, because I'll be seeing it on other people's page right there. But you're not the only one who said that they couldn't find it. Thank you for sharing that link. And so here we go. Let's get back to the build. Oh, I didn't even share the Zoom either if anybody want to build. I'm going to try my hardest to keep the order without offending nobody, but cuss words is out of pocket. And so let's just keep our, if I kick you out, don't be offended. It's because you broke the profanity and you hating on the under and you trying to get my page demonetized. That's exactly how I see it. I don't see it no other way. And so let's remember that. Because you're not going to make that mistake at work and just start cussing up a storm. And again, I ain't that tripping off that because believe it or not, the way I got my monetization working, it ain't even going through YouTube. So I can show you they strike all my videos by myself. I thought that was clever and I just started doing it. So yeah. Feel free to join to get your bars off. What is it? It's Sunday? Oh, well, I know people got to go to work, but I ain't tripping. People who doing whatever, I'm going to be right here building. I'll be right here building. It's raining. I've been river watching. I need to teach people how to watch the river, man, for more than one reason. You might want to go park a car right there. I'm just playing. What's up, my eye? I see you coming in. We about to build on the Benny Hassan. I'm just taking it slow, having some fun. How you doing? Whenever you there?
Hotep, send E. Can you hear me, brother?
Hotep.
How are you, brother?
I'm fine. How are you? I see we got another contribution from Human 2.0, man. He said, I got that E1B1A to the power 2, and Ramsey's my granddaddy. That's a joke. And $5 is for you to enjoy. Thanks for the stream. Yo, thank you for the tribute. All right, I appreciate that. So how you doing, my?
I'm chilling, brother. For those who wonder, to join, we can share links in the chat, but pay attention on every videos. You have a button that says join. It's around the same line where you have the like button, the dislike, and all the other buttons. You have one button that says join. So if anybody wonder how to become a member of a panel, that's how you do.
Right here. I'm showing it on YouTube so they can see it. I haven't shared my screen with the Zoom yet. But what's up with you? How you been? What's been going on?
Brother, I'm just so happy because Mr. Vegas gave us made the honor of he honored us with his presence. And at one point there was something I forgot which word it was, but I said, we've dealt with that word with Smashrock. I mean, every now and then I say, Smashrock or Samka and stuff like that. So, and I share a lot of your videos as well because in the chat, and I show the stuff. So I mean, it's a good look for all of us, And I want to tell the brothers and sisters, like I've said on my channel, please show some love to Mr. Vegas. He's an international superstar. He didn't have to come here. So for him to talk with us, non-Abrahamic people, or CC, conscious community, it's beautiful, and we don't want to deter other famous brothers and sisters from coming and speaking with us. And from the get-go, I knew his position because he follows Walter Williams. So for him to come on a platform where he knows he has opposing views, it is honorable, it's courageous. So please, brothers and sisters, don't put stuff like, oh, he ran, or like, you have the right to disagree, it's fine, but let's try to be diplomatic. I don't want the brother to regret coming on the platform. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, they was trying to hit him off with the he ran stuff and stuff.
Yeah, and other stuff like
yeah. You could erase some of those if you want to.
Well, I don't want to do that because that would be kind of like censorship. But I'm just trying to say, brothers and sisters, please, it's okay to express your disagreement, but try to be careful with the word you use. Actually, as we were talking, sometimes you will read the comments in the chat, and I used to do that before. Now I kind of look less in the chat when I'm on some platforms because sometimes some comments can trigger you, like, and so every now and then you will read, and it's like, I think it was kind of a build of messages of opposition. And at one point, he said something that was kind of strange to me. So I said, we have to make sure that you don't appear pseudo. And I have a feeling that maybe he thought I was calling him pseudo. And I tried to clarify that. I said, I'm not calling you pseudo. I said, and I repeated, but that's about the time when he said, okay, he's going to go. But at the end of the day, I don't think he would have changed his mind after our discussion. But for him to listen to opposing views, it is honorable and respectable. So thank you, Mr. Vegas. I appreciate that.
Well, that's good that you said that, and thank you, Mr. Vegas, for giving your point of view and talking to the community. I you know what the funny part is, with the way my biological clock has been, right when it started, I was one of the first people in there, and I laid on the bed with my phone next to my head, and as soon as y'all started building, I was knocked out. I woke up like 5 hours later looking around like, oh, I missed the whole build. So I'm pretty sure it got pretty good. Basically, what was y'all discussing?
Oh, well, I knew we were going to talk about the Medunetia. I did not put that in the title because we have our good brother Imhotep 360. He's a regular participant on your show. Actually, the full username he uses is Imhotep 360 degrees. And as a matter of fact, he got kind of put on sent to jail by one of your moderators that I don't need to name. He and other people. The last
What do you
stream.
mean sent to jail? You mean that he got blocked?
Yeah, and many people were complaining about that. I mean, that girl,
I don't know. I gotta see what's going on because I just when my page was, when I was just starting, I just clicked on everybody, and if people going crazy with that, does YouTube let you see who blocking people?
No, I don't think he does. I don't think he does. But
yeah, so that's a crazy mystery.
Well, I think she did not deny that it was her because people were hard at her. Then people had to be like, please don't put me out this time. Just let me breathe. Like she gave everybody a piece of the action. I mean, this lady, as soon as somebody doesn't agree with her team of Riparianite and her team of Christian apologists, Garfield and them. She will use any excuse, but I don't want to, I don't want to spend too much time about that. I mean, feel free to try to have a look at the chat and see what the people say, because some people will say, "Oh, he's a hater. Shaka is a hater." But at that time, man, I mean, he'll tell you, I'm sure. I don't know if he's here now, but yes, we knew he was going to be the Medinature because that's Imhotep 360 who put me in contact with Mr. Vegas. So we talked about the decipherment, and he was listening, a great deal. But he pulled up a clip from Young Pharaoh, and Young Pharaoh played that clip that I'm sure some of us have seen before of Dr. Ben taking issues at speaking the Medinature, and he goes like, kyak, but speaking the Medinature and reading the Medinature is something different, And I was trying to tell him that with the Hebrew, we say even the name of God according to the Bible. For those who believe in it, we usually say Yahweh. Some scholars think that it was pronounced Yahoo, which means that even the name of God, we don't even know how to pronounce it, but nobody says the Hebrew has not been deciphered. And I started with the cuneiform writing because I haven't heard anybody say that the cuneiform has not been deciphered. Because some people say, well, the Medinature, they are not letters. They are pictures. They are symbols. But the cuneiform script is made of symbols as well, or pictures. A lot of people don't know that, and they can go on Encyclopedia Britannica. There is a chart. You need to click on enlarge, and they're basically like birds, fishes, But you have the initial pictogram, and then later on we have what we recognize as cuneiform writing, like those sort of lines and triangles. So in a nutshell, I showed that artifact from the Louvre Museum with the name of Alexander written in hieroglyphic. But that artifact is 300 BC, which means that it is 2,000 years before the Rosetta Stone was even found. So for anybody to argue that the Medinature has not been deciphered, when we have the name Alexander written in hieroglyphic, it will mean that those people were so lucky, the Greeks were so lucky that they happened to draw something inside of a chenu or a cartouche, and it actually spells the name Alexander. And we have other names like that, and we have also the name, the word Pharaoh, which derives from the Menunecher per A. We have the given name Susan, that comes from the Menunecher. Gardiner wrote about that, and I shared that. There's another name as well, but it escapes me now. Oh, Ibani. The word Ibani comes from the Menunecher Hebeni. And there's this book here, the etymological, it doesn't show. The etymological dictionary of Greek by Robert Beekes, Beekes. He's a heavyweight linguist. Volume 1, I have both volumes. He has the word ebenos in Greek, and he says it comes from the Egyptian Hebeni, and there's the University of St. Andrews. They have and I think you might have shown that before, the Westcar Papyrus.
I think so. But I just don't remember what's on it right now.
Well, if you have time, you can go to the Westcar Papyrus on the University of St. Andrews. And funny thing, it is translated by the guy named Blackman. And that's the guy, the Tombs of Mer, and you can type it Ibani, and you will see the Medunacher word Hebeni, and of course the English translation, the Medunacher word Hebeni, and we will have the translation Ibani. The word Ibani that we use in English derives from the Medunacher. just like the word Egypt derives from the Menu Neter. So how is it possible that some words that we still use to this day derives from the Menu Neter, but the Menu Neter has not been deciphered? So, but all of this comes from Walter Williams. If Walter Williams changes his stance tomorrow, most of the people who believe that it hasn't been deciphered because they listen to it, they would change their stance.
Yeah, and no one who believes the Medu Neter has not been deciphered can display an elementary knowledge of the system that they think is erroneous. You see what I'm saying? So none of them even tried to read a book to show, no, this grammar ain't right, or this word order ain't right, or whatever, or this transliteration ain't right. They just coming up with theories without ever studying it. Peace, Sister Jolanda. I see you got your hand raised. No need to raise your hand. We just building. You can just hop in whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody wants to speak, I think.
Consequences. What about the contradiction?
Jolanda?
No, he can go ahead. I'll let him finish.
Oh, well, I don't have much to say. I'm sorry, I had to cut my camera because I'm gonna get my daughter ready because it's 7 a.m. actually. So I'm gonna prepare her. I don't want, But yes, Smash. They tend to say what they think. Oh, we were not there when they created the symbols, so we don't know what the symbols mean. The funny thing is that we were not there when they created those symbols that derive from the Phoenician, that ultimately derives from the Medu Neter, that we call alpha, beta, and so on. Those Greek letters, we were not there when they came up with it. So there's another thing I want to say, brothers and sisters, don't take my word for it. Like I say many times, go on a search engine, type in university, linguistics, you will have the names of the doctors, the professors of linguistics. And feel free to send a message and ask them, do you think the Medu Neter has not been deciphered, and see what they say? Because the linguists are the experts, the specialists when it comes to languages. So, rely on the experts, rely on the specialists. There's, to my knowledge, not a single PhD worldwide that ever said that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered. And we all claim to be scientific. So if we are scientific, the experts in science are the PhDs. So why not listen to what the experts say? So that's what I wanted to say.
I'm about to step out on a ledge and say this next research I'm about to do, we probably could see how much we can address of it today. But what I'm seeing from just what I'm seeing is the research question is simple. Where on this attestation that people use to say Canaanites, y'all can't see my screen in the Zoom. And then we're going to turn over the floor to Sister Jolanda. Let me make sure y'all can see my screen real quick. Share. Okay, now in this, where in this text does it say that these people are Canaanites?
I don't see the text. But is it the painting from Beni Hassan?
Yes, and so...
okay, that's great. I have an answer for that if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see the term Hyksos, or Hassan. If you go on Encyclopedia Britannica right now and type in Hyksos, so you know how it's...
Yeah, I know about that. I know about that. Yeah. And so let's go to step 2 of that part. Because what I'm saying is Hyksos ain't a real thing. Josephus made that term up. What the words...
No, he didn't make that. I'm sorry, I apologize for cutting you off, but no, Josephus didn't make that term. That term existed. That's Greek term. That's a Greek term. So
Josephus wrote in Greek, but he was the first one to use it because he was.
Say so.
You want to look it up?
Well, right now, as I said, I have to prepare my.
Look, I'm just gonna click on the word Hyksos. It ain't gonna take long. Click on the word Hyksos. It's gonna tell us Josephus came with that. So we got to get down to the etymology.
Actually, I think Josephus came up with Shepherd King, that translation of Hyksos. But Hyksos means...
okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. You saying he translated it, but here's the thing. We got to look at it. He was the one who read the Medu Neter that said Hyksos. You see? So he did the translations.
I wouldn't say so, because Josephus came in. He was born in 37.
No, we're not talking about Josephus. Manito.
Oh, Manito. Okay.
Wait a minute. Did I say Josephus ever? I thought I said
think you were saying
Manito.
Josephus.
Did anybody
Maybe
hear?
I got it.
I have to rewind. Were we talking about Manito or Josephus?
Well, I think you said Josephus, but maybe I made a mistake. So you said,
I could have swore I said Manito. Yeah, it was Manito who made the Hyksos.
Well, and still, I wouldn't say. Okay, let's presume Manito is the first one to use the term Hyksos. Still, it doesn't change that Hyksos is a Greek rendering. It's a Greek rendering. Sorry about this. It's the Greek rendering of Hekahasut or Hekahaset, and this means, of course, foreign ruler. So the Encyclopedia Britannica, if you type in Hyksos, it will tell you people of Palestinian descent. And I have a video from the British Museum, and it actually says also that Hyksos are of Palestinian descent.
Yeah, they said I said Josephus. I meant to say Manito. That was my mistake.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I was surprised. I was like, what's up with Smash now?
Oh, no, but let's get to the point because we still got to illustrate so we can see this. So y'all don't see my screen?
Okay, I have to go.
Oh, no, well, I'm just making sure. Anybody else on the panel, can y'all see my screen? I'm pretty sure it says screen
I see your
share.
screen. Yeah, I see your screen right now. First century AD.
Oh, you in the Matrix.
I was on mute. I can see it.
Juju in the Matrix, but we can barely hear your voice. But it says the first century AD Jewish historian Josephus, which I erroneously said, and I was talking about Manito, but he gave the meaning shepherd kings, like you said correctly, right? But let's keep reading. It says captive kings in Contra Apion, where he describes the Hyksos as Jews, as they appeared in the Hellenistic Egyptian historian Manito. Now, if we go farther down, you clearly say, he says, as it appeared in the Hellenistic Egyptian historian Manito. But then if you go down, it says it is unclear if this translation was found in Manito. But Manito brought forth the Hyksos. But it don't even say that right there. But they kind of tell you right here by telling you where he describes the Hyksos as Jews as they appeared in the Hellenistic Egyptian historian tale by Manito.
But I can add to that. I would have let the sister Juju speak, but it sounds like she's in the Matrix, like we say. And I think I heard Pan-African James greetings to you. But the thing is that Josephus quoted Manito. And Manito talked, we don't have any surviving existing work of Manito, of course. And Manito talked about those people who invaded. So those people he's talking about, all evidence points that they are the Hyksos, and he says that they committed atrocities in the land, and ultimately they were expelled, which has some historical basis when we know what happened with the Hyksos. So Josephus probably is the one who tried to make a correlation with the Exodus story, you see, and his translation of Shepherd Kings is not, it's not 100% accurate, but it's not far-fetched, you know. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what I'll say. I'm going to mute myself because then you got to strip.
Okay. Well, the question I'm raising is still it could still be asked, because simply when looking at the text, it just says Hikakasut. Now it says, this is Kamos's text, where they're saying retinue, which takes us into the Levant on Kamos text. But on Kamos text, he called them Aamu. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Aamu is a generic term for Asiatics. You see? But so go ahead, Juju.
So all I'm saying, go ahead, Juju. You never got to get your words in.
No, because this is totally off the subject. I'm backtracking. That's why I'm not trying to interrupt.
No, it don't even matter. We just could build all night. I mean, as long as people have time. So what you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to address Mayat when he was talking about the mod and the Shemad. Do you know who this is?
I did not really get the word you used. Can you come again for me, please?
You were talking about moderators and how they're blocking people in certain chats. Do you see?
Yeah, I was talking about Tamika. You know, many people complained that they were being put on timeout and kicked out. So yeah.
What platform was this though?
Oh, well, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Smashrock when they were talking about the DNA and all that, you know.
Okay.
And yeah, and I know Imhotep 360 talked about this. I mean, so many people talked about this. And what people could do is just have a glance at the chat. You know, they don't have to read all the messages, but there was a lot of censorship or blocking activity. And I mean, this is nothing new. You know, I think some people have not noticed, particularly the owners of channels, you know, but she's used to that. But, you know, people are going to say, I'm hating and stuff like that.
Listen,
but, you know,
so
yeah.
all I have to say to that is different platforms have different rules for their moderators. And I think those moderators know it. So she may be used to doing something that is expected on another platform, so to speak. Some people don't allow any dissension in the chat. You know, some people do. It's just different. That's all I'll say about that. I'm not going to speak on her in this situation. I just wanted to clarify some stuff. If you saw it on this chat or, you know, or wherever, because I was under the impression you saw it here. I personally am Hopetep 360, don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, but I'm also not trying to block him. I think people have, you know, the right to say their piece. That's what it's about, you know.
Yeah, before I block anybody, I got to run it through Smash. This is his channel. You know
yeah,
what I'm
but
saying? So that's
a
how I do.
moderator's job.
I've never blocked anybody besides maybe some people that just promoting porn.
Man, it's like this. If you moderate somebody else's channel, moderate on their views, not your own. Like if you hate this, like if I'm asking people just to help me out with making sure people ain't getting out of pocket, then if somebody just say something you don't like, and if it ain't out of pocket on the channel, then I think you should just let that fly. But I'm gonna have to get control of that. But to bring it close to what I was questioning, they say clearly right here, a group of Western Semitics, but it says labeled Aamu. And so that's what I was questioning, Shaka, if this text actually said that these Hyksos or these Hyksos were indeed Aamu. And it actually says it on there. I just didn't see it when I was trying to read it. And so, yeah, I appreciate everything you were saying to bring me some clarity. Let me see.
Yes, yes. Once again, Amu is a generic term for Asiatics. It's not necessarily specific.
We
may agree.
But Hyksos ain't really either, though. You know what I'm saying?
It is. It is. I'm sorry. And really either. And really what? Hyksos and really what?
Pardon me.
You said Hyksos and really either.
Oh no, they use. So I want to look it up. We probably could get into TLA, but the term actually is used for Nubians too. And so really
I doubt that, but please, I mean, feel free to share it with us.
Well, yeah, we would have to pull that up, and that's what we're about to try to do to see if there's any truth to that claim. I heard Hyksos actually did not just apply; it just meant foreign rulers at a time. But we got the tools to
and I thought I heard
get
that
to the bottom of it. Yeah, I heard that. You feel what I'm saying?
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's good to look at. I never looked that up, but that's a claim that has been floating around for a minute.
And the foreign rulers, those are the people from the Delta, you know. And some of the reason why we know they are of Palestinian descent, because, you know, scholars just don't say that for the hell of it, you know. They just wake up one day and say, okay, I'm going to say they come from Palestine or Canaan, as was known back then. Their names, you know, we have Yaqub, many West Asian names, like they say, or let's say, you know, Semitic names, Canaanite names. And when they were expelled, that's where they fled to. And besides, as we know, Egypt ruled over some parts of Palestine, the area of Gaza. So they were familiar with the people there. So those are some of the reasons why they know that they were of Palestinian descent. Now, maybe some people argue that we have some Nubians who are also Hyksos because the Nubians allied themselves with Asiatics. There's a letter that was intercepted where the Asiatics proposed to the Nubians to rally together. Actually, there was some sort of alliance to go against Kemet. And this is obviously one of the reasons why Kemet put a smackdown, because people like to show.
But that never got put into place. You feel me? Like you said,
I don't
yeah,
like
that never happened. That never happened, really.
They keep pushing that one little letter like that, just real significant. And I know that how this works is they use stuff like that as propaganda to kind of make a split, like we was, you know what I'm saying? It seems like a propaganda piece to me. Because I keep hearing that.
No, it's not propaganda about the Pan-African James.
No, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that I keep hearing people parrot that, but it's just so little evidence if you're just going to use just one letter to say what their relationship was. You see what I'm saying? What other evidence do you have besides that one letter?
Well, I think I shared it with you actually on my channel, but there's a PhD now. He's not a PhD in Egyptology, but he's been teaching the hieroglyphics for like decades. And in his book, he talks about the Magi. And the Magi's were known as, skilled warriors. And some of them were playing both sides of the fence. They were working for the Asiatics and they were working for the Egyptians. So
that ain't how that went down, though. That's a misnomer or a misunderstanding of how we just read the whole text on screen the other day, and so that ain't. I mean, it wasn't like they was working for.
Well, that's one text, brother. That's one text, and that guy. I can say the name because I have his book there, but he's hold on. Where is it? He's Michel, hold on. Too many books there. There it is. I messed it up. Michel Dessoudex. So obviously the book is in French, but it's called Lettres Égyptiennes, which means Egyptian letters. I messed up my whole thing here. But yeah, I mean, one letter, one text is one thing, but there's so many texts, and a lot of time in our lifetime.
Just real quick, wasn't you referencing that one letter?
Well, I have the quote on my notes, and I shared it on the screen during one of the live streams, so I don't know it verbatim, but he talked about the fact that they were working on both sides of the fence. And once again, that's not all the Magi, because
no, I understand, but I'm asking the question. The question I'm asking is, weren't we talking about the letter intercepted by Kamos? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I really don't know the name off the top of my head. So I can't say if
on the Kamos Stella where they was trying to hook up with the Kushites, they were trying to hook up with the Kushites, and the letter got intercepted by the Nubians. That's what happened, and got took back to
no, by the Egyptians. I mean the Egyptians got hold of it to make the long story short, but there was clear. I mean, the author talks about the fact that the Magi, they work on both sides, for both sides of the fence. So at one point, the Egyptians like, hey, that's not good, So,
they were seen as like mercenary, but let's pull up the text because you ain't read it. You just heard what some people said about it. I can tell.
No, actually, this guy, I want to tell you this book that I just talked about.
That's what I mean. The book that you talk about. We gonna read the text. We read Metal Nature.
I'm fine with that, but what I'm trying to say, brother, this book, there's 4 volumes, and he actually translates the text. He shows the hieroglyphic transcript, and he translates it. So he's not just making stuff up. He's going by what the texts say. And there's text from different periods. There's many different texts.
I don't think he's making nothing up. I just was simply saying the way that you was explaining the understanding of the story makes me think out of all the primaries you went over, you might not have viewed that one. That's all I'm saying. Because
I agree with you. It's possible that one you're talking about, I might have not read it, but it's just like this decipherment of the hieroglyphic. It didn't happen just in one step. So with the Nubians, the Magi, there's different events. And actually, the Hyksos, the Beni Hassan, that's 1900 BC. You see, that's almost 2000 BC. But the situation with the Hyksos ruling the north, that will be, I would say, some might say between 1700 and 1500, or between 1500 and 1300. But basically, at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, that's where they were kicked out, So those people have been there for a long time, and obviously it appears that at one point they decided to take over. They just debode the situation in the north.
Hey, Shaka. So when you say that the Hyksos took over, this is just a question why why Smash is over here setting things up. So how far down do you suppose that the Hyksos, when they took over, how far down would you say they took over?
The northern side, the delta, and the capital of the Hyksos is a place called Avaris. And the funny thing is that Avaris in French means greed, and their main deity was Set. So
yeah, correct.
Yeah. So yeah, they were ruling the north. They were not. Some people think that they were ruling all the country. And as a matter of fact, there's correspondence between the kings of we could say Nubia, but
Thebes. The Thebans.
Yes, there's correspondence. Like when I see you with song, like they were just literally writing, man. I'm gonna rip you. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. Like I'm gonna rip your. I think he actually says something to the effect of "I'm gonna rip your belly apart" or something like that. But they were sending each other letters, like I'm gonna do this. It's like today, now Twitter, whatever. Like when I see you with song, they were really having conversations like that.
All right, so we got the chance to get to the bottom of peace. I see Mental Son in the building. I also see on Coma Jed in the building. What's up with y'all? Y'all want to get a word in before we step to this Cosmos Stella?
Well, blessed love, man. I on the inside, taking in the conversation. Heal up,
I'm just here to
Kemet, heal up everybody else.
Word up.
Mental? Yeah. I'm just trying to catch you whenever you're free at any point, casual. So I'm just peeping the knowledge for now.
It's all good. You got my line. Why you act like I'm hard to get at, bro? Hit me up.
Man,
whenever.
I've been trying to get at you for
months. I got the same number. I don't be Discording and all that. So just hit the number.
I can't find it though.
It's all good. All right, that's what's up. I got you. Yeah. But I mean, I got it. Well, since I probably need to step my game back up. I just got back on my Telegram because once I reset my computer, I updated my RAM and stuff. So some of them apps I'll be suspicious of them. Like they might be the reason why I'm having certain problems with my computer. And I just been eliminating a lot of those type of things. But yeah, I appreciate having y'all here and let's build. So we were just talking about some letters that were intercepted I said they was intercepted by the Magi and brought back to Cosmos. Now let's talk about it because we know they got various different groups of Nubians. But from reading the text with our eyes, I'm not saying looking at, we looking at a translation of it that also provides us interlinear transcriptions. So then we could refer back to the Medu Neter without having the primary, also see what other scholars think about the text. And so this is about the time when he was trying to expel these Asiatics. You see what I'm saying? And get them up out of Kemet. And so during this correspondence on the stele, there's a story told about somebody intercepting a text. And so let's get to the text and see. First, I think we're going to recall that it ain't the king who intercepted the text. Some Nubians are some Magi, and I'm saying this because in this text, these are the ones he specifically called by name. Now, we ain't gonna read the whole thing, but I'll provide it for everybody to read, just a quick link to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna start so we could get Howard start after I finish telling what they about to do, and I'll share it real quick. They call certain Nubians by name, the Magi, and they kind of like, okay, this is what's going on. And so we know the regions they are, and there are two spies that get caught by their patrol, and this letter is caught, and then they start reading the contents of the letter. So instead of reading the whole stela, we'll go into the portion of where they get caught, and we'll read how that part start going down to see exactly who's pinpointed as being in cahoots or what's interpolation or what's what. All right. And I'm just, again, trying to get to that part, but I'm going to provide the whole text for everybody to look over and form their own opinions. Because I'm just not pulling this out of nowhere. I'm kind of like pulling out of, it could say my ill-formed conclusions if y'all want to show me the error in the way that I'm seeing this. And so let's try to get to where they start talking about this. All right. And there it go, right here. So it's checkmate already. But you know how I do at any level of the research. So let's check it out. So this is when it start going down, and we're going to see how they talking about it. They translate, well, I'll go back a page because I don't want it to be so uncertain to people what's going on at this point in the text. It says, there's no, so basically, all right, he dismembers these two countries to make them suffer, my country and yours. Now, this is Neshi, the Nubian, writing this after devastating them. I'm sure it was commissioned by whoever, but whatever. Come, drive north. Have no fear. Behold, he is here with me. There's no one who stands against you in this part of Egypt. Behold, I will not give him his way until you have arrived. Then we will divide the cities of this part. This is the letter of Egypt. And Kenefer will be in full joy. Now let's peep gang. This is when the Pharaoh steps in to speak or whatever, as they have the cartouche before those parts. We know how that is, or whatever. But y'all can say I made that up or whatever, but this is simply a cartouche if we was looking at the primary preceding this parts. And it says, the mighty, gifted with life, who controls and eliminates the mistakes and abuses. Then it says, I have subdued the mountains, desert, and the beginning of the land and the river as well. You can't find a way to bring me down. I am not negligent. I do not neglect my army. Now, this is when it's about to start kicking in right here. I just had to read that so we could get the full context. And if you want a fuller context, just read the whole text. The face of the north inhabitants has not warped away. He was afraid of me when I still sailed north, before we would have fought, before I would have reached him. And as soon as he saw my glowing heart, he sent as far as Cush. He didn't ask the Magi, but he sent as far as Cush to ask for help, i.e. to help for himself. Now let's see what happened. But having captured them along the way, I did not let them reach their destination. So let's see what happened. Then I arranged for her to be brought back to him again, and I was left on the east side and left with the strength. Let's make sure this is the part about the letter, because I'm scanning through and want to make sure that this is the part about the letter before I get to reading all this shit and then have to skip through. Hold on. It go down in the same type of way, but they didn't say I intercepted the two spies with the letter on their way to Kush. So maybe I was reading a different portion of the text, and you just need to allow me to pull it up. I'm gonna let somebody build while I look for this portion of the text.
And maybe we're talking about the same text ultimately, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, thank you. But maybe we're not talking about the same text, because the text I'm talking about is actually Hyksos ruler, an Asiatic ruler, who wrote to one of the ruler of Nubia, and told him, you just ally with me and let's go against Kemet. You see,
yeah.
So yes.
There you go.
Indeed.
It's right here. Y'all see the screen? I just had to go back. Everything you're saying right now. Let's read it. I leave it empty with no people in it after I broke it up, their cities, and set their... Didn't I just read this? And see, I told you it reads just the same, but it's just a little. And I set their places on fire, and they became red and barren in the hills because of the destruction they had caused in Egypt. Those who gave themselves to heed the cries of the Asiatic to serve him or to help him, they have forsaken the ruler. Now look, I intercepted a message from him. This is their ruler. From above, south of the oasis on the journey south to Cush. In a written letter, it says, I found in it, so there they are pinpointing Cush, and it's going to simply say he going to get at Cush, not the Nubians. Watch this. I found in it, it says it right there, but we're going to keep going. I found in it the following writing by the hand of the ruler of Avaris. Now look,
Kush, that's the Nubians, brother.
Pardon me?
Kush, you said Kush, not the Nubians. Kush, that's the Nubians.
No, you think Kush is the Nubians? You think Kush is Nubia?
Kush, yes, Kush is the area.
You think Kerma is Nubia?
I would say so, yes. It might
No, you're making an error. That's an error.
Probably. We can talk about this.
Because you know why? Because the people in the middle of Kush and Egypt intercepted the letter. And these are our magi. And this whole stela, this whole everything we writing is signed by who? A person who lets you know that he a Nubian by his name, the treasurer Neshi. So he know it ain't his people. And so he being clear in saying Kush, and then they're going to go back to say Magi on this same stela to make the distinction of the error that Professor Manu Ampin illustrates about us never making the mistakes of thinking that Kushites are Nubians. But let's see if
we can look up Kush like on Encyclopedia Britannica and see what they say.
I'm pretty sure. Aren't you studying Egyptology in the school?
Yeah, but
hold on. Let us finish the discourse real quick before you get it in, because I know they never gonna lead you to Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh, you sure?
Have they done that yet?
Well, they actually direct us.
They haven't, bro. They haven't. Just keep it a buck. They told you if you look in Encyclopedia Britannica where you're studying Egyptology. No. Because they got better sources. I thought we couldn't hear you. We couldn't hear you. You got the floor. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Your phone was breaking up.
Oh, okay. I see. They direct us to people who are not even PhDs, They direct us to websites of people who don't have any degrees in the field, but some of them are hosted on university. For example, Plutarch, the person who actually wrote or copied the text of Plutarch, I forgot the name of the university, but Osam Khan, he did that same program as me. He had the same professor that I have. But are you trying to say that Encyclopedia Britannica is not reliable?
Nah. I'm saying so encyclopedias are for to give you a general overview of a wide variety of subjects.
Yeah, but they're written by experts, though.
Yes, expert, but that of course. But those experts, like, they're not sitting in classes teaching encyclopedias. They teach you from more detailed sources with more highly updated information. You know what I'm saying? It's updated every semester. And so that is why if we want to look at, and I'm pretty sure Encyclopedia Britannica won't make that mistake. They'll probably...
It is acknowledged that the Nubians are a different ethnic group than the Kushite,
Yeah.
Well, why not find out? Why not have a look and see what they say? Even if we don't agree with Encyclopedia Britannica, why not just have a look? Or if people propose another authority or another encyclopedia, that's fine. But why not have a look and see what they say?
I don't mind that, but what we're currently doing is seeing what the ancient Egyptians said. And in the middle of that, they telling you right here. But in the middle of that, we want to go see what the Encyclopedia Britannica says. But this is a first-hand account, and this is why we do philology and look at that so we can form our own opinions of the view of the person who penned the text to see what he thought. And so his name means Nubia. We all know that, Nessie. And he's writing when we sail to Cush. He know what Nahesi is. And in this text, he mentioned the Magi various times. So we can often, we will look over what the Encyclopedia Britannica says, and then I'm gonna take you to some universities that speak on the matter. So they won't contradict each other. What we'll get is a more highly detailed point of view from the university material than we're going to get from the encyclopedia. So they'll go on and expound on the differences between Kush and Nubia. That's all I'm saying.
I'm fine with the university, but I was just asking about the Kush. What is actually Kush? Because we differ in opinion, which is fine because we never agree on everything. So I just wanted to have some opinions from the experts. So if you want to pull up some article from a university, I'm fine with that. As long as it's a university, that's reliable as far as I'm concerned. So you're free, my brother.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at this text right here. And even these scholars aren't making the mistake you're making. If anyone can look at the screen, but I'm just trying to look at the word that they pinpointed for, that they say is Nubia here. Because they're going back and forth talking about the different places. And if we jumble them up and just say they all one place, that is an error on our behalf. And so it says Ka Mes naked over here, and we see Ka Most the Mighty. They say who conquered the south, and in quotes they put Nubia here. So I'm saying when they say conquer the south, I wanted to see if he said Nahesi or if they just said Resi. So they said Resi here, okay? So that's just the south, so that wouldn't give us no indication of the things we're looking for. But just for for the record of what I'm showing you, of what I read, do you see what they were saying, Mike?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah, I hear you. I only heard you when you said, "Can you hear me?"
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Pardon me? Your phone's going in and out right now. You might be driving.
But just to clarify even further, Smash.
Mm-hmm.
What he's saying, you know that the in scholarship and thing, they do use Kush and Nubia interchangeably. But when you get down into more specific nuances of real fact, it have a distinction between the two groups. You know,
that's
what I mean?
exactly what I was trying to say.
That's
and
what's
so
going on
if you're going to get the encyclopedia view, they might do that. But if you get into the highly detailed, like if you go into Nubiology, they'll never make that mistake. You see? There's a field that specializes on just the region we call Nubia, and they'll never make the mistake of saying they was Kushites, because these are the things we're trying to substantiate the true differences in these African cultures, and not just jumbling up everything below Egypt and saying it was just all the same. But I mean, the text is telling us this too. Because when they want to talk about Kush, they talk about Kush in this style. And when they want to talk about Nubia and the people from there, they talk about them. They say Magi, and they're not talking about the Kushites. So this is when
that's not far-fetched. I don't know what's the pushback on this. I mean, we see this in all cultures. Like, even though they're phenotypically the same, they can have a little cultural differences that'll differentiate. In modern terms, just like you'll see, we're all African American, but you can use like something as simple as the Bloods and the Crips, and just use a color and differentiate that the same people. So that's all they did. They border each other. One of them the Kushite tribe, one of them the Nubian tribe. It's just that simple. It's not nothing to really just have a pushback on. Because you even see those territories, just like what is that? One of the first ones that they had cartoon, like when Egypt is first formed, what is the first state that they say Nubia was? It's a different name. So I wonder, could these names be coming in at different time periods as well?
Even they trying to tell you from the gate. Even the Encyclopedia Britannica is trying to tell you, but they don't know what. I mean, they ain't going in, but they saying what we saying. Let's look. Let's see. This is the source you wanted me to pull up. It says Kush, also spelled Kush.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear us. Huh? You can't hear. You can't hear me, huh?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me.
Oh yeah,
I'm out the matrix now. So sorry, just go ahead. I missed like 5 minutes of what you guys were saying, but go ahead. I'm listening, brother.
So I just pulled up the Encyclopedia Britannica. It says regions and kingdoms of ancient Nubia, Africa, and then when you look at, I just was reading a different thing because this is just at the start. Here it goes, the definition. Kush, also spelled Kush, they say the southern portion of the ancient region known as Nubia. So what does that say to you?
Make a mistake?
Yeah, you definitely made a mistake.
Well, what's my mistake?
Because you said Kush is Nubia.
But that's what this encyclopedia says.
No, well, first of all, what they're trying to show you is what I told you we would get once we start looking at the more highly detailed information on the matter. I said, and we all discussed this, I said when we look at the inside, we just got through saying this. And then somebody said they don't even understand what the pushback is. Let's go over it again. Let's be clear, and let's be clear for the people who not following it. When you come to the encyclopedia, they about to give you just a general overview. They won't even, you told us to come here, they don't even give us much, let's read much more than the sentence now. Oh, but now this ain't even Kush, so we switched to Nubia, okay? And so, but you see what I'm saying? They ain't telling you that Kush had its own kingdoms that had nothing to do with Nubia. They're not saying that Nubia never really had like a quote unquote king of Nubia or none of this. They're not just saying it was a desertous region that mean gold. These are the type of things that we get when we start looking, and you know, because you're researching it right now, so I don't understand.
But you know, Smash, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Gold, Nub, the root or etymology of the term Nubia, yeah, the gold is the meaning. But I was talking about, when I say, you know, Kush, isn't it Nubia? I was talking about the geographic location. You know, that's what I meant.
But it really ain't, though. None of the things that we call Kush is in the area we call Nubia. Let's look at the map. We just got the known map up. All right.
Because in the Mother Nature, we don't have the term Nubia, you see? So
it's Ta-Nehisi. It's Ta-Nehisi.
Yeah, but it's still not Nubia. So Nubia is a modern term that we use.
Yeah, but we know we just using the modern term. So let's just say Ta-Nehisi, if you want to say that. What does that change?
Well, I mean, I think once again there was a misunderstanding between us. What I was trying to say is that Kush, I think Kush is the area that we call Nubia today. Maybe not all of it, but parts of it.
Well, let's say Merowe, where the capital was.
Maybe we can digress on that because I'm driving, so I will not be able to pull all the sources.
Well, that's cool, but we should. I mean, it's a good conversation.
If I make a mistake, I have no problem admitting it. You know, I've made mistakes in the past, and you know, it's all good. But I was really dealing with a geographic location. That's all. You know, because I know some people. You know, if they hear, okay, we're talking about Nubia, some people feel like, oh, we're making a separation between like populations.
No, they were really different tribes. They were really different tribes.
Yeah, so I'm not focusing on the people. I was just focusing on the actual area. That's what I was focusing on. But it looks like go ahead, brother.
I wanted to say that also, as well as different tribes, it have within the chronology, the geographic location of the kingdom move as well, you know, because prior, like originally it was Napata, and then after a while when Samtic attacked, they end up moving down to Meru.
So let's go over all three of those. We got Napata,
Yeah, I agree with what the brother just said, you know, because Egypt took, sorry to cut you off, Smash. Egypt took more
yeah, we got
territory, so they went further
Napata,
down.
we got Merowe, and we got Kerma. And actually, of the three, it was Kerma, if I'm not correct, that what goes back to like 8,000 BC archaeologically in the work of Manu Ampin and others. We could see that research. And so the Kerma culture, that and Nubian culture would have had to have interlapped. But let's just look at the geography of what we're talking about. Because just saying this is Nubia is crazy. We're going way down here now.
Well, Smash, you know, I have a proposition. Feel free to send an email to Manu Mpim and ask him, Manu Mpim, do you consider that Kush was Nubia? And let's see what he says.
He got whole videos telling us not to make that mistake. Let's ask him right now on YouTube.
Man, y'all out of control.
Look, he want to ask Manu Mpim. Let's ask him on the YouTube. And y'all see the screen, Manu?
Let me give you a suggestion. You see, when you're pulling up the geographical things and whatnot, best thing you could use is Google Earth or one of them things, you know, because just get the whole topography. You get the a physical 3D kind of landscape, everything one time, you know.
First of all, I think the name of the video says a lot, right? But if we want to listen to Manu Ampin, Ancient Kush and Nubia under threat, but if they the same thing, then let's see if that's how he tells us. If you know Manu Ampin teachings, bro, Manu Ampin from Oakland, bro, you messing up. Manu Ampin to tell you never, ever, ever mistake Nubians for Kushites.
Teaches history.
Yeah, but mind you, here you're talking about people. And I'm talking about locations, geographic locations.
Yeah, it's the same thing. He was the one doing. Let's go to his website. He was the one doing the Kerma excavations, and was telling us about the difference of the people and everything we're talking about. See what it started. We got to keep in mind that we started by talking about these letters that were intercepted, right?
True.
You remember? And they was intercepted. True. I said no, they wasn't intercepted by no Nubians. They was going to hook up. They was going to hook up with Kushites, not Nubians. Remember? Yes. And so now we got to show the difference between the tribes and the geography, not just to argue, but so that the people can have some content, so that they can say, okay, well, if this letter was going south, it could have either went to the Nubians or the Kushites, and those are two different tribes. In mingling them up, people won't ever get to that conclusion.
I'm definitely glad to be here.
Now, Smash, you know Aswan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is Aswan in Nubia?
Aswan is in what they call Egyptian Nubia.
But there you go.
But see, this is why they got two parts of Nubia. You want to know why?
We agreeing, actually. You know.
Yeah. Aswan isn't, but I'm gonna put some stuff on the screen for us. Aswan is what UNESCO calls, and I'm not making these terms up. This is UNESCO or UNESCO, whatever terminology. They call Aswan Egyptian Nubia, and then when we go below that or what have you, they start calling it Sudanese Nubia. And so since we see Nubia stretching over two countries, we already see that it was understood and is still being understood more like a region. Like I often say, the Mojave Desert, some of it's in California, some of it's in Arizona. But you know, we could say gold is heat in this analogy. If there's a lot of heat in the Mojave, there's a lot of gold in Nubia. And so, but the people...
I agree with you, Smash. It's a region, indeed. I agree with you. And there's part of Egypt, the southern part, and also this part of what we call Sudan today. So I think we are in agreement, actually.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree. We was just nailing out certain particulars for people. I just was more or less trying to make sure we wasn't saying that Nubians is Kushites, even though they are southern, you know, people from the south. The same way Egyptians and Nubians attested against each other because of, you know, cultural differences. Nubians and Kushites did it too.
That blackology over there. They, you know,
I
looking
go,
at
it's
this
getting
type
too
of
black. Now you're looking at
yeah,
Manu
they too
Amping.
black for some people.
He work at a school right now, right in the Bay. I can go pull up on him tomorrow and see what he say about Nubia. It's gonna be funny. Let's see if he in class tomorrow, huh?
You know, Smash. There's a new nuance. However, if we want to talk about, you know, the whether or not the Kushites are Nubians, because Nubians is not a term that we will have in the Meduneche. You see.
All right. So if the Kushites are Ta-Nehisi,
okay, yeah,
or
because you
Nehesiu,
know, Kushites. I'm not sure what the equivalent would be in the Meduneche, but we have Kash, which is what we call Kush. So we have that area attested in the text. You see. So
I did the research. I can go ahead. I don't want to cut you off,
yeah,
but
no,
this is what you ain't gonna find. I'm gonna just say real quick, and you could do research and go on a little trip to find this, but you can save your time. Find a Nubian tribe called Kushite. You see what I mean? Like they when they talking about Kush, they say Kush. But we got these tribes from Nubia. We got the Mijah, we got Yam, we got Wawat, we got all of these tribes. They call them by name because they putting the Hesi behind it. So all you got to do is find them putting Kush behind it.
Yes, but my point, and I might be wrong, is that all those tribes that you name, they are from the area that we call Nubia.
They called it Ta-Nehisi. So what's the difference?
Yeah, they call him Ta-Nehisi, but you hear me out. I said that's the area that we call Nubia.
So what? I don't get it. We don't disagree on that. What's that mean?
No, we don't disagree. We don't disagree. But I only intervene, and you know, I don't want people to be tired.
I just don't get what that mean. No, what did that mean? That's the area we call Nubia?
Because you see, the only reason why I talked about, because you said, and you repeated it, like you said, these were, I think you said these were Kushites, not Nubians, or something like that, right?
Yes.
Yes. So because you said that, I interjected and saying that, you know, actually, you know, that's the same area, that's Nubia. But anyway, I think we.
Oh no, you saying that's Nubia, but no, Kush is down further. So let's just say we in the stance I'm giving, Kush, the classical heartland of Kush, as we see on the screen, would start below the second cataract, just for some detail in our conversation. You feel me? And the areas between the second cataract, I would propose from the second cataract into all the way well up into Egyptian Nubia is what is the region called Nubia. You know what I'm saying? Now, indeed, there was an area where there was no Kushites and no Egyptians and only the people of Nubia in that area. But the people from down south, when they came up, they wasn't friendly with the Nubians either.
Right, the Nubian people, the Nubian might come from the Noba people, Noba.
Possibly, but we have to look that up, you know, with the linguists and all that. But we're going to get a lot of clarity because we are familiar with the text, and it's just that there's just so much text to go through, and you know, we only have one lifetime. But that's good, Bill. You know, that's good, Bill.
Yeah, I wasn't even earlier when you had corrected me on the thing about Benny Hassan. I wasn't necessarily, all I was trying to see was the actual word A'amu on the text next to Hyksos, so that we could say definitively that these is Canaanites. Because when I looked at it, all I could see was Hyksos, and I never seen A'amu. That's what I was getting at earlier.
Yeah, I heard, I understood you then, and that's why I was, you know, explaining to the people that Hyksos actually, according to Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica, and according to the British Museum, those people are of Palestinian descent, and I'm pretty sure that many different scholars say the same thing as well. I mean, I have a few.
Yeah, I ain't no disagreements there. When we started to research was whether it was other people called that or not, but we just got off track. You don't remember?
So Shaka, so what does it mean if they're from a Palestinian descent? What does that mean?
Well, it means that we can identify the area where they came from. And I think it's quite significant because when we look at Palestine or Canaan, that would be the area where the Judaism or the text that gave us Judaism come from. And we come to find out that they spent so long in Egypt. They were there since at least 1900 BC. So that's quite interesting. But a lot of times when we're having our discussion, we kind of focus more on Greece and Rome than these actual people, you know? And that leads us, for example, to the Hezekiah seal. I'm sure you've seen it, right, Pana speaking James?
Yes, I've seen it.
So here we have 8th century BC. We have a king of Judea called Hezekiah, who happened to be mentioned in the Bible. And his royal seal has 2 ox and a winged sun disc.
Yeah, that's some damn.
All right, I'm just reading some minute amping work where he consistently over and over keep on separating Cushites and Nubians. Y'all see the screen? It says the Sudan is the ancient land of the Cushite and Nubian civilizations, and the black African builders of these civilizations are unmistakable. When the original Arabs arrived in the area 7th century CE, they called it Bilal al-Sudan, Arab for the land of the blacks. The ancient Sudanese, Cushites, and Nubians had Africoid facial features, so they both had those features, meaning that he sees them as
he
2 different groups. Yeah.
I'm not sure if he differentiates them.
No, he's putting them into. He's saying that they're both of African.
That's like saying Nubians and Egyptians. Now, we're not saying he differentiating, saying they're not Africans, but why would, if he thought they was the same, why would he be saying 2 of them?
One of them might wear leopard skins and one of them might wear something else. Shock, it's not a big deal.
But I'll get the direct quote. I'm not making it up. Like, for his stance is that they are different, and if we could spend the time, we could find him saying it on YouTube. And so I'm not just saying that that's his stance. I'll try to get a quote from him on that if we can't find it right now.
Can you read the first sentence again, Smash? Because he said Kushite and Nubian civilization, right?
Yeah.
So in a sense, I think what he said there and us, I think we were all in agreement. I mean, I didn't know that just me interjecting will lead to all this stuff, but I wasn't trying to challenge you or
no, we don't got nothing to talk about, bro. We just chilling. Like, I'm just up on the late night. It ain't really no topic for this research. And so anything we could grab onto.
I was looking for, like, to point a mistake that you made or anything like that.
No, I don't feel, but man, the people who just agree aren't useful for your life. Like, if somebody's willing to, show you where you wrong, they're more useful. So that's more respectable than just hearing me say something that you think is wrong and then just letting me talk. So, yeah, and what I was just saying is this is just
for the sake of doing it is not, we got some people to come on and do that too. So that ain't cool.
Yeah, that's different. And I never,
I'll be feeling that type of energy. I'll be like, man, Smash be holding me back. Cause I showed like stuff to a certain person say, you could tell it kind of gets under my skin. And then, when I get interrupted, I can't necessarily get my thought across in a clear manner. So what I want to say about like the genetic part of that, when we dealing with North Africa, it's not just the UV rays that make you a certain particular color. You have to also add in the genetic component from the outside genetics. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a part of what's going on right there in that Levant area. That's what makes it such a unique area because of the genetic gene flow that came out of it, right?
I don't want to start talking about no genetics, bro.
No, I'm not
telling you right now.
No, I'm not necessarily.
All right, here we go with the genetics.
That's what the argument's gonna wind up coming to, but they don't want to accept that it's a such thing as African DNA and non-African DNA, and that those 2 components is what's causing the friction. When you get off into the history that you're talking about, when they start describing these people, they describe them as somebody outside of this particular paradigm. Or you know what I'm saying? So that's what they're doing. They're differentiating based on what they see. But they're saying that we get to a point to where it ain't no race no more.
Mm-hmm. I ain't saying nothing about DNA. I'm gonna keep quiet, let that die right back out. Exactly. Look, all kind of people popping in right now. No, the Helicene and the Helicene. Hold on. Look, let's just keep. I mean, so I'm just on Wiki, right? And so this is funny because this is the Kingdom of Kush, right? And this is funny because when they show you the Kingdom of Kush, they show you all the way up. Oh, they talking about basically the 25th dynasty when they took over everything, right? But they got the Kushite heartland, which we trying to. Then I will leave it alone. Around, as we said, Napata, Moreau, and Kerma, and like we said, below the Second Cataract. So when we go Second Cataract to now let's look at this. We're gonna go right here. We're gonna go to Magi C group, and you can go A group, any group that's a Nubian research, and you're gonna see a map that'll indicate a region, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even let's go to the one that goes the furthest down. Let's go to this. I'm just pulling up maps. Let's go to this. Oriental Institute. So they do got these cultures separated right here. Even though they got a fat Nubia right there, anyway, it don't really matter. They telling you right here, this is like Kush, all right? And they're saying that the Magi or these Nubians lived in a separate area. And so we could think geographically that might make them be kind of like different tribes or whatever. But, that's all we were saying. And so, yeah. And since we ain't had no other topic, it just turned into the topic of the night. It ain't like we beating a dead dog or nothing.
Yeah, but that fluctuates.
About Walter Williams? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but we got to also understand that fluctuates over a 2,000 or 3,000 year period. It's not like this is just going on. And they have a continuation of that map that you're talking about, and it's going to take you through the different time periods to show you how the territory fluctuates based on time. You know what I'm saying? If you click the A group and then go to C group, it's going to change. That map is going to change.
And I'm not, none I've said is authoritative either. And I'm like I said, I'm saying when I get corrected, I just take it quick so nobody can't hinge on it. You know what I'm saying? Look at what?
When you had those Magi.
I didn't even know you was looking at that. I was actually looking for
the actual artifact right there to the left.
This one to the left. Yeah. I just put the website is Amun-Ra Egyptology.
That's the burner boy that keep. Excuse me. Let me.
Right here, nigga, your burner boy. I just do that for fun because if he gonna do it and say it, then I can poke fun back at it. Like, yeah, that's your burner boy right there. Yeah, he just be turning up.
But you just look at how they look. Like, you can see that they know about color. They could put the eye color on them. They put the band that's white over the hair dress.
So we have
type of kilt. Yeah, they got some type of kilt that they're wearing, so you can see that they know about color.
So this is what I be saying. Oh, my bad. I feel you. They did know about all that. What I was saying is this, though. We could really sit and look for a minute and see if they even ever mixed those people up or said that this was that or that was this. In my limited research over when they start referencing, first of all, they reference the people closer to them at an earlier period in time. They reference the Nubians and the Hyksos. They start referencing them from about the 5th dynasty, if I can remember. But the Kushites don't get referenced to the 12th dynasty. And they get referenced by that term. And so it was a whole bunch of families that knew about the Africans to the south, that was to their immediate south, but they did not, I can't say they did not know, but they spoke less of or never called by that name, Kush, into the 12th dynasty. So there could be a lot there could be something to what my eye is saying as well, because that could have just been, a name that came out to represent people south more than the Hesse at about the 12th dynasty. Who knows? But we take them to be different tribes. But I've been speaking a lot, so who is on? Let's see who ain't got a word in. Angjoma, Mental Son, y'all, Sister Jolanda, what say you?
I'm good. I'm listening.
Well, I definitely can say that they those time periods, we just got to put that in the equation as far as what we're talking about. Because if you just said that that the Nubians was mentioned in the fifth dynasty, and then the Kushites get mentioned in the 12th dynasty, that's going to be a long period of time. How many years would you guess?
We can look it right now.
Maybe
we can
about
do this.
800.
We're gonna look all right now. I also see V Bennett in the building, Yami in the building. We got Tech in the building. Whenever y'all Zob, what's up? Whenever y'all ready to get it in, feel free. It's all good. And you know, we try to.
Bennett? Go ahead, brother.
I'm here. I'm enjoying the conversation, and as always, you all make things easy. You know, you do the work, so we can enjoy. We have things to enjoy. We have information to go through, man. So I want to say thank y'all. Pan-African James, I agree with that point you just made. You know, time changes stuff. I don't hear any indifference, any disagreement. It sounds to me like you all are like having a really good build.
Yeah, we were just getting to the bottom of it. Go right ahead.
Yeah, and continue. Please continue. I wanted to ask Shaka though, because he brought up this thing about the Hezekiah, the seal of Hezekiah, right? And he said it has a uncle in it. But I just wanted to hear from him what he believes the significance of it is. I mean, obviously there's some significance, but I just want to hear from him since he brought that up.
Well, the significance could be labeled as my interpretation. What it's for sure is that we actually have two arcs on it. The one on the right is fairly visible. The one on the left is not so visible. But with the line drawing, we see it better. And I think it's the article from Washington Post where they show the line drawing. So we have the CNN article. I think they mentioned it in the CNN article that we have it on the left. But what it shows is that the king of Judea, Hezekiah, was down with the Ankh. Now, some people will argue that's because Kemet had dominion over parts of Palestine, but I'm not sure that's the same time period. So this is really particular, let's say, I'm trying to be diplomatic, for the Hebrew Israelites brothers, because they're disrespecting Kemetic people. They talk smack about Kemet, but here comes their king, 800 BC. And the Hebrew language, I think, is attested in like 1000 BC. So just 200 years after the so-called Hebrew language is attested, it appears that it's more some kind of Canaanite dialect or just Phoenician. Some people might argue Aramaic, but just 200 years after the attestation of what they call Hebrew, here we have one of their king, which is mentioned in the Bible, that has some Kemetic symbols on his royal seal. So it's like food for thoughts for them.
Right. Exactly. Anybody else have a perspective on that? I'm just curious about that. Blessings to all of you.
Peace. Yeah, peace to the panel, to all my fellow blackologists. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up with you?
What's good, Smash? You've been shooting them arrows, man. I've been enjoying it. But I just want to touch. Yeah, I just want to touch on what Shaka was saying. To me, it shows that it could not have been a Torah that prohibit you from showing images of other gods at that time period. It couldn't have been, because if the Torah is telling you not to make graven images of other gods, why would you put it on your seal? So Hezekiah,
there's no God on the seal, though, brother. We'll keep going.
Yeah, the sun disk.
Well, I'm not sure if we can say it's a God, but we can go further into that.
Yeah, you don't think that's. You don't think that was a?
I think the sun disk by itself, we could say Sarah, but here we have the winged sun disk. And actually, we have that symbol or similar symbols throughout Mesopotamia or the Near East, you know. So that's why I wouldn't necessarily say that it is actually a god. So don't give them
my
give them an
brother,
opportunity to clap back.
They're gonna get an opportunity to do what? Oh, okay.
With that.
Yeah, I think you said don't give them opportunity to use that to say something different.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that those people, they love talking points. So if you show them that zeal and then you say something and it happens not to be accurate all the way, then they're gonna say like, oh, you're making that up, and they're gonna focus on what you said instead of focusing on what their king had. I mean, what's for sure is that if they respect their king of Judea at 800 BC, that king obviously respected some Kemetic symbols, so they should respect Kemet. That's my main point. So it's amusing to me.
Well, right. Mine is you're not supposed to make any graven images, no graven image of anything, of birds or anything. And in the Bible it says Hezekiah was a good king and he followed all the ways of the Lord. But I'm just saying it doesn't seem like there was no Torah at that time period. If you have that image from Hezekiah.
Well,
and to me,
we're always trying to find. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, and to me, it was a totally different belief system than the one we know of today. A completely.
Hold on, let me show y'all. Hey, let me show y'all how we got this popping. Y'all see the screen? Y'all can. Oh, I need to invite y'all to this app or something. Oh, y'all don't see that, huh?
No.
That's even better. Y'all gonna have to watch the YouTube to get in. This is a pie graph of how long we've been talking. You see this right side to the right represents everything I've said since the show been started.
Can't see anything.
Oh shit, y'all can't see it because I got.
I can see it on the
YouTube. Huh? So sorry about that. How do I make it so? Do I just click share screen still? Because I don't know how to use YouTube apps all the way. I mean,
Go to the YouTube. No trip.
I mean, hold on. No, I'm about to get it right. Share screen. Yeah. Oh, now here it go. Look. So, and this is I just. Oh, now it's all small. They doing me wrong. Hold on.
I can see it.
You'll see it in a moment. And no, this is just the new way we're gonna keep track. And me and Shaka had a build, and it was me and Shaka for a long time. So me and Shaka make up the majority of the conversation. Now, what I'm saying is I'm using this not also to see who's talking a lot, but more or less to get an opinion from some of us who've joined the panel and have not, got to speak their piece. Obviously, it's my show, so half of it seemed like today has been going out about right. But I think we want to hear, from Jolanda, this mental stamina. Your slice is small. So mental stamina, where you at? You there?
I'm here. I'm just
tell us something. It's cool. Whatever. Tell us what's been happening in crypto real quick. What's been going on?
I'm just deep in the hole. Just been building out game mechanics.
You? Oh, which hole? You talking about a different hole? Yeah, I'm deep in one of the holes too. But keep talking. Tell us more.
Oh, building out we're building out the game mechanics. I'm making it so like the card collectibles in the board game have mechanics that transfer so that you'll be able to play the blockchain game and the board game, and the mechanics will, cross over between both. So I've just been down, those rabbit holes and having these philosophical rabbit holes conversations that align with the mechanics. So I was just on another call talking about energy to vibration to frequency and how those things really connect and connecting to. So I don't know, I'm just been down rabbit holes, and so I'm just been enjoying listening to y'all little rabbit hole, but not little rabbit hole, but been enjoying going down the rabbit hole with y'all. But my brain is in this theoretical but applicable area, which game development has me in.
Like I said, man, that's always my convo. So, with the fear and greed index, we also got the morale and sometimes I get affected by the low morale surrounding the crypto space when everything get down. But I'm still here. I know how to build through the storm. So whatever you need, let me know. And we can keep it going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hoping the market crash even more. So the morale
keep on stocking up, huh? You hoping so the morale level do what?
Oh no, I'm not worried. See, the thing is, I don't look at crypto as the financial, I can look at it as energy, fuel, like participation of things. But when you're looking at it just for the financial equivalent of it, I think that's pretty silly. Because really what it is the blockchain. The blockchain only gets stronger regardless of how the crypto market fluctuates. So if somebody's looking at the weather, to tell you how humanity's doing, it's like, of course, the weather's gonna go from hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold. Like you can't base that on it. So, but the blockchain is improving. You look at what's happened in AI over the last 6 months. That alone should is a reflection of that we're in a healthy area as far as like progress and evolution. But yeah, it'll take a few before people understand how to translate all of this AI stuff into, profitable gain, and then the market will blow up and then it'll die back down. It's really, but
so people could know where you coming from. Tell where do people look up? You want to share? I mean, what's the websites and stuff for the projects?
My project is called Hip Hop Game. So if the website is hiphop.game, and game stands for generative autonomous metaverse experiences. So we're turning rap verses into the hip hop metaverse. So generative is using AI prompts. So we're going to be using the AI to turn rap verses into these different experiences and things. So we're starting off with building out games and having metaverse, concerts and all these different little things like that. But,
Word up. Well, thanks for tapping in. I wanted to get some of that input for the show. It's good to let people, and you still feel free to, whenever you want to come off mute, say your thing. Unc Joan, we ain't heard from you. Unc Coma, where you at? We got to hear more from you on anything you've heard today. What's up? How you feel?
I all right, man. I all right. I was listening to the conversation. It was the part where you and Shaka was going back and had a little interchange about Nubia and Kush was semi-unfruitful, because as I say, this in academia, they use the terms interchangeably, and it really have to do with chronology and at certain time periods, certain groups come in and them is known as the Nubians, and certain nuances to that conversation. As far as the Silas Hezekiah go, it's showing heavily Egyptian religious influence to the theological ideas, if this is authentic archaeological find, because it have the ankh on it, and then it also have the wings on this. What in Egyptian religion is, we know it as our Heru Behudet, you know what I mean? So that is why I'm saying so far.
I agree that they definitely use the term interchangeably in Egyptology. In the field that goes further south, Nubiology, they're starting to point out these nuances and the fact that they need to actually pay more attention to the differences that they find in the areas we call Nubia from the differences they find coming across. Everything you said about the borders moving over 3,000 years, 100% correct. As a matter of fact, and this is the type of stuff I'll be talking about, historically, Taharka the Cushite didn't say he came from Cush. he said he was chilling in Ta Seti, which would be the area of Nubia when he came to the throne. And this is on Kawa Stella 5. And so that's letting you know even Taharka made a difference between where he was from, Kush. We know how to write that. But he didn't write Kush on his Stella. Because why? He explains it. Because at the time when his brother called him up, His Majesty or whatever called him up, he said His Majesty called him to go to Kemet. He was not in Kush. He was in Taseti with his mother, somebody else, and they were chilling amongst the pots or the dignitaries of that time. And so all I'm saying is, man, if Taharka made the distinction between himself being a Kushite, saying I'm chilling with some Nubians, then we should possibly too.
Well, Smash, I think one difficulty is when we use
the pots or the dignitaries of that time. Oh yeah, you might have to mute or start watching on the Zoom and turn off the YouTube, my man, with the nice avatar that be moving. Look like you shook your head when I said something. Oh yeah, see, look. Hey, but Shaka, what were you about to say?
Yeah, my bad. I just came up real quick.
It's all good.
There's people in the chat. I'm trying to show them that Egypt is the same area, it's the same landmass as Arabia. So if you don't mind, can I pull up Google Earth for you?
All right, yeah, definitely. But while you doing that, let's let Shaka get his words in. And I think that statement is going to find a lot of discourse here. So let's let Shaka finish saying what you were saying while you put. But just share your screen and hold your words if you don't mind, because Shaka was saying something, and then we're going to turn over the floor to you. Go ahead, Shaka.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Well, I don't agree that Arabia is the same landmass as Egypt, but we're going to see what the brother is going to present to us. So yes, I think the difficulty is the term Nubia in itself, and even Kushites, because we have Kash, which is what we call Kush today. We have Tanehisi for the place. We have Nehisi for the person. So that's where the difficulty is with all those different terms that we use today that they were not using back then. But as we get ourselves familiar with the Medunetia, we will get some clarity. But difficulty indeed is that when we use terms such as Nubia, or it's just like the term Egypt that they didn't use back then. But I just want to let the brother make his argument about Arabia being the same landmass as Egypt.
Yeah, just for the record, the term, the two terms, and I'll just say the one term that Taharka used on Kawa, Kawa, Stella 5 is Ta Seti. He said he was with his mama in Ta Seti. And so there's no mistake about what he's talking about. And we know they come from Kash. And so I'm not saying that mean they different, but he even was saying that he wasn't saying I was with my mama in Kush because he wasn't that far south at the time. Yeah, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
All right, so I'm going to use...
Zab the Sigma.
Hey, what's going on? So I'm going to...
Listen. Before you do your presentation, you could rotate your screen through 180 degrees.
Yeah, like that?
Rotate the map through 180 degrees.
So that the South Africa faces east in a sense. Is that what you're saying?
No, so South Africa face upward.
Okay, he's saying make South Africa face upward. Yeah, 180.
He wants you to do proper African.
Flip it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Flip the map.
That's proper African orientation.
Rotate the map.
And if the brother doesn't mind telling us if scholars agree.
No, they're not doing it for us. They're not doing it for us.
Listen, you know how to do it. You have to take that red thing and put your thing on it and turn it around.
Oh yeah, the thing to the red thing to the right. Mm-hmm. Okay, I see.
So go back in close to Egypt and Arabia, and just take the red thing and turn it around.
I don't know what red thing you're referring to.
Next to the globe, you see the globe in the bottom right corner, and then
maybe we should leave it as it is because he's going to struggle.
The directional
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh, so you want it more straight? Is that what it is?
He's trying to get you to have an improper like orientation as it would have been.
Yeah, we going
to the
back
African on the continent.
Geographic
he's struggling. He's struggling. We might as well let him
I'm
leave it as it
struggling.
is.
It's just that's just how it is.
No, I mean technically not like that. Not like he's just saying we're holding up your presentation basically.
Yeah, go ahead, and please tell us which scholars state what you're saying, if you don't mind. Go ahead, brother.
I want to, but because I did this already with someone. I want you to tell me where you want to place ancient Egypt on this map, and then I'm gonna zoom in on it.
Huh? Which part? First of all, who do you want to play devil's advocate, or everyone? Anyone?
I'll go with Shaka and Dougal.
Okay.
I'll go with
yeah.
Let me try to find.
Brother, I mean, when you're asking me where do I put
you're the expert, right? So
I'm not the expert. I never claimed to be an expert.
Let's not talk about each other. Stick to your facts.
All right. So where would you like me to put the starting point for the capital of ancient Egypt?
There wasn't one capital. So at one point it was
Right, the main
at
one.
one point it was Yeah, but brother, I mean, we all know where Egypt is. So just go ahead.
All right. So the pyramids is like somewhere over here, right? Boom, right here. Like in this area. We could agree on that, right? I'm just using like a rough idea.
All right, if you want, I'll participate since he probably driving, and if you want a rough can you see it, Shaka?
Put it at T.
I'm looking.
All right, so go right ahead. I was just trying to help you out because I thought you was driving. Go right ahead.
Where you want me to put it?
Put it at T.
I don't want you to put anything anywhere. You said you're gonna show us.
All right, so boom. All right, I'm gonna go like this, right?
So be my guest.
Just show us what you was trying to show us, brother, please.
I don't know where all those other lines came from. All right. Let me try to delete these other lines because it seems to be a leftover from when I was doing this before. Because I was talking to another expert and he wanted me to place Egypt over by South Sudan. So I said, okay, I'll do that. It don't even make a difference, right? So if I go to this triangle right here, and this is where like the pyramids were, right? Over here you have Medina.
Nah, but keep going.
All right, so over here you have Medina. You have the Red Sea right here separating it. Now, to the left of Egypt, you got Libya. Nobody is arguing that the Libyans were like white-looking people, North African Arabs, white-looking, light-skinned, whatever you want to call it. There is no contention there.
They were white-looking people, indeed.
All right, they're white-looking, and over in Medina, y'all say they're also white-looking. So I'm just trying to use logic. Why would Egypt be the one area where they're black? Explain that to me.
All right. It sounds like you're one of the
geography.
It sounds like you're one of the brother who was on the Chief X channel. Are you?
Who?
See, I be wondering what part of the discourse. So what if he was? If that's a question he asked, that's a cool. So this is how I know when we getting off subject.
I can answer the question.
When we say when it start with you, I already know it ain't about the knowledge. I don't want to hear nothing that start with you.
Okay, I get it. It's just that we had a conversation before. Now, I rely on the artifact, on archaeology, and we have paintings of ancient Egyptians. We have statues as well, and we have the same for Libyans. We have several statues / paintings of the Libyans, so we can see that they are white-skinned. Same for the Canaanites, Beni Hassan, we have the painting, and we can see that they are white-skinned. There's several paintings. There's even some ties. There's statues. So I go by the artifacts. I go by what we call science. So if you want to go by your opinion, well, okay, this area, this
I'm
region.
going with they recently did studies on the Egyptians. They tested their DNA,
Yeah,
and
but
it's
no,
the
but
same.
Bam.
Nobody,
told you, Smash.
none of us. Yeah, but that's the trend now. None of us can interpret DNA. If you want to show me some black
So you want to go with
Canaanites,
artifacts? And
yes, I go with artifacts. Indeed.
so let me ask you a
Because
question, right?
feel free, brother.
Even if you go with the artifact argument, we can say that the Egyptians were a mixture. You had whites, you had blacks, so they were a mixed group.
I mean, what do you mean you have whites? Tell me
white
who are the people who define
I don't.
themselves.
I consider the Arabs white.
So here, this is what I want to do. I feel you, but this is what we need to do. We can't do our own interpolation. We need to tell us the people that considered themselves white who ruled in Egypt. Who are they? I can tell you the ones who called themselves black.
The Egyptians consider themselves Egyptian.
No.
These are.
This is what I'm sorry. You must have misunderstood me. The Egyptians had a term for blackness that they also used for their land, and they used it for their name for whatever reasons. We found certain ones who used it for their names and forever reasons. And various different cultures sat on the throne of Egypt. Which one of those cultures defined themselves as white?
None of them. They didn't consider
So
themselves.
why you just said we had white people in Egypt?
I'm saying I considered them white.
So that's what I'm saying. We all consider something different, but you know what I'm saying? We can't just say what we consider.
I'm just going with physical appearance. The Egyptians never called themselves white. They never called themselves black. The term
yes, they did call themselves black. Well, I have documented in cases of individual Egyptians calling themselves Kim. I don't think Wiki or whatever you Googling is going to answer that for you. Oh, I could beat Open Chat AI, bro. You got to stop sharing your screen.
And to add on to what Smash just said, to the good brother on the panel,
I definitely will beat. Go back. I'll definitely beat Open Chat AI at answering these questions. The term they used was Kim. To find sources on it, you'll go to the Rock Tombs of Me Air. You'll go to Pepe Neot Kim. See, I told you I could beat Open Chat AI. You could go to Pepe Neot Kim. You could go to Hinenet the Black. You can go to Sabi the Black. You can go to Nessiant the Black Man. Oh, say I told you so. Talk to your brother. This app is slow.
The app having an error.
I had to close out Google Earth because it's having all these Zoom eats up a lot of bandwidth on my laptop.
So let me tell y'all something. And this is just for my people.
All right,
Today
so
I learned
the
how
Egyptians did not typically describe themselves as black. In fact, the term black has a complex and multifaceted history, and it has been used in different ways at different times.
Keep going. They're going to tell you what I told you. Look.
In Egypt, people may have referred to themselves using terms like Kem, which means black, but this term
stop.
Used,
there you go. That's all you had to do.
But this term
That's all I just said.
Skin color or appearance rather than their ethnicity or race.
Huh? But this term was used to do what? What it say? I told you I could beat Open Chat AI. Then I'm gonna show you something more. How pseudo people is. I'm gonna show you something.
Some scholars believe the ancient Egyptians may have considered themselves to be a distinct
race.
It
already said it.
Which is what I said.
But they just got to say. You said it wasn't no people who called themselves black.
I'm reading. It says in Egypt, people may have referred to themselves using terms.
I told you the people's names, bro. And I told you where to find the sources.
It's saying that they may have.
They didn't may. I just told you they did. Pepe Neon.
Open Chat is saying may have, which is a difference.
I'm telling you they did. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's what you're telling me.
I'm told you the direct sources and the people's name. Pepe Neon Kim.
Okay,
they said they might have used Kim.
But hold on. Just you said about 10 names. You wasn't listening.
Yeah.
So those 10 names spoke for all of Egypt.
No one ever said that. Remember when I first said it, I said I found individuals who called themselves black. But what you said was nobody called themselves black.
You know, Smash is repeating stuff that he heard.
If you want to be technical.
But on top of that, he's using Open Chat AI to debate.
Why not? This is all like information that's out there is no different than Google.
But this is what we call microwaving. It's
information.
microwaving, and you don't have any depth to the conversation. You couldn't say anything beyond past what the screen says.
No, you said something that I never heard before, so I had to fact
Oh,
check.
I feel you. You okay? Yeah, I feel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I take that back. You was already giving something you had well researched, and then we went off on a tangent about. But
So
I hope it's been substantiated.
Check what you said. 'Cause you said
Oh,
something I
and you
ain't
did
never
it,
heard
and I hope it's been substantiated that your source say right on the screen. Ancient Egypt people may have referred to themselves using terms like Kim, which means black, but this term often was used to describe the person's skin color. The same thing we do. You black.
So if the skin color, if they use it to describe skin color, that means that they black. Like, what's the problem?
I don't get it. But let's carry on. This is a tangent. No, the brother was making a good point. You know, you were making another point. This one is dead. Let's go back to your original point.
It's not dead because the problem is they said that they may have. Which means
I just told you that. All right, let me show you where they actually did. Since he think they still may have.
And yes, they did have some black people.
No, I'm about. Why did you say and yes right when I'm about to show you? See, that's how people do. Because your contention was that it was a May, and I told you, look, I said I told you the exact names you could look up, and you still tried to contend that it's a possibility. So now I'm going to pull up the primaries to show you that they did it. And what will happen then? I think it's just wasting our time because we've seen this. Have anybody seen the presentation on Kim?
Smash, you didn't say that you agreed with his source. What you said is that you could beat his source, and that's what you've done. So he needs to go back to school, I guess.
But Smash, you see why I was talking about? You see why I was talking about? You know, we talked about this before.
Went back to school. The general consensus in 99% of all the universities would agree with what I'm saying. You guys are actually the outliers.
No, brother.
No, your source just agreed with us. Read it over again. They say they called them black. You said, I asked you who called them. Just real quick. I asked you who. Yeah, we can hear you. Just real quick, Shaka.
I'm over here where you guys are the outliers.
No, it's your source. No. I could use your source in my work.
The very Egyptians themselves who live over there, who study these things, they are in agreement.
Apep and Shakir don't count.
Well, you was very clear that you said the Egyptians over there who study these things because they pushing a biased view. They're stifling the Nubians, pushing all the black people out, flooding their land, and that's the only school of Egyptology that espouses that view.
All of that is their land, and that's what I'm trying to show you.
Are you going? You just said two things. In the beginning, you said that the Libyans was white and that the Arabs was white, and now you're saying that the Arabs who came over there and took over everything, or the original Egyptians who is telling the stories right now.
This is how we describe it.
But you couldn't find no Egyptians who called themselves white. But you can't. We just showed you some who called themselves black. That's what we did.
That's actually a good question. I'm gonna find out. You
don't have to waste your time, bro. And I'm gonna beat that too. You know, they didn't. The term was hedged. Well, I'm gonna tell you everything is about to say. The term was hedged, and they didn't use it for a personal name.
For shits and giggles, let's see what they say.
I'm telling you what it's gonna say. Your partner can beat these machines, bro.
If you're saying that you need to see what they said, that means you didn't even know what they said in the beginning.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Making the contention of the argument.
Look. They knew they referred to themselves as black, but they're gonna tell you no, that ain't you. They ain't even telling you the word for white.
Yeah,
so what's the word for white?
Smash, can you hear me?
See, they went back to black. Look, instead of identifying themselves by skin color, the ancient Egyptians used terms like Kim, which mean black, to describe their. Man, your source is on my side, bruh. He just tried to Google this. Now do you feel us? Bruh, if you're using this tool to vet our information and it's saying what we saying, will you change your stance? Wow, he's looking for another source now.
He looked for a source the first time, and you named off like 7 to 10 people.
My statement. So let me just go back to Google Earth.
Dang, all right, go back, because that was crazy.
I just got a question, and then we went off on this whole different tantrum.
I tried to get you off the tangent. I tried to help you. Yeah.
It's a tangent. It's not a tantrum.
Right.
The CAC Smash, I told you was gonna get right back.
This is good content. I appreciate the brother for bringing this.
15 minutes ago. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Yeah, we could barely. Shaka, you got lower, so you're harder to hear. My brother, are you? My brother, I'm talking to you who about to make the presentation. You the only one who can't hear when nobody else is talking. It could be a technology thing, but try to keep your ear out. You know, like normal conversations. Yeah.
Yeah, can I say something real quick?
You got the floor.
Yeah. Now, what's the brother's name? What's your name, brother?
Zab.
Zab. Okay, yeah, that's me. We talked about it before. Now, Zab, you heard of James P. Allen, have you?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, well, he's an Egyptologist. He's an American Egyptologist. In his book, Middle Egyptian, I think it's on page 5, he translates Henenit Kem as Henenit the Black. He's an authority. So feel free to continue. But I can tell you, brothers and sisters, is that his argument is how come only in
the
Egypt
problem
black.
with that is this concept of black, we're using American understanding.
No, we're not. They even said that on your source. Hold on.
Language.
In Egypt, back then, they didn't classify race by black.
You're right. Your source even said that. Your source even said that. You made that exact. Your source even said that.
Let's just get back to this, right? So when you look at Saudi Arabia, where a lot of the Arabs, as you call them, came from, and then all you got to do is just stretch the line, right?
Who said Arabs? I don't say that. I haven't heard nobody say that.
Say Arabs.
Right.
Now, do
But you said as you said they came. As you said, and I don't know who said that, so I was wondering.
Well, do you believe in the concept that however far you are from the equator will determine how you are physically?
No.
Like the closer you are to the equator is the darker you're gonna get, because the hotter it gets.
Yeah. In a sense,
right?
but in a sense, yes. But you have to put into the equation genetic admixture from outside of the continent. That's why I was trying to tell you, Smash. You're gonna have
but
to
even with the
admixture
argument.
What you're talking about, because this DNA that you're talking about is not found in the continent of Africa until later on. The admixture starts
not according
outward.
to the mainstream scientists.
The admixture starts outward first, and then they call it a back migration. What the back migration means that DNA comes back in later. You understand?
I mean, even when you go down to Yemen, right? Because I seen somebody in the chat mention something about Yemen. Yemen is on the same longitude line as
and you
Sudan,
have darker people down in that region too, right?
So are you saying that the people in Yemen are also black? Because if you're saying they black, then I could kind of get with your argument.
See, because this what I'm talking about. Listen, Zach.
Hey, nah, you mount your question. This ain't even a good question, really.
You're gonna do it based on the percentage of their African DNA. So if the people down there in Yemen have a 65% African percentage to a 35% Arab, and then you look at them and they're phenotypically darker, you're going to call them Arab on the African side.
Honestly,
because hold on, they're going to be subjugated based on that melanin that they have. This is how it's working. This is what I keep saying within Goldie.
And honestly, and this is just my opinion. I'm doing my opinion in this. I consider all of this area Africa. Somebody came up and arbitrarily drew a border right here up in Cairo and said, all right, Africa is cut off right here. Because if you really look at it, all of this area shares the same geology. It makes more sense to me personally to include all of this area as Africa. All of this.
Well, brothers,
nah,
let me
bro.
say, hold on. Zab, when he came on, he said he will show that Arabia is in the same landmass as Egypt. And
I'm showing it right now.
You said what you think. You didn't name any scholar
I'm showing
that says that no PhD
right
says
now.
that.
Okay, can I show you?
Hold on. You're coming with a pseudo claim. Now these guys with cheap facts calling us pseudo all day, every day, and now he's trying to act like he wants to talk about the landmass.
Well, if you let
but
me
in
talk, then I'll be
reality,
able to explain it. You just
But you're
going
not
off on a
letting them
diatribe
talk
trying to
either.
okay.
prove a
Well,
point that's
I
not
let you
even
be pseudo,
provable.
brother. But my brother Zab, you're pseudo. Remain pseudo if you want. It's all
No,
good.
I'm
It's all
actually in
love.
the mainstream,
Yeah.
which
Okay.
makes you the
I'm going to
pseudo
work,
one.
brothers. Thank you very much for hearing me. Peace,
So
Zab.
Peace.
this border right here is the only thing separating what
It's
you
not
guys
true,
consider
bro.
Arab lands from African lands.
All right, let me show you
Tiny little
something.
border right here.
You can hear me, right? Right? Let's have a conversation. So you see that white line that separates Israel from the Sinai? Not to the right, over by Israel. And it's a white line. I guarantee you, you see that white line? And I'm just doing this because I know this from a long time ago. I'm talking about the white line that separates the Sinai from Israel. So right by the eye, see the eye on Israel? Zoom in on that eye on Israel. You'll be able to see it better. The eye of Israel. You see that line that makes that border?
Keep going. Okay, bam. Yeah, we can
Now,
see
if you pull up a map of the tectonic plates, that is actually a divide right there. That ain't arbitrary. It's really a real divide in the tectonic plates. What I'm saying is, again, you saying that this is the same continent, that ain't no arbitrary border. It somehow lines up, and I thought it was crazy.
Well, are you saying that this line is significant enough to halt movement from these two areas?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
So
it
why would
refutes
somebody
what
that
you
lives
were
on this
saying.
side of the line be different from somebody that lives
But
on
first,
this
let's
side of
just
the line?
deal with what you were saying, and then let's move to the next. See, I'm only refuting what you was just saying, and I'm showing you where they actually do separate.
The same landmass. It's
No,
the
you
only
saying it's the
thing.
same landmass, and I'm telling. Oh, okay. So keep going.
If
Go
they
ahead.
never went in and if the Europeans never went in and carved it up and said, over here is Africa and over
That's the
here
Suez Canal.
is Arabia, there would be no concept of a different landmass.
All right. Well,
It's a
I
border.
hear where you're
It's like
going.
I
And
live in New York and the other person live in Massachusetts. It's
let me
still
just
the same
explain while
people.
I'm getting confused, though. It's because when you scroll down on the map a little bit, and I'm only assuming because you're not preferencing this with any time periods or nothing, right? And so when you started the discussion that was talking about basically,
I'm saying the time period is pre-European carvation. This is 2,000 years ago, like
okay, but still,
the height
even
of Egypt.
but that's not long ago enough to what you first was
We can
talking
go to
about.
4,000.
But this, let me just make my point real quick so you see what I'm saying. When you drew that line across from showing something on the Tropic of Cancer, you was making the point that these people would be dark too. Then you would be going back to time periods when that would be the case, when people was first getting their melanin because we was first starting around the Tropic of Cancer. As James pointed out, or in between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. You see what I'm saying? Or whatever. And what James pointed out is that at later time periods, these people lightened up because of what they call back migrations. But then when you scroll up and the map and we started talking about the tectonic plates or something, I was addressing the land in the time periods that you were talking about initially. And so that's why I said, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it is a landmass there. But if you're trying to make any analogy about the hue of the people being consistent along the line you got right on the screen, that would be taking place in stuff we don't even call ancient times, like Paleocene and stuff like that. I don't even know those terms. You see what I'm saying?
So
that ain't like 2000 BC.
So are you saying that in ancient Egypt, they weren't jumping on boats and sailing from over here to over here?
I'm definitely not saying that. I hope I tried to be as clear as I can say what I'm saying. By the time they was jumping on boats, all them back migrations already happened.
For a second, can we just forget about?
Do you hear that part, though? I hope you heard that because you moved on rather quickly.
I did hear that. I did hear that. Yeah. But my question to you is, just forget about everything that we were taught for a second. Let's just use basic logic and answer me this question. Why would somebody that lives over here towards the Egypt side be physically different from somebody that lives over here if they were intermingling at the time? Like
Well,
they were doing trade.
because you got to understand
for a lot of
that
other reasons. But go
this is
ahead.
what I was trying to say. Hold up, you asked
Biologically,
him a
why would they
question,
be
so let me try to answer
Okay, go ahead.
before you move forward. Now, kind of make yours back up off the map. It's kind of too close. No, make it a little to where we can see the area better. Okay, now go back up to the top where the Mediterranean part is.
You gotta speak a little louder.
Go back to the top where the Mediterranean is. Leave it right there. You can zoom in a little bit. But check it out. What you have to understand in the time period that you're talking about, this boat activity that you're talking about, it's not prevalent. Everybody's not riding in boats. Most of the mode of transportation in this time period is walking. And if you look, this is a sea right here. You can't walk across that. The only entry point is right there in the Levant, right there where you say in Israel. You can only walk into Egypt at this time.
Or sail on a boat.
Well, we don't know.
But listen to
that's
what
not
I'm saying.
really.
The majority of the people are walking. They're not sailing on boats. You can't get that.
But that ain't true either, though. That's not true either.
I'm not saying that they're not sailing.
They're sailing too. We're not gonna go with the isolation that the only way they could get over there was by walking.
You're not listening.
It was also
time period.
Bruh,
you're not listening about time period.
The Nubian complex, we was just talking about that.
Boating.
Look, the Nubian complex, we don't have to worry about boats or nothing. Let's just feel me for a minute.
At least admit that they were.
Bruh, you talk too much. Why don't you listen as much as you talk?
Hey,
I'll be listening. I'll be quiet. Every time I get to say something, you got to say something else. Chill for a minute. All I was just trying to give us is that, and I hope that didn't come off pretentious or disrespectful. It's all love. So what I'm saying, yeah. So what I was saying is, we just was talking about the Nubian complex yesterday. The Nubian complex go back to 150,000 BC. All the way up to the end of the the Paleocene. I don't know how to say it right. Pleistocene, right? And so listen, do you see where that don't say Dubai, but it say something close to it. What does that say?
Juba?
Yeah. From Juba or whatever. No, not Juba. To the right, over to the right of Ethiopia, up there. All right. From Djibouti to Yemen, from 150,000 BC, we got archaeological remains that they call the Nubian complex. And so if I pull up a map of the Nubian complex, we're going to clearly see whether we talking about boats or not, they did something to spread the type of tools that they've started up north more. It didn't spread through the Sinai Peninsula. It spread over right here. So go. I surrender the floor. Anybody got the floor? Go ahead.
Are you logically saying that the people that live over here and over here is different?
Give me a second, there, brother. Give me a second.
No, I wasn't even saying that was different. I was giving you evidence of some similarities. You just got to hear what I'm saying. Okay, thank you, bro.
Only hear me? Only hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. I see in this piece of land here, this where Yemen come very close to the eastern coast of Africa. They call it the Bab el Mandeb, right? And through the Bab el Mandeb, it been having human migrations and cultural interfacing going on over thousands of years, right? Because the same script where it have in Ethiopia, known as Ethiopic, it really is that it derived from the Sabian script, which on the other side of the Red Sea, which on the eastern coast of the Red Sea. You understand? So it come like it's a long time these people interacting, because Geese is the only other script what indigenous to Africa other than the Medu-Neter and possibly the Meroitic script. You understand? So it come like what the man saying there does make sense. The people, it had what we would consider black people in the Arabian Peninsula in ancient times then. You know what I mean? And true.
Yeah, I'm not But
through
that
the
we
expansion of different kingdoms. That's why you'll find the lighter skinned people, the Saudi type people from Iran and Persia and thing. Them is the people that kind of overwhelm that peninsula and that geography now. But in ancient times, it had black populations in them places there. I think that's what the man was trying to allude to in the first place. You know?
But in the first place, that's not a bad point. But we gotta, again, if we keep, he was just jumping around time periods to make a point that was anachronistic, and so that's why it seems like sometimes I might be supplying information that contradicts your argument, and sometimes I'm supplying information that helps it, like right now. But you just got to stay in the right time periods. If we're going back to 100,
I'm only talking about the time period of ancient Egypt. So I said like between 5,000 to 2,000.
yeah, you messing all up. That's why I'm saying your argument do not stand on no sound ground at 2000 BC. It was people migrating and had the whole Saudi Arabia was things that had been going back to 8500 BC. They had cultures, civilizations, practices, laws, and people that came from the East that was occupying it, that mixed in with the older, darker culture that made some newer people in the area on that peninsula. Now, we don't all have to agree, but what I'm showing you here first to substantiate what I was saying is first y'all can see the source is the Journal of this is in the Journal of Medicine, but this is the same article, actually the Nubian complex. At a different source for journalists.
Hold on, now I got another argument that I want to get.
I'm about to show you real quick before we move along too quick. Just let me, because y'all know that was just not really the part to take over. We just be doing that. So let me finish real quick. All I want to show y'all is the red dots they showing, and we go back far, like I said, to 150,000 BC, represent particular extractions of certain type of tools that help them say, hey man, this was all one thing. But look, like I said, they found them they found them down here in an archaeological excavation, and then a big group of them, and even they find lesser ones, the orange ones, over here, and then red over here. So let's just think about it real quick before I turn over the floor. They don't find none of them on the way down here. If I could show more majority of the map, that it's safe to say that somehow, and we can even see that they might have figured out a way to get in the as far as 150,000 years ago from over this area to this area. Some of these is, and that's all I got to say on that.
All right, the other point I want to get at. So when you go all the way over here, this is over 4,000 miles. I don't know what y'all believe. I'll go with the general consensus that our ancestors came from this area right here: Ghana, Togo, Lagos, Nigeria. Now, as you can plainly see, this area is landlocked because of the Sahara Desert, which made it isolated.
No, let's stop. Okay, are you still talking about the time period that you preferenced?
No, I'm fast forwarding now to our ancestors, the people who became slaves here in America.
So what time period you speaking about? So, and you can continue. You got the floor.
About 1600 AD.
Okay, keep going.
400 to 500 years ago, when we started coming over to America, via the slave trade, right? So they placed the slave coast around here in Accra, and I believe this was the Mali Empire. I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of different tribal groups over in this area when the Portuguese and the Europeans landed and they started the slavery. Now, these people right here, they have a lineage going back 10,000 to 15,000 years. They've never been 4,000 miles over here in Egypt.
Man.
Who said they never been?
But before, anyone want to ask one question and let him continue? Go right ahead. I heard a question.
Ask me the question.
I heard somebody say, who said something? If y'all don't want to repeat it, I'll ask a question.
I said, yeah. Who said they never been? Who said they never been?
Yeah.
They said it because they have a strong history where they have their own. Come on, man. We not gonna
Nah,
act
you
like.
messed it up.
Okay, let me
Man,
just
but we know,
question.
no, it's still his turn,
Let me ask you a
James.
quick
You gonna go
question,
next.
man.
I accidentally cut him off. You gonna go next. I accidentally cut him off to let bro get the question in. Finish saying what you're saying, and we gonna respond to this promptly. Go ahead.
So this area right here is landlocked. They're not Egyptian. They're authentically black people. They niggas, they Negroes, they're us, they black. They don't got no Arab blood running through them. There's no white folks coming through, mixing up. They a bunch of niggas like us, black folk. These our people right here. It's us. Right? Now, unfortunately, the slave trade happened, and then they brought the black folks over in America over here, and then we mixed up with the Native Americans. We mixed up with a couple white folks that was doing a whole bunch of R-wording. It's a mess, and here we are today. A lot of us, we don't know our history. We don't understand that we come from this area. Some of us even come from down here. Like if you do your DNA test, like I have, it says that I'm Ghana, Benin, Central Africa, like this area right here.
What percentage are you African?
Real quick, because we're going to go off on another tangent. We don't really need to know what percentage he is African. State of the point real quick. What are you talking about, bro?
Right. I'm saying
like
that
just we gave you the floor. What is your point?
My point is these Egyptians all the way over here have nothing to do with us. Zero.
You said landlocked. Where's the landlocked?
Because of the Sahara Desert.
Where's the landlocked? That's not a landlocked.
The landlocked is the Sahara Desert.
At the time period that you're talking about, it's not. It's not.
Over to West Africa.
At the time period you're talking about, it ain't, bro. They traveled all through that thing. How you think?
Logically, why these imaginary black
where's the landlocked?
You're wrong, bro.
You suggest
Let's let him finish. Let's let him finish so we can say that our piece. I thought you was finished. Go ahead.
It can make sense why these people up here, I guess you're saying the Arabs came in and chased them out, so they traveled 4,000 miles. That's the difference from like New York to California and then some.
Now let me respond first.
Through this desert,
which is not that far.
All right, just all I'm saying is who, first of all, has that claim? You saying that claim was made tonight?
Yeah, a bunch of people in the chat who believe that our ancestors are Egyptian.
Oh, so you arguing against different people other than us?
Heroes.
Like, if ain't nobody said that on the show, we all taking off guard. Like, that's all. Like, what you talking about?
Oh no, yeah. I mean, the only reason I wasn't gonna come up here because I was gonna let y'all have y'all fun with this Egypt stuff. But they
no, you doing good. This is a very good dialogue, and I'm glad you came on, and you welcome to stay and keep building, but keep going. All I'm saying is, if you arguing with something, well, I hadn't heard nobody on the show say nothing about a connection between West Africa and the Sudan, not at least on this show. And so I was trying to follow you, and then I see you arguing against some people that was typing in the chat and not necessarily us. I'm still willing for you to finish the build. Go ahead, finish the build on it. Go ahead.
If you guys are admitting that there's no connection, then what's the fascination with studying these Egyptians over here? I mean,
hold on, I had a question. Hold on, I got a question.
Yeah, let's let James ask this question, and I'll answer that about the fascination.
You're saying that
focus
the people, hold up, Zab.
Now, see, there you go, Zab. Let him get his. We let you speak. Let him say.
Check it out. You saying that the people in the West Africa are not connected to the people in East Africa, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, bam. And answer the question. How are all of the people in Africa on the planet Homo sapiens sapien?
About 200,000 years ago, our ancestors migrated.
So is the people in West Africa not Homo sapiens sapien?
Yeah, of course.
So that means that everybody mixed. Hold on.
I mean, we all
hold on. So that means that everybody on the continent of Africa mixed up no. Yeah, because somebody would not be Homo sapiens sapien if somebody's isolated.
We all
That's what you're saying.
share a common ancestry. All of us.
No, everybody
he broke
is
you
Homo
down,
sapiens sapien on
Indian
this planet.
people over there in India.
So primitive Homo sapien could walk all over the world, but can't nobody after that go from west to east, huh?
They
Or
migrated
across the
out of the
sand.
world. Yes, it was an expansion. We started somewhere around here, the
But did they
location was
walk
very,
across the
and
sand?
then we
Did they
we
walk
spread
across the
out.
sand? Did they walk across the sand?
What you're,
Did they
what,
go
hold
across
up,
the
let's
desert?
just be clear. What he's saying is that the people in West Africa should be still archaic humans, and then
It
the
make
people
no
in East
sense,
Africa should be Homo sapiens sapiens because they wasn't mixed.
I never said nothing about archaic humans.
That's basically what you're saying.
I'm not.
I
No, don't
mean,
I'm trying to
basically
get you
nothing. I'm not saying
listen
that.
to
I'm
see. I
saying
done went
that.
so far
I'm
past
saying
what
that
you
our
talking.
I've seen
empires
your
It's
point,
were
no
James.
over here.
way. It's no
He just
way.
ain't getting your point. That's a good point, James. The way you made it, he broke you down. Like, I mean, basically, bro. If man walked all over the world in the form of Homo sapien sapien, why you leaving West Africa out first? And then second, how they could do it. I'm adding, how could primitive just start standing up, man, walk all over the place, but then later nobody can't do it no more? Like, what logic is that?
And that strip of green is going straight across. It's nothing to stop them from being in this green area. This green area means it's habitable for humans and animal life. That's where that's where the animals went when it
But the
dried up in
problem
the
with your
north.
argument is they were
And also,
existing.
This is crazy.
May I say
look,
something?
can I make a
Y'all,
point?
Problem with your
I thought we
argument
was
is
talking about 1600. See how that happened?
Hey, listen. Hey, listen.
the problem with
1600,
your
they had the
argument is people
transatlantic
over here
slave.
in
I mean, the
Ghana were over there
trans-Saharan
like
slave
10,000
trade,
years
bro.
ago.
Hold
No,
on.
the trans-Saharan. What does trans-Saharan mean, bro?
Pass the mic.
Transporting over the Sahara. But the
So
problem with your argument is the people over here in this Ghana region were there for over 10,000 years.
no, you made that up. I didn't mean to address that. You said some pseudo
not true.
stuff about a 15,000 year history. They wasn't writing, bro. You ain't got no writing from Ghana's going back to no prehistoric times. Like history start with the writing in Kemet, so you can't go past 3100 BC to say anything that happened in Ghana from a credible source. So you saying that the Babalau or something, I don't know, but told you that or something?
By looking at fossils and DNA. Because you're right, they didn't write anything down.
Can I say something?
No, that's not cool. Wait, hold on, let's stop. He said they had a 15,000 year history that said they didn't go to Kemet. You asked him how he know, and he said because their history said it.
It's not true.
The man come and say a lot of things what kind of problematic today, you know what I mean? The whole purpose of studying Egypt and whatever not, as a member of the human race is a matter of human achievement, you know, as a civilization, as a culture. And it's more relevant to us as African people with any Pan-African Renaissance to study our classic civilizations, to get back into we own paradigms and certain things like that, you know. So it's not that your ancestors, your genetic ancestors necessarily have to be an Egyptian or have to be from some great civilization, but it's a matter of within your group, your human group, and your achievements, what your group have made, you know, historically.
And this is a real question. I don't really know the answer to this. But how far back do the Yoruba and the Igbo people trace their, I guess you could say, existence? How far back do they go?
It go into mythology though, because it ain't no writing. So they're gonna go back to the beginning of creation.
Yeah, but they'll tell you themselves that they come from the east. If you go to Ghana, like I was in Ghana for a year, they're going and you research the tribes that was over there. You talk to the leaders and you talk to the priests and the tribal men and stuff like that. They're gonna tell you where they're from. They have their books, they got their libraries where you can go in there and read. And all of them tell you that they come from Egypt. Being over in Africa and not
acknowledging Egypt is like being in America and not acknowledging the United States of
So
America.
they will tell you that they
Let me
came.
finish. Let me finish what I need to say. Hold on. You had the floor for a long time. Let me say
Let
something.
me share my screen too.
Hold on. Let me say something. Because I could share my screen and show a few pictures that'll just shut everything down. Your DNA test that you said you got Ghana, you said you have Benin, and then you said you have Central Africa. But do you know that those tribes say that they came from Egypt through that way? Through Benin, through the Congo, through Benin, through Togo, through Ghana. So if you know anything about Ghana and you know about the tribes over there, like the Akupam, the Ewe, the Ga, the Fulani is there, the Hausa is there, the Goba is there. They got so many tribes that's there. You have to be able to name a specific tribe to understand even what you're talking about. So when you start talking about tribes in Ghana and all of the tribes over there in Ghana claim that they came from the East, come from Egypt, I don't even understand what you're talking about. And then the main tribes from there, they all came from the Dahomey tribe. I could show one picture of my king that instilled me to show you on the if I could share my screen after the brother said he want to share his, I'll show you the front of the palace. And they write the king wrote the migration on the palace. On the other side of the palace, there's a picture that's drawn of their migration from there to come to where they came to. So I don't even understand none of these arguments where y'all come over here talking this fallacy where West Africans don't have no dealings with Egypt. This is crazy. When I was over there, my king went to Egypt 3 times because the celebration that we had to do, we had to go from Ghana all the way back to Egypt because they have to trace their migration that they do every year. So hold on. So what? I don't even understand where y'all get this fallacy from.
They don't say that.
It ain't
he
saying
said
that this is what they do.
Are you saying you're giving him a first-hand account? Real quick, my brother, you're going to get the floor to respond. But are you saying, I'm just trying to get what he said before you, hold on real quick. I'm about to let you have the flow real quick. Just hold your horses.
They don't say that though. He's like being emotional and irrational.
But you
I'm
can't
not being
just,
emotional and irrational.
They do not say that.
Cats can't hold themselves for a moment. I was just trying to get to the brunt of what the brother was saying for clarity. And you still talking while I'm talking. I don't get it because people can't hear you while I'm talking. So you just got something going on in your brain where you can't hold it for a moment. Like people can't hear you while I'm talking. And so just hold it on. Just chill. We chilling. We all chilling. All I wanted to ask the brother was he saying that he was getting a first-hand account of these people in Ghana saying they came from Egypt. That's relevant to the conversation. Or are you saying you got that from some second-hand sources?
No, I'm telling you, I got it from being over there, staying over there from
a first-hand account.
First-hand account, going through rituals, etc.
So
and the rituals I was going through were Egyptian rituals being told to me that.
Now he could say, all he could say is you lying, but that takes us into another field. You can't really say if he got a first-hand account that they told him that. How could you refute against that? Now you got the floor. It's your turn. You got it all. I'm turning off my mic. Go ahead.
They don't say that in the museums. None of the archaeologists say that.
You see this picture?
As a matter of fact,
I was sharing my screen real quick. I think my screen.
Oh, I apologize. How do I take this down?
I'm going to share this real quick just to show.
Share it again.
Egyptian, and they don't know why these Americans coming over here saying that we Egyptian. They
don't want to be
Arabian. They want to be black.
There's a whole campaign towards that. Now, I don't know who's doing the white Arabs. I don't do the white Arabs. I think it's a whole bunch of different shots being thrown at people that probably ain't even on the panel. You the one who brought up the word white earlier, and we dispelled that. I asked you which civilization called themselves white or was who. Like, I mean, if somebody want to say that the people who claim Egypt right now is white, then they just wrong. Those people there ain't white people. Now, if you want to go by governmental status, some North Africans in America are considered white. So it depends on what you're going off. But I don't want to filibuster because James got the screen up.
Yeah, well, this is my personal DNA, and this is my maternal line. And as you can see on the screen, it says that it comes from an L line, and then the L2 line ends up in West Africa. So if it derives from East Africa, why are you saying that we have no genetic continuity with each other? Can you see this?
What country is that L would be?
I'm not sure.
In modern times, what country would that be?
Probably the Congo or Uganda off in that region.
So do people in the Congo and Uganda claim Egyptian?
See, that's not the point. I don't know why. Let me just say real quick, James. I don't know why you marking the argument from that stance. Theoretically, in the sense of migrations, you should know that you could take the distance from one circle to another circle and skew this L circle anyway around Africa and know that Africans had the potential to travel that distance.
It's showing it with the arrows. It's showing it coming back. You can see it in the lighter arrows. It's going back and even going further forward. I don't understand why he's arguing. And then if I show the other side,
I'm arguing because that ain't Egypt. Like you
didn't hear nothing I just said, huh?
You're not understanding the trans-Saharan slave trade. How they
I guess I didn't make my point good.
There ain't nothing Egyptian.
But it don't gotta be Egypt. We talking about migrations and the ability to go over 4,000 miles and stuff like you were saying couldn't be done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm saying we all started in that area and spread out.
His argument.
Have you heard of the Bantu expansion? Have you heard of the Bantu expansion? That's not no prehistoric. That's not no Paleocene expansion migration. Have you heard of it? He putting it in. No, you putting it in. No, you just put it in that app, bruh. You just put it in your app. Read what the app says.
I know about South Africa.
Hey, bro, can I interject?
Either way, you're not disproving my point that they were landlocked. They weren't traveling across.
No, they weren't landlocked, bro. Yeah, you definitely could interject. But James, real quick, James made a point that they wasn't landlocked, but I'm just showing you migration. Absolutely. If you want to talk about the landlocked of the Sahara, we could get to that next. Yeah, we get to that next.
Across the Sahara Desert.
Cool. Let's let Ankh Joma get a word in. If that was you, Ankh Koma.
No, it was V Bennett. It was V Bennett.
Oh, my bad.
He's literally just made the argument, or tried to make the argument, that Africans, sub-Saharan, what they people term as that, right, were landlocked because of the desert. Now he's saying that very area that he already said that was their realm, they couldn't even travel in that area.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because the Sahara Desert is the landlocking from North Africa, Western and Southern Africa.
But you just said Ghanaians couldn't come from Egypt. You said they didn't have no connection.
They didn't because they didn't come from Egypt because they were landlocked.
But look at his map. Go back to his map. He showed you a map. He was going somewhere with that map.
I'm gonna show you what I mean by that. But go back.
Where was that map located? Where were the places that he identified in the map?
He said that his ancestry is Congo and Uganda, which is in the same area within the landlock of West Africa and South Africa. They weren't traveling across the Sahara Desert to get to Egypt.
So the Egyptians,
first of all, man, you don't even know how bruh.
According to his ancestry, they started.
But you ain't making no sense to
West Africa.
You're not making no
Egyptians say they come from.
And you're not making geographical sense. Let's just real quick. Where do they? Hold on, James. We putting too much on the plate at once. First, where do the Egyptians say they come from? Second, why are you not making no sense with the history of migrations after they travel, even from Nab to Playa, eastward? You follow the river north. That's what takes you to Egypt. You don't just wander through hella desert and finally find yourself there. You be going east and then you hit a river and you start following the river and you wind up in Egypt. Why are you ignoring this? This is in all of the documentation about this.
Look on this map. You can see it. When they leave up out of Egypt, they leave up out of Africa. You can see
let me ask a logical question, right?
It's going out. This is the male line.
If you have the belief that the Egyptians ended up in Southern Africa and Western Africa, why didn't they bring any of their advanced?
All right, hold on. Just let me answer these loaded ass questions. You're superimposing. You asked the question.
Why didn't they bring their method of advanced civilization?
So you loaded up the question before you even answered it, because ain't nobody even coming from the standpoint that you taking. You see what I'm saying? You loaded it up with a belief that somebody even believed the first question you asked was about all these migrations. We wasn't even on that subject. You came in, threw it in to make us stand up and defend against it, when we just showing you evidence that you ultimately gonna be wrong anyway, but you loading up all your questions and then you expecting us to answer them. Like, who says that South Africans or whatever you just said was Egyptians? Who says any of the stuff you saying?
The guy that came up showing his DNA.
Right, can you
No, he was refuting you.
Hold up, Smash. Just
Go
let him
ahead.
read this for
Go
us.
ahed.
Can you read this
No,
for us?
see, we don't see your screen. We see, we seeing a different screen, James.
Y'all can't see this?
Tack in, if you don't mind, let him show his screen. Hold on, let me, if I think I could. Now share your screen, James. Now we see it.
Can y'all see that? Read this for us, brother. What is this? This is my paternal DNA right here. What does this say? Can you read that?
Yeah, I see what it says. You share an ancient paternal lineage with Pharaoh Ramses III.
So what does that mean?
It means that you share a paternal lineage with him.
I mean that we wasting our time. He ain't got no good info.
I'm out of here. So see, this is what I'm talking about, man. This is just crazy. What y'all do. So now what do you have to say after you just read that?
Let me read it.
Zaba.
And to the people in the chat also.
Man, this is a beautiful show, Smash. I gotta tell you. See what I'm saying? Now hold up. See, this
Did
is
he
what
leave?
I'm
Where you go,
about
bro? Where you go? Where you go? I know he didn't cut.
Nah, he right there. He just
okay.
he's in silence right now.
Okay.
That's beautiful. But see, this is what I'm saying, man. We have to understand the percentage of admixing. Now, y'all can see my picture. I'm 92% sub-Saharan African, but I have 5% European in me. Based on how I've been treated in this country, you think that 5% matter?
So you have 5% European in you, right?
Correct.
So can you logically say that 5% European isn't where you're getting that Egyptian ancestry from?
No, because it comes from E marker. That's
man, you so real. Your line of questioning is you get more minuscule with it. Because I mean, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Zob. You going down a line of reasoning that's making you. Because look what you just did. You would want to entertain that. The Egyptian ancestry he got probably came from the 5%, and not the 95%. What's more likely?
Because Egypt is closer to Europe than it is to West Africa or Southern Africa.
And it's on the continent.
What are these crazy things you're saying? Because Africa is so long. Look, but just what I'm saying.
What's closer, Europe?
No, stop messing it up. Because Africa is so long, there could be some truth found in your statement. But that's not a true statement. We're talking about the parts of the South that border Egypt, bro. We're not talking about Johannesburg.
What's not a true statement?
Let me ask him this question, man.
Huh?
Hey, what are
Wait a minute, we going too fast. Hold on, we going too fast. I don't think we following sound logic. And if we ain't like, if we just keep on doing new issues one after another one, this fool just was trying to say.
Like I'm the one.
He just said that Europe. No, see, you don't like your comments being addressed, huh? Because you try to overtalk me every time I address one of your previous comments. You notice that? Because I have a good way of showing people what this fool just said. Not you. That's just slang. So look, you said you said Europe was closer than Egypt, and then you knew you was gonna get in trouble, so you went to West Africa. Then you said then South Africa, but no one's talking about South Africa. When we reference the South, we're talking about the Nubians and the quote unquote Nilotic Negroes who started the civilization, who was bordering Egypt right there. They wasn't that far away. So why would you say that Europe is
I'm saying
closer.
that because like he had me for a second, and then he said I got 5% European, which would explain why you got some Egyptian in you. Like you literally
Nah,
checked
you
yourself
just
in the
like I
foot.
said, that line of logic just show
Man, this
how
guy
you
is
get down. It
crazy.
show how
That
you get
Egyptian
down, bro.
DNA that you got
Terrible.
isn't black, brother.
Terrible.
It's
So let me
showing
just
you that
ask
you
you a
got some
question.
European white blood in you.
Oh,
Like,
So
so
if
so
I
that 5% came from the Europeans, what you say?
yeah, and so it's the same stuff with the Egyptian.
You wouldn't follow that logic for nothing in your life. You wouldn't follow that logic for prosperity. Hold
It
on,
makes
real quick.
perfect
I'm
logical
talking while
sense. It's
people
just
be
that it's going
starting
over
while they
your
hear
head.
voices. Why do we start talking while we know we hearing a voice? Like that's just a flaw. And it only happens in our discourse. I be watching all kind of other YouTubes. It's just us who be like so in our own head that we ignore the voice we hear talking and we start talking.
Anyways,
Y'all
it's
can
getting
go
late.
ahead.
Thanks for having me on the panel, though. I gotta go get some sleep, man. I've been on here
Peace,
longer.
peace, peace, family. Peace, peace, peace. What was you about to say, James?
Nah, I was gonna ask him a question, but he cut out. Man, this is
Well, you can put the question out for the panel. Put it out for the panel.
Thank
I
Rock.
was just trying to figure out, like, because it's fascinating with, when you just come across people that make up every excuse in the world to deny the truth. So I just find it funny to me, to just see how he was, because he was saying that my 5%, even though I told him it comes from an E marker, he didn't even understand that. But then, no, what I was going to ask him is what percentage, he said he took a DNA test. I was going to ask him what percentage did he have? What, as far as like his genetic breakdown, since he said my 5% was making me Egyptian. I want to know.
James, I know y'all wasn't watching the chat, but he's been in the chat trolling for a minute. Like, we're a cult. We all want to be Egyptian. That's what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
So he's
I
just
didn't see none of
parakeeting off
that.
of some other stuff he's heard. We don't have no connection with that. Another comment he made is like, he was like, look at the Arabs in Dubai. They building skyscrapers. Is same people who built the pyramids. Those were the comments he was making in the chat. Okay, and you know where and who he's parakeeting from. So then I was like, you need to hop on the panel, show and prove, since you got so much to say. Saying that why we're so focused on Egypt, we need to be focused on West Africa. I'm like, nobody here is saying they're Egyptian or think they're Egyptian. I'm Gili Gulagichi. I know that I'm West African. Like, we proud of that. Like, how can you take people who are just studying history and culture then just want to define them as being one sort of way? Like, that's just ignorant and stupid. But, I guess I don't know what's going on here, but that's how it started off. And then he joined the panel so he can get that work.
And ain't a person been cut off since.
He
Go ahead, James.
He even went to defy the Egyptians' own claims of themselves and their origins. So, while doing the landlocked thing.
Y'all remember when he tried to use the super Google? So let me show y'all something. This is how my life worked, dude. I don't know if somebody got to be. I think that let me be pseudo for 5 minutes. The computers got to have a consciousness, bruh. Because they be preparing me all the time for this pseudoness. Now, let me show you how this happened to me today. Somehow, Google Analytics took me into an app, and this is crazy. Google Analytics took me into a part of the app, if y'all see my screen, where I could see...
Can't see it, Smash.
Hold on, I'm about to see if I can pull it back up. I'm about to share my screen. They took me in the side of my analytics where I could see... what the other, and anybody could do it, but they just took me there where I could see what the other words, the most common words, people who follow my channel, what the other word they Google is, and guess what it was? He was using it. That app he was using, that's how I knew about it. I swear to God. I got introduced to the app.
Hold on. You said you just found
Chat.
out about
It showed me this morning.
You found out about that app today?
This morning, bro. And I'm about to go try to
I didn't even never know about it.
Yeah, and so when I was like, I had to see what this other thing was that everybody say if they Google Smash Rockwell, they're using this thing called chat whatever he was using. It was something. It's like it's better than Google. So you could act like you a debater because they gonna give you back an answer that's just a way to say it to somebody, like he was trying to do. You see what I'm saying?
He busted himself and didn't even know.
But I'm gonna try to show how to use how I got there and how you could do this for yourself, because they just put it on my Google this morning.
That's good technology, but man, you know, you handicap yourself that way too.
You sure can. It'll write a book for you and everything. If you start, if you talk in it, it'll put everything for you for your book and everything. So
tell me what it's called. What is it called? I'm about to pull it up right here. What is that called?
It was called. My little brother just told me about it 2 days ago.
I'm about to find it again. Yeah.
He told me about it 2 days
the
ago.
The chat is saying it's called Chat GPT.
Okay, Chat GPT. Thank you. Now, if I put that in my thing, since I was looking at Chat GPT when they showed me earlier, it possibly would bring it back to the app that was showing me. If they type Smashrock, well, the other thing they type most often is Chat GPT. So that's what made me go look at it. And then
that's a damn shame. You done busted them the back way. So you saying if you type in your name, other thing comes up.
Oh, what's it called? Search frequency. All right, cool. Right. We about to do it. You can do it live. Google search frequency.
Basically, people are on here front acting like they really.
They be trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Wait,
and just like the sister said when she busted them out, when she was saying, you know, you need more teaching, because it's disrespect when you say something and then you pull up something and then the brother told you what you just pulled up, and then he says, look, I'm just going to tell you. Instead of him saying, hold on, what did you just say? Let me just write them names down right fast. And then just let them tell you the names. And then push mute. Then go study what you need to study and come back. But at least let him give you the names first, because he defended himself. He didn't even care that you defended yourself. He just ran over that. And so that's when everything from the jump start is going to go south. And I was talking about in the beginning.
All right, y'all see the screen?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, my gosh. Yes. Hold on.
Oh, it's all empty.
Search term. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's showing all empty. So I need y'all to see what it. I don't know how I need to make it see what I learned this morning.
They heard.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
You feel me?
Before it got we finna wipe.
I know. Sometimes I move too fast. So. Nah, it's cool.
Yeah, you gonna see.
Because after I seen they show me my name, I start putting everybody. I said, this hella hard. Let me put it in. But
what did y'all think about this landlocked theory he brought up? That's, to me, I don't understand that. That is like, what does that mean? If you traveled, if prehistoric man traveled everywhere, right, through all types of weather, all types of terrain, and now he's going to suggest that you couldn't travel across the desert. Well, who comes with that? Where does that come from?
It was nuts. He asked him, he said, what is the sub-Saharan slave trade? And then he explained what it was. It was over right there, because they traveling on camels and got other people walking.
Yeah, so, that was hella crazy. It was called the Trans-Saharan slave trade. I'm about to go to my analytics and see if I can find that stat. But it was called the Trans-Saharan slave trade.
That's 1,000 years. That's from the 600s to 1600s.
Look, if he doesn't know what the if he doesn't know
and beyond.
What you was about to say?
But how do they pick those people out to subjugate them? What do they use?
Religion.
Of course.
It's not color. If they wasn't a Muslim, you could subjugate them.
Mm-hmm.
And so there would be more primitive, quote unquote, I don't want to say primitive, but they would use how would they call them? There would be more pagan tribes in those areas. But they would have to skip.
There's nothing in their text to say that they can subjugate based on any type of a particular race.
Nah, half them Arabs was dark, bro. Half them Arabs was dark.
Yeah, they was
half of them was dark, dude, bro. Let's not mess that all the way up. Like, he wasn't all the way wrong.
About from even the biblical text too, because all of that's married together. So
I mean, skin color, race
type of sentiments coming from the earlier text. They just abandon it, is what you're saying. That's what Islam did.
I'm saying some of the. No, I ain't saying that. I'm just like, we have to keep on addressing the mixing in there. So some of the dudes, like you could go look at some caravans of, you know, it's some ill stuff that you could see on YouTube from modern Arabs doing the same thing, bruh.
Yeah.
It's too bad to see, but somebody captured it on YouTube and they still was dark as us.
Yeah, Zanzibar.
Because now they're called Arabized Negroes. You see what I'm saying?
Know they do that, but what I'm saying, I think that the subjugation is based on a pigmentation.
But it
level.
couldn't be then
because like even in Libya, they're doing it right now, but they pick them out seemingly based.
Oh yeah, they gonna get somebody dark. Of course,
Yeah,
I mean if that's what you're saying.
I don't care if you.
But the person getting them could be dark too.
Right. Oh, of course. Yeah, that could be. You know, it's sad to say, but money and stuff like that is the root of all evil. We see the same evils here in America. What people will do for for finances or currency. So
I mean, well, we categorize that shit heck of ways, but my brain worked too hard, and it might offend a lot of people. But let me ask a question. Since it's late night, that's so egregious, but we know so many brothers look just like us that do the same thing right here in America because they pimps. They pimps.
It's egregious, but for certain.
But what's different now? I'm out of pocket, huh? It ain't the same thing.
It's the same thing.
They might go. They gonna wind up in Vegas, no matter how many states they cross, or Hawaii, or they doing some local street corners, but they using somebody else's body. They kidnap them. Sometimes they gift the gab. But I hate to be so harsh though. How can we be like, oh yeah, they was going in? Now cats will go right to the hood and get some 12-year-old girls and make them sell their body in another state.
Yep.
Sad but true.
It's horrible, horrendous, but true. And I wasn't saying that in juxtaposition to nobody's stance, but I'm like, sometimes I'll be like, man, slavery happening right now, bro.
I'm not saying that the other parts of the world is not, man, this is an evil world. You know what I'm saying? And it's based on certain things that cause people to do what they do. And they don't just stop here in America, it's all over the world. I don't care what culture you're dealing with. This is what's going on.
So the psyche of go ahead.
I apologize. When you start doing genealogy and stuff like that, you start seeing some stuff that'll make your mind trip. And after you get over it and start understanding that your ancestors moved around, they got on boats, they did all type of stuff. They went to different continents. They did a lot. Before it was cars, before it was airplanes and all of that, they got around. And so sometimes I have to explain to somebody when I'm doing their genealogy because they thinking that they come from a certain place, so your family was way over somewhere else. And they like, what? I'm like, yeah, man, your people's is from here, not from over there. And they traveled from even before that. They was from over there. And they was, what? And so it's just like, man, people get around.
First of all, shout out to Chris Harris. I hear you. Y'all see my screen? So they mess with me and Chris for some reason together. Look, I found it. See, I wasn't no pseudo. I be having to just find it.
It's a chat GPT.
That's the first thing that people look. It says explore what viewers are searching for. This is my viewers searching for while I'm tall, whatever. But Chris Harris is up there too. Ain't that strange? And then FBA. I'm just showing y'all the analytics will tell you in the back, on the back end. That cats got to Google when they dealing with they had to whip out the new Google, Chat GPT.
What is artificial intelligence? I wonder what is that?
Probably another one of them things. So, cause see, Chat GPT is an artificial intelligence that'll give you a comment that you could just paste into the chat.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Am I wrong?
Yes, I'm not sure.
I just met it this morning, but as you see, I heard dude was explaining it just a minute ago. And so, again, this is only showing for my page. It says research, explore what viewers are searching on YouTube. My viewers, your viewers search Chat GP. So what dude was doing ain't a bad. I'm not taking away. I Google all the time. He just got a brand new Google. What I don't do is Google to have a debate like some. If I don't know it, I ain't about to try to hurry up and learn it and then recite it in 1 minute.
Yeah, step
and
in the ring.
So I just wanted to show this to clear my word that I said that they sent this to me this morning, and here he come using it. So that's how I knew it was dudes like him. See.
All right. So can you go back to what you was building on earlier? The difference between Egypt, Nubia, Kush, and then is Kush. What do they call Kush? They just call Kush, right?
So Kush was primarily called Kush. Yep.
Right.
And the funniest thing is I couldn't find the term like. And a lot of scholars will tell you this, a lot of our the term for Kushite are from the land of Kush or the tribe of Kush. I can't find that term. They always say that. They always say from Kush. Like they didn't have a way, that like it wasn't close enough for them to have a euphemism, a nickname for it or whatever. You see what I'm saying? They had. I haven't found a Nisbe for Kush. Yeah, they got like a Cushy. Right. Yeah. Well, no, they got the Thai name, meaning the land of Kush, but the name for the people of Kush are always referenced as like people from Kush. You know what I'm saying? They don't ever just be like the Kushite. I haven't found the term for Kushite, basically.
And what's your draw then on Taneter? It would be under Kush.
That's a very good question, and that's a complex question because the search of Taneter throughout. Now, I always try to preamble my answers with time periods. Throughout the period of Egypt, Taneter didn't move, but since a pharaoh, all right, since a dynasty is a different family, it wasn't like you got to turn over your documents. Like now, like we got rules in our governments. Like, oh, remember, even our last president, what was his name? Trump didn't even want to turn over the documents after his presidency. So I'm saying that to say, if we understand that a dynasty is a family of rule, then one dynasty leave, and then maybe they might have knew where Taneter was at. Then the next family coming to rule, they only could ask the priest of the last pharaoh, who possibly all get killed, or sometimes they get sometimes they do it just like a new coach coming into a new team. You get rid of all the assistants and everything. So when we talk about where Taneter was, some of them did try to go further south. And for everybody to understand what we're talking about what some people translate as the land of God.
Gods, right.
Yeah, the land of the gods, you know what I'm saying? It's just to be clear on why this is relevant. And so some went north. I think it was Tutmos them who didn't know how to get there. I don't know, maybe they did, but they went north. Hatshepsut, if I'm correct, sent people south. Yeah, so you feel me? Mm-hmm. Yep. She went south, and so they was going different directions to get to a location we see written the same way, Taneter, you know what I'm saying?
That's interesting. I wonder what was the deal with that.
I think they didn't know.
Pretty much basically it was based on families.
Yeah, and then you would probably think about this. You probably would be weak if you couldn't find it in your rule. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about the last family who was ruling was bringing back all these exotic goods from a place called Taneter. Right. And then you get on the throne and your family don't even know where it's at. How would the community look at you? Or are you going to find somebody to send them through the boonies and say, you better find Taneter?
Okay, that stop right there, man. So bam. When you just said that lets me know the Taneter is south. Because it has to be in the Green Sahara because you saying bringing back exotic goods.
Nah, but I'm telling you, I think somebody went north. Somebody did go north, bro.
Exotic goods in the desert.
So this is the thing. Now I always try to personalize history, but I don't be personalizing other stuff. But this is what I mean. You got to put yourself in that situation. First of all, we really don't. They ain't gonna give you no map when they say go to Tanetta. We know that much, right? And so you gonna either be appearing weak. If they came to bestow that upon you, they think that you probably at least got the prowess to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like if the Pharaoh was like, I'm gonna pick Pan-African James to go to Tanetta. So now you got a conflict. You definitely got to be gone for a long ass amount of time. Like, fulfill me. I'm realizing the situation. But what if you didn't even find Tanetta? Do you have the option of coming back empty-handed? Or is you gonna start? Exactly. So even some of these people who went in different directions came back with goods. Because of that's
kind of weird right there.
That's the way I thought that through, though. You see what I'm saying? Because who could come back and be like, I ain't find it. So one time period they go south, one time period they go north.
You looking like what's in the north, and it's only the Delta in the north. There's no exotic goods that I could think of.
But it's certain
maybe
things
they could get some purple or some. They went to go get that turquoise. Maybe that's what they went and got. But
they got cedar, they got certain trees, they got certain myrrh, they have certain monkeys, they got certain things that they were getting from there specifically. Then they have a shipwreck that they have found over there not too long ago. They carried all of the stuff that was written already. So,
I'm gonna tell you. Oh, keep going. I thought you was
that's it. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna switch the subject, so I'm gonna let maybe if you want to respond, James, before I change the subject.
No, we're good.
Well, it was because it's going on in the chat, and it's kind of relevant to technology and everything we talk about. And somebody said something. They're having a discussion on whether someone thinks a library is better than Google. So before I put any of my taint on the conversation, what do anybody on the panel think about the statement made that a library is better than Google?
Well, I would just say that a library it's the predecessor to Google. All of the information that they got, they took that off of the books and put it on the internet.
Smash. I wouldn't say he was saying that. What Darius was trying to imply is that instead of just Googling, get a book and read and get the full context of information. That's what was trying to be conveyed. You get what I'm saying? Instead of getting this microwave information off of Google. Google is an excellent tool. We've already agreed to that. Wikipedia is an excellent tool. We've agreed to that, but that should not be where you stop as far as getting the breadth of information or having solid understanding on any said subject matter.
Oh, no, you definitely cannot think. Don't even make the error of thinking the power of Google. And I'm agreeing with you, sister. I'm telling them, we can't make the mistake of think that the power of Google will match the in-depth things. Like I could say stuff, I've obtained knowledge that you can't find in Google. It's hard to do for the average person, but if you go really, really deep, you're gonna be there too. And so this is what I want to point out. When we go far on these studies, we get to a point to where you can't find that information in Google because they did not scan some of this arcane or maybe hard to find material into Google yet. And so in my own personal experience, I had to, when I couldn't find it no more and I used all the power of the computer, guess what I had to do? Get up and go to the library. I had to get up and go to the Oakland main library and to the basement. And I had to go to the basement of what I think is called the Gardner Library at UC Berkeley. And so, yeah, Google's wonderful as technology. And then to speak to what Brother James saying, Google is more like the Dewey Decimal System. Because the information in there grows and grows and grows. Those are the books in your library. But Google is to me more like the updated search engine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like them both. I'm a book guy. I love to have a bunch of books, but I appreciate Google. I had to learn to appreciate Google because certain stuff I can just go right to the college or go right there and just download the book that I want and just read it. And when I start seeing it, I can download the same book that I had with me, and then I start easing up a little bit. But I would rather have the actual copy in my possession too.
Well, it became a nerd game to me. Sometimes I would play it to see if there's any information in my mind that is not in Google. Can anybody think of one, I mean, that's not personal to you, one piece of knowledge that ain't in Google? And I'll see if I can think of one. Anybody in the chat could too. You can't think of nothing that ain't in Google? See, I know stuff that ain't in Google.
Yeah,
I forgot what it was. Well, first you're going to have to start going into different languages, right? And if you're going into the MetaNetter, this is a fact that some of these things exist in the world, but all of them ain't in Google. And so again, even that, this is just a little whack arbitrary. It ain't even a game. It's very trivial. But and finding things that make Google be like no sources at all, zero, you got to be putting like some MetaNetter transliteration or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was looking for the definition of Ka, not Ka as in the Egyptian term, but the Ka, because I was looking to try to see what does that abbreviation mean. It means kilometers or something like that, which means 1,000 years or something, right? When you're looking, you know what I mean?
No, you talk about the measurement. That's just like when you're driving in Canada or something, kilometers or something. Not 1,000 years. Wait, what did you just say?
No. In the reference of years, it's a Ka too.
Oh, okay. Ka. I thought you said Km. My bad. You said kilometers
it's
though.
A Ka too.
It can't be kilometers though.
I was using the Google search and I was saying Ka, and it kept giving me the Egyptian. And I was like, what the hell?
Oh, exactly.
I'm trying to find out what the Ka mean for these years. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me give y'all a good one. This is the type of stuff I mean. Even though this is in Google, but this is the navigation of it in order to show you that it works different for how much you know too. Google will never show you this no matter how much you try if you don't know how to reference it in this way. And it's relevant to what we've been talking about. So let me share my screen. Because we've been talking about Black Egypt and everything. And again, what I'm going to say is like if you speak a different language than me, then you possibly will be led along these lines. But watch what I type here to show something. Oh, I'm still on this? I ain't trying to still be on this. So look, I'm going to go to Google, right? Now, this isn't a claim that I'm typing something in Google that ain't in Google. This is a claim that sometimes you can know some stuff that's hidden in Google. Y'all see where I'm leading at right there?
Yeah, I see it.
What's that? No one will ever going to put that in there. Because why would they ever put that in there? Because first you got to be translating the ancient Egyptian, huh?
What is that word? Camor?
Camor.
Okay.
Then I get took to like a French Ricky that take us right back to what? The Great Black. I'm just saying. I mean, if I researched Kim for now. This ain't no phenomenon. I told you it don't equate to what I was saying about some knowledge that ain't in Google. But I've researched Kemet for a very long time. And these terms have been putting it in search engines in all type of different ways. But the language barrier kept me from this source right here. You see what I'm saying? And so now what I'm trying to illustrate is, well, you do the same thing with some ancient languages in the other regard, and you be in some all crazy ass. Anyway, this tangent is a crazy tangent, but I just wanted to show that they even say Kimor was the Great Black. So this is leading us back to a conversation, to an ancient Egyptian word, Kim for black, and this sparrow bird is Like, see, it's really leading us back to this. But
Kim
apparently... Huh? You see that right there? Yeah, Kim Ware. Exactly. So they're translating Kim Ware to Kimor. So now it make me like the name Kimor. I'm like, that's a clean name for a young man or a young woman. Kimor. Ain't that a clean name? Anyway, I'm on a tangent. Who wants the floor? I'm talking too much.
Look like everybody's muted out.
Everybody sleep?
Just chilling. No,
I'm here.
I'm on the West Coast.
Like, I find it kind of disturbing that some people in the chat are like, no, can't do a library, different things like that. It just shows you kind of the, what's the word I'm looking for?
All right.
The space we're in when it comes to acquiring information, you know,
Now,
and that becomes a problem because then we get a lot of things misconstrued or we miss things or we don't get the full context of what we're trying to understand. So I was, you know, I'm older, so I would say to any of the young people getting into this space, just take your time with it. And don't be so quick to microwave the information because you're going to mess up every time.
So I just want to show y'all something, and I know cats ain't hating on libraries. So this is the Oakland Public Library. First of all, you can do the library from the internet. So don't let cats be like, ooh, I see you in the library. You don't got to go to the library to check out a book nowadays. You can get on this the Oakland Public Library, and then I'm going to go further to length to Google a book that I had to go into the dang cellar of the library to talk. And this was in like 2008. I'll be having crazy stuff that happened to me, bro. Guess what? I went into the basement of Oakland main library to get a Manito book that they actually had. They still got it. ETHO, so I'm about to pull it up, right? Well, let's see, they got one result. Yep, this is gonna still be it. Now, it say buy Manito, but if you look in this book, you're gonna see two crazy things. You're gonna be like, damn, he be telling some crazy stories. First of all, this book had not been checked out since when? Anybody take a guess?
That's a
1919.
All right, next. That's a good one.
Now I'm gonna say
it's a date significant to me. I'm gonna give y'all a hint. It's a date significant to me.
1977.
Close.
47.
Man, this book hadn't been checked out of the Oakland Library since the year I was born. No, 1974. I was born in 74.
Oh, the 77 was close.
So check this out. If you go to the Oakland Main Library and go get the Manito book, you had to write your name on the slip. I'm like right after or whatever. All right. I don't know if they even allowed me to write it in the book, so I have to take that back. But maybe if you look at the series of checkouts on this book, and this is a good book. I'm looking at the Oakland Library right now. I was in there, so the books say 1964, but the last time it was checked out of the library was 1974. I had it for a while and took it back. And there it goes, still there at the main library in Oakland. And so in this book is where y'all hear how often I'll be like, it was Manito who coined the term dynasty. That's because that's the truth. And I brought that to the community a long time ago from
earlier tonight.
Yeah, and it was also, that's how I was like, bruh, like when we really go into, I did mess up and say Josephus.
Right.
But Josephus only gives his accounts of Kemet through the work of Manito. And we don't got Manito work. This ain't, when you read this book, you're going to find other accounts of Manito work besides Josephus. And so this is a really good account, but I just wanted to go in on my people. You can't find this information in this book on the internet. It hasn't been scanned. Man. Go ahead.
This is the type of stuff Dr. Clark was reading. I bet you. That's why I said 77. You see what I'm saying? Because this is right.
Last checked out 74.
It's around the time is when people start looking for information. You see what I'm saying? That's why I put it in that range, because that's about the time when we started getting that renaissance of looking for history.
But
So
guess what else is in this book? In this book, they show you all of the fathers who fought with what Manetho said and how they changed the history of Kemet. They actually show you. They ain't even tripping. They not doing none of that. Like, this was written for something else. This is just crazy. And so I was like, this book is a bomb. And I could tell you, I don't even know math that good. But what they did was they took the 30,000 or the 36,000 year history, right? And they said it was lunar years. And so, if it's lunar years, you got to divide it by 12. Let's pull out a calculator and see when Kemet started. 36,000. Y'all see my screen? Y'all see the calculator?
We can't see the calculator.
Oh, okay. Well, let me do it one time. Stop. I shared the screen the wrong way. So it's 36,000 divided by 12. When did Kemet start, y'all? Wait, I messed that up. Dang. When did Kemet start?
They saying 56, 57, 56.
No. When do scholarships say Kemet start?
Now that's where you got me.
I keep on messing up. I can't even use a calculator. When do Kemet say that history started?
I can't really. They said it was a couple of hundred. No, probably about 30-something thousand years or 12,000 something.
Man, you know they say 3100 BC. Look at what I did. You see the calculator?
Yeah.
Manetho now recount a history of Egypt going back 36,000 years. They list in this book each Christian. See, that's why I'll be like, Casper saying the Christian fathers didn't do what? They list in the book each Christian father that toiled over the antiquity of Egypt, and they came up with this thing. They said they couldn't be that old. They must have been going by lunar years. You see the number on the screen? So it's 12 lunar years in the month. So they said, okay, divide that by 12. And they gave us the history of Egypt starting at 3000 BC.
Right, but the Egyptians themselves didn't say that. They said that it was 36,000 or something.
They said 30. Well, Manetho recounted a history called the Zep-Tepi. Now, if anybody want to see it, Zeptepi. The recount of history, this is how we knew Manetho had to exist, because none of them Greeks could read Medu Neter. And he told them the Zep-Tepi and read it. Now, I don't got to go further, do I? Because I just typed Zep-Tepi right here, and I know this is not a credible source, Ancient Origins, but I showed you the credible source. It was the book Manetho in the basement of. Right. So therefore, that they saying 36,000 BC, we know that number just wasn't pulled out arbitrarily by me. But I can show you. I'll show you the wiki on Zep-Tepi.
So how many times? What is it? 24,000 years that the before you could have a full procession was what, the 21,000 years? What was that?
Something close to that other number. 26,000, yeah.
Okay, so bam. So but what they were saying is if they knew that time was, if they knew about that particular procession, that means that they had to have been counting that long at least, right? How could they have known that if they had not seen it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, no, they didn't say nothing. Now let's slow down, because nobody said nothing about the procession. Remember, they didn't say nothing about the procession. They just recounted a 36,000 year history that had Ra, that had Ptah and the first man. I'm trying to find see this other wiki got it in here. You see that say Zep-Tepi, but they doing them. Oh, this is that wiki I've been looking for. Oh, thank y'all.
You better bookmark.
This is a Medu Neter wiki, y'all, believe it or not.
Yeah, you need to bookmark that.
Yeah, I know. I've been see. So just like I said, if I wouldn't have put a ZP and a TPY in the Google or what have you, I would never been led to this. Yeah, I've been trying to rebookmark this page for hella long. I can show you heck of stuff with this wiki. Done. So Zep-Tepi, you see that? The ZP, TP, that J is just a I in transliteration. So they're showing you here, it literally means the first time. All right, now the Zep Tepi, as we see here, Zep Tepi, is known as they ain't giving us more information. It's an ancient Egyptian creation story, as they tell you here. And they tell you how the first man came into being. And so in the Zep Tepi story, they tell you that Ptah. So I'm gonna have to go to my rap.
How old is the Zep Tepi, and where do they get this from?
That's a very good question. The Zep Tepi time periodization, like when they was rocking that story, we would have to go into a page of all the, because time period, I couldn't tell you, different mythologies was more prevalent at different time periods. And so it would be hard to just be like, oh, that was when at this time period. But we could find that information too. Funny thing is, every website is like above top secret. Some stuff I don't want to. Oh, here go the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian, but they ain't speaking on it. No one credible speaking on it. And so, just like I said, the only credible source you're gonna find speaking on it is buried in the basement of Oakland Library or any because Google got it being discredited. You see what I'm saying? So that's another thing you fall towards. If we surrender to digital dissemination of knowledge, they could do stuff like this. You can't find one credible source on what I'm saying, but since I got it from a credible source, I can point you to that Manito book. They ain't even trying to.
That book cost?
You can't even buy that book. I mean, you could probably buy it. I rented it. I never tried to buy it. I rented it, read it.
What something like that cost?
You could go to Oakland Library online and they'll send it to you. Certain library, I don't think libraries.
They ain't sending that shit.
Oh, you too far away, huh?
I don't believe
you might have to be. I got a library card there. Yeah, you might need a library card there. Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure they got a copy in Texas or somewhere. I'm pretty sure this is.
It would not be going back. Don't send it to me.
It's on Ancient Origins. This is probably pseudo. I don't even want to stop. No, don't even start. I can't find it nowhere that I can read it to y'all to give y'all an account of it. But people know the Zep Tepi story.
So you saying from what you read in Manito's work or whatever that was, you think that gives it credibility of some being valid?
And so I found the book because like 10 years later, I found it online. So, but I'm telling the story in chronology because the internet got better. So, and it keeps getting better and they get more and more time to upload stuff. It got a green cover. So y'all can see it for your own eyes. But you know what? If I go into my old Facebook, and my name's Jonathan Owens on Facebook, y'all go look at my family, have fun, and chill. Like I've been out here, so you could go look. I put it on Facebook back in like 2008 or 2007. The fact that I had this book that was saying this crazy stuff. No, well, 2009 then.
You said 2008.
Whenever Facebook came out, bro.
I know. I'm just saying. We was doing it 2008.
Yeah. Well, no, Facebook came out 2009, right? This the book.
Yeah, technically, yeah. Well, for us it did, but it came out first with the college kids, and then it became a phenomenal, a sensation around 2000. Because that's when, if I went and looked back on mine, I joined around 2008.
Translated by W.G. Waddell. I wish they had because it's only a $29 book. I'll have it by Tuesday, probably copy it.
That's the book?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But my point when we start talking about what's on the internet, on Google, like if you type your hands in Google, and I was just giving an account of information that just couldn't be found nowhere in Google, that I had to go into the basement of a library and get. But now we're 15, like 10 years after that. And so, you can see, you could get you a copy right here. But if anybody, look, they'll tell you, Manito was an Egyptian of the 3rd century BCE, born probably in Sabintius or whatever. Sabinius in the Delta. He became a priest or high priest of Heliopolis. It says apparently he and the Greek Timotheus did. I had a partner named Timot.
They said probably.
Oh yeah, because they say apparently he and the Greek Timotheus did much to establish the cult of Serapis in Egypt. It says 8 works or parts of the works were ascribed to him, all on history and religion, and all apparently in Greek. Now let's stop, because he wrote in Greek stuff from the Medu Neter. So, and then we read it years later, and it was right. So then we had to know what he had to have. Not, he had to kind of be who they say he was, because we got a list that match up with his list perfectly. He gave a king's list, and that was the only list they had over all history till the Medu Neter was translated. Is that crazy?
Mm-hmm. So when he wrote the text, it was off in Greek.
300. But see, he kind of recently, he wrote in Greek, but he was an Egyptian priest, but they had just took over Egypt. So the Ptolemies,
I was trying to make sure that it was it written in what kind of text was it?
It was written in Greek.
Or was it written in 2 scripts, just 1 script?
So we don't have it to witness, but the tales of this is that it was written in Greeks, because a lot of the refutations is in Greek people work. Okay. And we know it wasn't written in Medu Neter because they didn't read that, or no hieratic or nothing else. But now I'm about to pull up some of this stuff just to show it just live, because they got this book. I pulled it up. I just have to get the actual name of it so we could go look at it. It's in the archives. This was back in the day when I had to go to that Oakland library. So we about to see this right for our own eyes. So people could clearly see that. And then, and I would have hated for Jabari to come across this book before that debate, because they got actual Christian fathers in here. Like, oh no, they trying to play it off, but he lists them and he got the exact quotes, huh?
That book you just came across.
It was 2 G's.
It said 2,600.
It must have been an original, because here it go right here.
Right.
Well, this not the same one.
Chapters missing.
Yeah, that might have been the original. You feel me?
What's going on with that book?
Well, he said everything in the original, huh? Let's see if we can read this online or not. Well, anyway, I've been taught. Anybody want to build? I know it's getting late.
Oh yeah, I got a couple things. First, I
What's
want
up,
to say thank you for letting me on. I'm getting ready to go to bed in a second.
Always
I
welcome.
appreciate it. Thank you for the panel. Thank you to everybody in the chat. But I wanted to say about I was researching the kings, the pre-dynastic, and then the first dynasty, second dynasty. I'm there. I'm in the second right now, because it's a whole rabbit hole that you got to keep on going when they start talking about Nakata, the Badiri culture, and so forth and so forth. So I was tripping off all of the information that's just there for 8,000 years, and then all of the libraries and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to say is there's so much out there on Kemet and how much everybody in the world is researching it, but I'm tripping off how much they not showing. If they got all of this stuff that they do show, it must be so much that they not showing, like this 36,000 year thing you talking about, and a whole lot of stuff that they not showing. And then my next thing was because I be doing the Medu Neter and all that. I was tripping off. I was listening to this one scholar, and he was saying Ptolemy. Then I was tripping off when Jabari was saying it's Ptolemy. Then as I'm reading the Medu Neter, it say Ptolemy. So why
that's what I was saying.
Why do people say Ptolemy on the Medu Neter it's written Ptolemy?
Because the Greek don't pronounce the P, and so they're adhering to the Greek. And so I hope they don't do that with Ptah, because they be saying Tar. I'm like, so why is you pronouncing the ancient Egyptian name the Greek way? Tar. I hate when I hear people say, and Tar, and you talking about Ptah, bruh? Come on, man. You doing some Greek mess 'em up shit.
Yeah.
So we got the book open. Right here, that's the power of the internet, and that's the power of Google. So I attest to both sides of what the brothers were saying.
Yeah, you resourceful on finding stuff, I see.
So why this is only going to page? So look,
You got a book site, don't you? Where you found a lot of books. You shared it before. That was a great tool that you shared.
Yeah, some of them old books can be found.
You had a book site that you shared one time. I saved it, but I can't never find
Archive.org, I think, is one of the best ones, and then they got Open Book or some other stuff.
Okay.
We got G. Lacon coming in to school us. Peace and welcome to the panel. Once you in, feel free to just chime right in. So we're going to look over this primary so we can show. First of all, y'all see they showing the Greek. And who is this talking? See, hold on, you got to mute out. Because see, people don't know where they go when they had a fight about Christianity. Hey, you gonna have, my brother who just came in, you gotta mute out your YouTube because you're gonna make me have to come out my Zoom and find a way to do it.
Archive.org, I think, is one of the best ones, and then they got Open Book or some other
You have
stuff.
to mute yourself. All right, where you at? Oh, he finally found that. I just muted you, but you all good. Basically, you have to go look on your phone or whatever you're using and mute the YouTube that you were watching before you clicked on the stream so that you can dialogue without us hearing the feedback. So now we're going to see if I'll be pseudo or not. Y'all see this is Greek? But I want people to read the first name on the screen. Hold on, because I'm adjusting. Y'all see the first name we see. Whose name is that? Y'all see it? Eusebius?
Talking about right after the X?
Eusebius.
Oh, okay.
Right
Eusebius
here.
at the top after the one.
I'm going to take him and pop him in to see who he is and see what he dealing with. All right. Y'all see?
Mm-hmm.
Who is Eusebius? A Greek Christian. Uh-oh, it's going to get deep. See, you wouldn't have wanted to have this debate with me. You would have got, but why would you ever have a debate with me? It'll get crazy ugly. Eusebius of Caesarea is instrumental in doing what? Covering up the antiquity of Egypt. Not said by me, but said by W.G. Waddell in his book where he put forth all the sources. And you can hear Eusebius' own words on the lame reasoning that they gonna give the whole world to switch the history of Egypt from 36,000 to 3,000. But you see right here, I want you to see Greek historian of Christianity.
Hold on, Smash. Got a question.
Yeah, you know I would have made. When it would have been another Kemet on trial, huh?
When this guy's living, when did the Library of Alexandria get burned down? What was going? Is it around his time?
Hold on.
That'd be crazy.
What you say? My bad. What you say?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I was away from. I was talking, but I was opening my window.
What I'm asking is, in this guy's lifetime, when did the Library of Alexandria get burned down? You know, I know it got burned down more than once, but did anything nefarious like that happen when he was around?
That happened right. That should have happened before. If that was a thing, that would have happened before his time.
Oh, so
he in the AD. He into the AD times.
Okay.
You see it say 260 to 265 or whatever, right? To 3. So the numbers is going up. So he in AD time. And so, but let's say right here, but let's keep it clear and go back to the book. Cause we went into Manetho book and we needed to be noted that the first thing that the first attestation that, did I close out the book, man? Oh no, maybe I opened it online. The first attestation that we were about to address, dang, let me unshare the screen, see where that went. It was from Eusebius, a Christian father, as they tell us. They didn't say father, but historian. And he's going to be very instrumental in, somehow I closed out the book, so let me bring it back up. He's going to be very instrumental in leading people along these lines that that history ain't cool. We need to change it. Then they tell you why. They be because they couldn't be older than the Hebrews. So we got it documented. I would have beat the brakes off anybody. I'd be warning cats like, bro, and this ain't even nothing. Well, now we got the book back up in its original form because you gonna see it there again. And so this is like, if you go rent it or get it, it's gonna look like this. You can see what he's talking about: the life of Manetho, traditions and conjectures, Manetho's works, the history of Egypt, and possible sources of other works. And so we're gonna go all in on it real quick. Hermes Trigamesi speaks. Okay, so this is just one of his quotes he put in there. Never had blah blah blah. Let's get into the scholarship. I ain't about to read this whole book. I gotta show y'all what they let's get right to what we looking for. But yeah, there's a lot to learn in the introduction of this book too. He's just telling you who Manethus is, about these other scholars that he wrote with are historians, and you could get one of the best breakdowns just from reading this PDF. But I want to prove this 36,000 years stuff and show the Christian fathers doing it with actual accounts. And so it's not.
Hey, Smash. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah. Question. The Pharaoh, the Manetho, when he was speaking about the pharaohs of Egypt, he did. If I'm just looking at it right now, it says something about Divine Dynasty 1, Divine Dynasty 2. And within those dynasties, they have Ptah ruling. Well, was the first ruler.
1,000 years or something.
9,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had Ra 1,000. Then they had Shu 700, Gab 500, Asar 450, Set 350, Har Har 300.
Then
then you have. And Dynasty 2, Divine Dynasty 2, you have Enher 280, Empu 200, Kansu 180, Apollo 100, Amen 120, Tahuti 100, Shu again 120, Amen Ra 100. I mean, do you understand, or am I a little bit off? Or this is
we hear you. You keep on.
Yeah. Then they have, they have something called Mythical Dynasty 3. They have Demigod. No name is given. 365 years in total.
So let's note that term you said right quick, demigod, and then keep going. That demigod, keep going though.
Well, it said with it was 30 demigod, and it was in the Mythical Dynasty 3. So when it said mythical, it's like was that I'm thinking, fabrication. I don't know. They say it's 30 demigods. No name is given for these 30 demigods, but it was a total of 365,000 years in total. Then they have mythical.
No, 365,000 or 36,000.
No, 3,000. It's 3,650. So 3,650 years in total. But that was the Mythical Dynasty. In the third dynasty, I mean that's third dynasty. It's different than Dynasty 2 and Dynasty. I mean Divine Dynasty 2 and Divine Dynasty 1. So they got after Divine Dynasty 1 and Divine Dynasty 2, then you have this Mythical Dynasty 3 that had in that dynasty it was 365 years, and they had 30 demigods where no name was given.
See, that's all of the material. Yeah, that's all the material we looking over now. And what I'm saying is this book details first how they came up with the demigods theory, how they did all of that to give us the information that we extract now from those texts. So like for instance, we found out that Shemsu Heru, that was mentioned on there too, to be the first. We found out that wasn't an individual; it was a tribe. And so, and so then some of the people who exist on there before the Shemsu Heru, it could be attested as tribes. But as we continue to, as I get through this book to start to get there, see, now we start. Y'all see the screen? And so what this is let's see whose account this is before I go back down. They're giving us a Armenian version of Eusebius, okay? As y'all see here. Now let's scroll down to where they're gonna start getting into these years. And this is the butchering, the documentation of the butchering that they do to come up with the smaller years. So look, from the Egyptian history of Manetho, this is Eusebius. It says, who composed his account of 3 books. These deal with the gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead. But let's stop. Manetho don't have no word for demigods or none of that. We don't even got his original text, but he's super. It's not just me who say the Greeks superimposed this demigod thing, and you'll see them doing it in here. Certain ones, because they couldn't figure out the antiquity of some of them ages that he was saying. So they say right here, this Eusebius trying to break it down for his people. The first man or god in Egypt was Hephaestus, that's Ptah. It says, who is also renowned amongst the Egyptians in discovering fire. His son Helios, Ra, the sun. Now, is that the order that your list is going into? Like, go back to the list you was just reading from, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
and see if once you got access to it. Yeah, once you got access to it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, hold on. It's
it starts with Ptah, it should.
Yeah, the list start with Ptah, say
then,
number of years,
and then Ra.
Then Ra.
See, so we can see, yep. So look, then succeeded by Sosis, so that's Shu. Then they say Cronus. So he's saying the Greek names for that same list. And now we about to see how he give an explanation to the Christians to mix it all up and to do something different with it. But let's note. So we identified that. So let's first read Waddell's footnote on this. The pre-dynastic period begins with a group of gods consisting of the great Ennead of Heliopolis in the form in which it was worshipped at Memphis. All right. It says, after summarizing some lessons from Holt, it says, from the historical point of view, there is little to be made of this. Okay. But it says further, for the Egyptian tradition in the pre-dynastic period, in the Turin papyrus, the gods are given in the same order: Ptah, Ra, Shu, Geb, Seth. So this says something we were speaking towards earlier, that Manetho gave a list, and they are noting that it got this list. This list is the same order on another later papyrus, which lets us know he actually was reading the Medu Neter. But let's keep going and stay on the point. I have to get back down to the English. And so it says Go ahead.
But could those the king list that Manetho give was that the Greeks, right?
Yeah, the Ptolemies.
Now, could they could he, because when he used Ptah, can they just be eponymous ancestors? Like, you know what I'm saying? That he, do you believe? I mean, are you do you believe they were like Ptah was a real person?
No, so to me, I think they looked at he was noting the first tribes before he started saying yeah. So before he was saying the kings, he was saying the tribes, because it starts to get consistent with the first tribes who start Kemet. He said something about the Shemsu Heru, and then he said something about a tribe of Set, and those are the first 2 nomes of Egypt. So let's read what Eusebius says right here. Osiris, Typhoon, the brother of Osiris, and lastly Uranus, and then the son of Osiris and Isis. These were the first to hold sway in Egypt. So he even saying it. But watch what he say, y'all. Thereafter, the kingship passed from one to another. This is Eusebius, the Christian. One to another in unbroken succession down to bites through how many years? He's saying 13,000, but he's saying 13,000 years after Osiris. Now watch him do what I said we could witness done in this book. Look, the year I take, he takes, however, to be a lunar one, consisting that is of 30 days. Which we now call a month, the Egyptian used formerly to style a year. See, they did that shit. And if you take so it's more accounts of this in this book. It was because the Hebrew antiquity was not older than the ancient Egyptian antiquity, so the stories wasn't lining up. But anybody see right here, after we talked all about what the bombs that was in this book, that's a lug, because we got a firsthand account of a Christian father meddling with the history of Egypt as he gives his account. He telling people to switch the 13,000 years to lunar years that mean divided by 12 or whatever. 12, what you seen was a year, or the other way around. You see what I'm saying? What you seen as what we thought was, I'm trying to explain that, but everybody get how that happens. And I did it on the calculator just a little bit earlier. You know what I'm saying? But 13,000.
Hold on. With this is the new calculations of what they said?
No, this is everything. This is the source. I was just providing the source on everything I did in the calculator. The fact that he started.
We had said 36,000.
Yeah, I know, but he had recounted all of the people before that. We could keep going in the book. It's gonna get there. But what he just at the point Eusebius is at, we read all the people who made up the time before that. Remember, he said from Egyptian history, he started. The first man was Hyksos. And if you go over how long they say he lived, that's Ptah. He was supposed to be there for 9,000 or 10,000 years. However,
okay, got it.
So yeah, and so then when he get down to Osiris, he says, or when he gets down to Osiris, he says, these are the first ones that had ruled or that held Egypt not like gods, like they was basically the first real ones. But we'll see it say right here. These were the first to hold sway in Egypt. Thereafter, the kingship passed from one to another in unbroken succession. But let's just deal with the 13,000 years. How about that? You feel me? We gonna pull up the other numbers, but you could clearly see him telling his people how to deal with that, how to reckon it. Take it.
And you say who was that? Who was saying that?
This is the words of Eusebius, but this book got all of them in it. That's why this is such a bomb. You feel me? After this, we're going to go to the next one and he's going to do the same thing. So, and he's continuing. After the gods, now, that's why I said mark this word demigods. Because this is answering some of your questions, James. He says, after the gods, which were Hephaestus and Ptah at first, he said was the demigods, half God, half man, reigned for 1,255 years. And again, another line of kings held sway for 1,800 years. Then came 30 more kings of Memphis reigning for 1,790 years. And then came 10 kings of this reigning for 350 years. It says, there followed the rule of spirits of the dead and the demigods for 5,813 years. So the total of the last 5 groups amounting to 11,000 years. These, however, being lunar periods. See how they keep doing that? That's them saying that is lunar periods. And let's skip down because they show the Greek or Latin first, and we got to get back to the English. It said months, but in truth, the whole, so he gonna get back to 24,000, but we can keep going because it's different accounts in this book. But in truth, the whole rule of which the Egyptians tell, the rule of the gods, demigods, and the spirit of the dead is reckoned to have comprised in all 24,000. Now, he the one said switch it to lunar years, remember?
Mm-hmm.
But he said 24,900 lunar years, which makes 2,206 solar years. But now the scholarship gonna keep going, and they're gonna keep meddling and meddling and meddling, and they're gonna get to the 36,000 years and the 3,000 BC that we go off today. It's crazy. So, I mean, you can see them. But since the Egyptians claim by sort prerogative of antiquity, this is what I told you. This is them reckoning it with the Hebrew right here. Look, now, if you care to compare these figures with Hebrew chronology, so this started a long, this is still his words.
Well, this is a cold get down right here.
I tried to tell you, bro, we could box
this league. I need this league immediately.
We could box them up in so many ways that they would not even knew they was getting boxed up. We got the sources. This is Eusebius sitting here meddling with world history, changing it for the Christian people, and telling you to reckon Egyptian antiquity by lunar years. So you trying to say we didn't know nothing about? So that would throw off what we call the season of harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would have to take place in a month or two. You know what I'm saying? This don't make no sense. And so it won't stand up to no type of scrutiny. And so that's why it's been in books that you find in the bottom of Oakland Library and ain't checked out since 1974, the year I was born. But let's look at his meddling. Now, if you care to compare these figures with the Hebrew chronology, you will find that they are in perfect harmony. See, that's after he just changed the numbers. Do y'all see this? Or am I just going too far? This is indirect.
And the Hebrew right now, it's about 5,000 BC. 5,000 AD. That's what they doing. When they the Hebrew calendar, they said 5,000 or something. That's why I said that Egypt is around 5,000 or something, or maybe even 6, because they're close to what the Egyptians' timekeeping was before this.
Well,
whatever they attributed to them.
When you go into archaeology and DNA, people tell you it was small cultures there for a long time, but they say civilization hadn't erupted yet. You feel me? To where all those cultures come together as one and start pushing humanity forward. You know what I'm saying? And so this ain't, even as goes, they'll tell you, yeah, it was people right there at that time, but this is Eusebius telling us, look, man, don't take their clocks as real clocks. Let's just say they was on lunar years. But let's read in his own words. Now, if you care to compare these figures with the Hebrew chronology, you will find that they're in perfect harmony. So stop. I'm sorry, but that was a thing that it had to be. History couldn't be out of harmony with Hebrew chronology. So Egypt is called Mizraim by the Hebrews, and Mizraim lived not long after the flood. For after the flood, Ham, so this is why he did all the bull. Ham and the son of Noah begot Egypt, or Egyptus, or Mizraim, who was the first to set out to establish for himself Egypt. It says at the time when the tribes began to disperse this way and that. Now, the whole time from Adam to the flood was, according to the Hebrews, 2,242 years. So that's why they did this stuff. And then on line 6, he's going to vilify himself more, because he's going to charge the Egyptians with being, like snotty because they saying they so old. Let's read it. He says, but since the Egyptians claim by sort of prerogative of antiquity. So, prerogative is the choice of the ancient times. We got the prerogative of antiquity. They chose us That's what we be saying. We the original man is what he's saying. That they have before the flood a line of gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead who reigned for more than 20,000 years before the flood. So there go your 36,000 years.
Hold up.
There go your 36,000 years. Go ahead.
Hold up. Who do the spirits represent? What are the? Okay, I know the gods is like Ptah, and so forth. The demigods, you said they represented who, like half man, half god. But who are the spirits? I wanted to know who they were.
They could go into. I can't
making that shit up.
My man got the list. Yeah, they are making it up, and they taking some ancient Egyptian things where they was talking about tribes and stuff, and they might have been talking about deities at certain in the early beginning, but I only could trace it back
like the humans. It said the spirit of the dead, so they're saying their ancestors lived.
But your man got the list in his hand, and so we would have to pinpoint at what point after demigods. This is when they talking about Osiris and stuff, basically, because Osiris and I would presume, but still the number work is what we here to do. Let's keep it clear. He butchered up about 11,000 years from Osiris. Remember, I'll scroll back. Because he had did the first part and broke down all the early gods, and then he started from the first man, Hyksos now. Then he got to Osiris and threw out that 11,000 years number. But this is not pre-flood to him. You feel me? And so this is 13,000 years that he recount from Osiris. Then he start giving you these other thousand, blah, blah, blah. You're going to add it all up. You're going to wind up about 36,000. Because when we come down here, he tells you, but since the Egyptians claim by sort of prerogative of antiquity that they have before the flood, a line of gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead who reigned for more than 20,000 years before Noah's flood. It says it clearly follows that these years should be reckoned, and he reinforcing his meddling that they reckon the years in what? Lunar years. Watch it say, lunar years. As the same number of months as the years recorded by the Hebrews. You see what they did? They took our years and said it equaled them to their months. They did that. So then in their book, real quick, I'm gonna end it with a little funny parable. When they say that a year could be 1,000, I mean, whatever they say about a day being 1,000 years or whatever, one of God days being 1,000 years, they probably was coming back to sneaking talking about this. But keep it going.
It's just on the cool that really could be there.
What was my man about to say?
Yeah, my pseudo antenna going up. Now, the first archaeologists and Egyptologists weren't they Christians and stuff like that?
Definitely, and they all well. Let's talk about them if you want to go there.
The only reason I'm going there, I'm saying, what if they came? What if they went there and see Ptah and all those? Seeing something of ancient, and they probably destroy that shit. You never know. I'm just saying.
They flooded all of the black area with a dam called the Aswan Dam. And a lot of people say it was for that reason, so you can't find certain stuff. And some people say that's conspiracy theory, that ancient Egyptians was even trying to build that dam. But nevertheless, I think they did it to flood it, because I could show you right here if you watched my video where I was looking over tax lien property last night, we found an area in California that was for sale, and it was the same thing. It's called El Dorado, California, and if you want to research it, research Negro Hill. And then what they flooded was Negro Bar, and they flooded it and they made a California state park called Folsom Lake. And so this is something we need to learn as a people. That's what they do that's a practice. It's a European practice or whatever type of practice to flood out black areas that'll tell some tales or something.
Correct.
Man, that's wickedness.
But check this out, Smash. I was looking over something last week. It's something called Wadi Haifa or something like that. It's up in it's right.
It's a trail to the Red Sea, right, or something like that. What is it?
I'm thinking
Wadi Hamat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's Wadi something. You know, it's a bunch of those wadis. But
no, you was good with the Wadi Haifa. You was good with Wadi Haifa. Wadi Hamat is a different one.
That area is where they found the oldest remnants that they could find of the whole civilization of Egypt, right? But guess where it's at? It's located right up under where the Aswan Dam stops the flooding. And you know that flooding is about 300 miles of flooding that they did to cover up that whole area. That's a 300-mile lake. But Wadi Haifa is the oldest, antiquity that they could find, and it's right in Nubian territory. Let me just pull that up on the map so you can see. And so just imagine what did they flood out? Going north. Let me find it so I can show it. Go ahead, somebody.
Hey, what's up, Asar? I see you in the building.
Peace. I was gonna clarify real quick because we over here trying to get the baby sleep.
Oh yeah.
The young brother don't comprehend. Room for debate in the chat. There are civilizations that went under the titles of Heru, and their kings were the Heru kings. Their kings were the Jehuti kings. Their kings were the Asar kings. Their kings were the Ptah kings. So they're saying the culture spread way back there. And in fact, there's a Journal of Egyptian Archaeology. I don't know where the heck I got them all. I got to just read through them. It tells you specifically it's that, and it's like one of the old Reader's Digest where they tell you where they used to tell the truth. They tell you that this was a civilization that lived here. The excavations show the bodies here. So this character thinks that the gods lived that long and that they really existed, and he's kind of lost. So I just wanted.
Hold on, who you talking to? You talking about me?
Debate. Are you willing for debate?
First of all, I'm here to learn. I was trying to get clarification from my master teacher Smash. I wasn't denying. He corrected me. He say, "Nah, exactly what you said." I wasn't debating him. I was not debating the issue about it.
I told you that, so I'm assuming you didn't read what I had originally posted to you when you asked me. Because you just was in there saying, "Oh, Asar, you really believe the gods existed?" And I just told you no, but you kept going with that narrative.
No, I did not. You
right there doing it. You want me to read it for you?
Go ahead, read it, nigga.
Are y'all sure y'all talking to the right people?
No, I don't think. You probably think. You probably
it might be. It might be. It could be a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I think y'all did it.
Me and you never had a conversation. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So why would you say me? I'm talking about the guy in the chat room for debate.
Okay. I apologize then.
Yeah. You stood up when he wasn't even. You raised your hand at the wrong time.
You want to smoke anyway.
I'm sorry. No, I don't want no smoke.
I knew it was a misunderstanding. But look at what we got on the screen.
I spoke out of term. I apologize.
You good, my brother.
So just for Garfield watching from the bedroom bushes right now. Look, because I know it's like 5 a.m. This is one of them daggers that would have knocked you all the way down. We on to the second person in the book. And what is he? He dealing with Constantinople, but he's a saint. Well, he's an ecclesiastic, so you know what that is, right? Because people want to start talking about church fathers and all of this stuff. Y'all know what Ecclesiastes is, right? A dignitary of the church. And so if someone want to deny it, let's look at what an Ecclesiastes is. Right? And that's not like you can't be from Kemet and be an ecclesiastic. So look, A priest or a member of the clergy, okay? So what's the clergy? The whole we don't gotta clicking the words. Everybody gonna know is leading us back to one particular style of worship. You know what I'm saying? And so when we go back to the Manetho book, watch him do all this reckoning with Egyptian history to change it and to hide the antiquity and to match up the Hebrew stuff with it. He doing it. He gonna say, this is him right here on the Antiquity of Egypt. Manetho of Sabinius. How you say that? Sabintius? Sabinitus, thank you. Manetho of Sabinitus, chief priest of the cursed temple of Egypt, who lived later than Berosus, right? In the time of Ptolemy and Philadelphus, writes to this Ptolemy with the same utterance of lies as Berosus. So he's saying he's lying about the history. But y'all feel me? There's another Christian coming in, and I don't want to say Christian, but you know, again, he was from the church, from the clergy, coming in trying to mess with the history of Manetho, and he dealing with the same numbers, but we never talk about these numbers. Cats wouldn't even take us real for dealing with antiquity in this age because of what these people did. And all of their numbers go.
She say that these numbers, that the numbers that they gave us are screwed. So
exactly. So look at him, man. I'm just not going to even read his stuff. Let's just look at the numbers he reckoning with. It says the dynasties of 6 dogs existed. These say reckon 11,905. First of them, the god Hyksos, 9,000 years. So he doing the same stuff we was talking about. Now, some of our historians reckon that these 9,000 years are also lunar months. Who reckons that? Now, some of our historians. Change the whole history and go on and get in right there.
Let me throw this in real quick, and then because I gotta go to bed. Not only did they continue to do that, you also see the reductionist effort from that Duke, because he tried to say that the earth was only 4,000 years old. And so the Egyptologists who go over there try to stay consistent with that, and they tell you this civilization happened at 3000 BC. Then they tried to make the Hebrew a little longer. Oh, they found this at 4000 BC. And so they keep trying to do this reductionist thing over time, forgetting that the Greeks left a full record of who did what first. And we get the 36,400 number from a particular Greek. I had used him in a debate on Solar Vision concerning this same topic. And with that, I'm out. I gotta go. I'll let y'all tomorrow.
Peace and thanks for joining in. Now, I just noticed something while my brother was breaking that down. Now, remember, we started on this quest of all this knowledge that's so hard to find, quote unquote, on Google, because you didn't want to go into the book because they're not gonna take this out and transcribe it. I mean, I'm reading it from a PDF that's online, so but this text they won't extract it. So that if you put the words in Google like 36,000 years, and you know, you won't be able to find a credible source. And I'm not saying it's done on purpose. I'm saying they got limited bandwidth, and I think they prioritize the information they put in there as well. But we just went over 2 sources of the meddling from 2 Christian fathers. And you want to call them fathers? Ecclesiastes, clergymen, meddling with Kemet, and he's going to continue, but I don't think I need to continue. We almost at we just passed the 5-hour mark. And I only watch the clock for the length of my videos on YouTube. I stream for 24 hours, but I'm not about to. But I'm saying I don't want nobody to feel like when I mention that the clock is up that I'm being pressured.
Hey,
just,
go back to what you just went over. It says something about Jewish something. You just went right by it.
Who, me?
On this book, on this, is it? What screen do you see right now?
I'm seeing your web.
You were seeing that book that I had up, or was you seeing the Wadi Hoffa? Okay,
no,
let me go back.
Seeing the book.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. So the thing is, if you were seeing the book, you probably were seeing it, or you watching the YouTube then instead of the Zoom.
Yeah,
huh? So that means that it's a delay, and so what you seen was a few seconds. I mean, you know, I did that a few. So if you watch it in the Zoom, we could sync up, and then you can show me what you want me to. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I got watch it in the Zoom. So show me what part in the Zoom, and then I'll be able to see. It says something about Judaism.
Yeah, it did.
I must have been a while back. And it goes from English to the Greek. Yeah, definitely do. I probably could search the word. Which word did you think you remember seeing? Because I could search it.
Jewish. It said Jewish. It said Jewish. And
Jewish.
It wasn't too far
There
back.
you go. So here go one. Now he talking about. So he was. I know what they talking about here. They basically saying what it says. As a leader of the anti-Jewish movement, let's stop. Because they even was. No, this is a footnote. So I thought this was original writings. This is the book author talking. Yeah, but it's in here 5 times. We'll read all of them. As a leader of the anti-Jewish movement, Apion was later attacked by Josephus in his Contra Apion. So I know we familiar with that, right? Apion was getting at the Jews, and he was using Josephus to do so. And wait. Apion was getting at the Jews literarily, writing, and he was using Manetho to do so, which caused Josephus to write a book contra Apion, or whatever. How you say this name? Apion. You feel me? Contra Apion, or whatever, where he was refuting Manetho. So we don't got Manetho's work, but we got the two people who was fighting over it. You see what I'm saying? Right. Exactly. Like, hold up. And so, and they be putting quotes like when he said this, and then we read like, oh, it was a book where somebody said this about y'all. And that's how Manetho work survives. So when they say it only survives in the opponents of his view, that lets you know it existed. It really lived more. Because you ain't gonna write a refutation of something that don't exist in your lifetime. You know?
Yeah, that don't make sense. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, but that's what I shared was that the oldest site, but I wanted to have some text to go with it. So I was looking for that. So I could put some context to that location.
So let's ask ourselves this. Besides this number that hits very close to what so-called the European whatever, besides what they tell us about 3100 that Egypt started right there, do y'all think that's a coincidence that Eusebius and them did all of this fake pseudo meddling to come up with a date of 3000 BC, and then scholars do something else and come up with a date of 3100? Dude, that's the same thing. They just trying to corroborate that to keep it all in the Hebrew context.
What's the date on this book? What date was this book written?
So again, this book says 1964 by Waddell, but this is the reason why this book is good. If you notice, none of it is his writing. He just went through the painstaking task of documenting these claims and putting them all in one book. You know, so everybody who tried to refute Manetho is going to be talking about the antiquity of Kemet. So then that makes this useful for us. You know what I'm saying? And so he even put the Greek, so y'all can see we got the Greek. And if somebody want to see what the original words was or whatever, but we'll get off of this, King. I'll go right ahead.
No, I was saying that was awesome.
Yeah, because a lot of things happen. But I just want to say, I know people have heard that there was tales of ancient Egyptian history going longer than we've heard, but we didn't know or have any direct evidence of how they came to the number 3000 BC or 3100 BC. And I'm saying that's as clear as we see the evidence in front of our face, that it was done in a context of keeping things within the realm of Hebrew tradition, because Moses wouldn't be able to have existed to them. It would have debunked all their stuff in one reading. You know what I'm saying? Somebody would say, how could Moses have did this if this happened 20,000 years ago? You know what I mean?
If they had a 20,000 year history, And Moses talking about he lived in 4,000 years. That wouldn't have,
Yeah.
they needed the chronology to match up. And that's why I say I'm a chronologist. I deal with just the chronology of history. That is the purest way that you can get down to the bottom of any of this. You can't be talking about Hebrew history unless you're doing it in all of history.
So who is Africanus?
With Scipio Africanus, is that who you talking
I don't
about?
know. That's that, but we got his account too. We got all these fools' account. But this is his account from Cincilius. It is according to Africanus. He's going to give one of them same histories of Kemet. And so it's really, this stuff is not, I don't want to say it's been hidden, but it hasn't been made readily available for us to even go back earlier into the argument and be like, hold up, y'all is carried away because we need to go deal with some of this earlier stuff. Where in scholarship did they give this peer review, this lunar, let's switch it to lunar dates? You feel me? They didn't peer review none of that. The Greeks just rolled with what they wanted to do.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's just math. That was just pretty. It was a hell of a mathematical way that they did that. They just cut it. You know, I wonder would they cut it by a third or something?
No, so you take, if they say their years are lunar years, you divide they maximum number by 12 to see how many years because it's 12 months. A lunar, they basically said their years was 30 days, but let's all think about that. Let's just all really trip off that real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
Hold on. Say that again.
They really trying to convince us that the ancient Egyptian year was 30 days.
Wow.
You said their year is 30 days?
That's what they forced us to believe.
That's what they saying. I never. Yeah, I'm trying to do the math. I'm like,
let me break it down. Let me break it down for you. How long? You know how long it take the moon to come back? That's a lunar cycle.
The moon cycle is 30 days.
That's a lunar cycle.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. And then earlier he said we should reckon their years like our months. You don't remember?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they trying to say a year was 30 days. They trying to say if you take. You divide the number by 12 basically because it's to see how many years you gonna get out of 36,000. You see what I mean?
Smash. I thought lunar was
the moon.
I don't know. I thought
solar is the sun.
Was kind of. I thought lunar and solar wasn't that much.
Nah, don't mess that up. Think about it. You say it all the time. A woman get her period on the lunar cycle. It come back every month. The solar cycle come back every year. 365 days. The month back. The moon come back. You get a new moon once a month. You know what I'm saying? And so they were saying that, every time the moon came back, it was a new year to them.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And they saying it right with these words. We could keep reading every time they're going to say it over and over again.
With no hesitation.
And we accepted that date, or we just added 100 more years onto it.
No, hold on. You just informed us that we didn't even know that that's how they did it. I just know that when they say it's 2022, as far as my calculation, I'm going back to what the date that they gave us, which is maybe the 6,500. Because if we looked up what the Egyptian New Year is, they're going to say it's 6,554 or something, right? That you're saying that's the date that the Greeks or whatever gave us. Whoever you says you're talking about, Josephus or Manetho.
Or whoever we went over.
But we need a date going back further.
No, let's stop. Manetho is the source of the information.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
He gave them a number they couldn't reckon with.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Because they was all Jewish. But he was like, okay, you want me to write this down? I'll write it down. Go read. And they read and was like, what? Y'all been here for 36,000 years. That can't be true because Moses was supposed to left last week. You know, and so they start dealing with it. And you can see him saying it. Well, so I could see if I could type the word Moses in this book. It's gonna be in this book because they was trying to deal with that. Let me just stop and read something, and you're gonna see how they trying to deal with it. Like right here, this dynasty reigned for 444 years total for the first 4 dynasties, in quotes, after the flood. So they're still trying to, you know how when they was a kid, they had those shapes for kids. You got to get the right shape into the right, like you can't put a star inside of a circle.
You can't put the
That's what they doing.
In the circle.
We gave them a shape that don't fit into their box. So they going around, they turning the toy around and they trying to find the shape that it fit into. And each one of these scholars is coming with a different one. Like, no, well, it happened like this. It's not lunar years, but this. And y'all can clearly.
So Moses,
I'm just talking.
So Moses came after the flood, right?
Definitely.
Right. Now you saying that they trying to line up with they trying to line up the Egyptian history with their mythical myth of the Bible history, pretty much.
Have you anybody a producer in here?
No.
Anybody seeing any of their homies produce a beat and you or something? Or anything about the production process? Well, you might be in the studio at a point in time where he got the loop rocking, but the drums is off or the snare is off. You see what I'm saying? And so the beat ain't coming out right. That's what's happening with them. They telling a story to the world, but the timing is off and they trying to line it up. They trying to pull that snare back so that it hit right where it's supposed to hit so they could finish lying to the rest of the world. Exactly. And so that was the word. And guess what they're doing to quantize it? They're truncating Egyptian history. You feel me? When you truncate it, you cut off a portion to make the rest line up. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to go into that analogy because I know a lot of people can see. I definitely know they can see it, and those who can't, they just, the word truncate means to cut off a portion in order to line some stuff up.
Hey, Smash. What time? When was the mythical flood? They say it occurred.
So we're going from the Hebrew tradition.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if they timed it, but it was the people. Who was the people living before the flood? It was all. I mean, I don't even know how many. It would take one of our Hebrew brothers or something. I can't really remember that. Somebody,
but they believe the world is 6,000 years. I mean, okay, go ahead. What you say?
I was just gonna answer, but I thought you was done. Keep going.
No, that basically, yeah. I was saying they believe. Imagine, all right, if we go the time Manetho was giving these Jews Egyptian history, where we at? We at what time is that? That's like
about 280-ish, about there in that ballpark. 280-ish BC.
280 BC.
Ish though.
Yes. That was in his time frame, right?
What do you mean 280 BC? What do you mean his time?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because we didn't live another 2,000 years now, right?
No, but it was 280 BC is 280 BC, no matter if we live for another 2,000 years.
Yeah, still gonna be what he's saying, at the time that he did these calculations, he gave it 280 BC.
Oh, no, that ain't what he was asking though, was he? You was just asking that what time period. If that's what you was asking, I answered wrong. I thought you was asking.
Let him re-ask the question. I thought maybe.
I was saying, I was saying at 280 BC, he talks to the Jewish folks about the Egyptian history, right? When Manetho talked to Jewish or Christian, whoever, right? The church, whatever, right? And they
for the Ptolemies, yep.
Right. To the time.
Yeah. So their history lined up with theirs, so that's what year he gave it. 280 BC, right?
No, that's not relevant. No. That 280 BC has already been answered right there. I think we just answered this question concerning that.
Yeah, you did. You answered that question.
He was just asking when was this written down, basically.
Pretty
Right.
much.
You know
And at that time, the Jewish people, whoever who was having a conversation with Manetho. My question is,
No. Let me slow down. It was the Greeks having the conversation with Manetho. He wrote it down, and then the Jews got the book and they never got to talk to Manetho. They just tried to refute his works. So that's even more stuff we need to realize, that it was an ancient book that said the stuff we reading, and then when these Hebrew people got a hold of it, they switched it all up, and we going off of what they say to this day.
Oh wow.
Yeah, see, that's context right there. We need that, man. So you saying that Josephus them, how many years do they come in and start looking at all this years later?
Now Josephus was in the first century, like 70 AD or something.
Yeah,
80
so
AD?
he's not at the time period of Manetho. He's at around the time of some Jewish-Roman wars. Remember the Josephus problem. So he's not really an honorable dude anyway. I don't know why y'all know the Josephus problem. So when he got caught by the Romans, they ran up into a cave, and this dude used math on his own partners to stay alive.
What do you mean?
That was like we trapped. Imagine we was fighting, and then we get into the room, and then I'm like, bruh, and they outside about to burn us down like Dorner or something, and we like, bruh, we trapped. We taking our own lives. We not taking everybody. This fool used math and made sure that he was the last man standing and he lived, bruh. And all of his men went down by his command. This is the crazy type of shit. Watch this. No, they said we killing each other, so we gonna turn to our left. You know what I'm saying? It was like everybody. He was the last one. It was like everybody killed a person to their left or something. Like, so in order for people to get the real knowledge on this, it's called the Josephus Hus problem. Problem. The Josephus problem. Look. And you can see they coming up with these circles like you got to be a genius to figure this out. So look, it says here, there are N people standing in a circle waiting to be executed. The counting out begins at some point in the circle and proceeds around the circle in a fixed direction. In each step, a certain number of people are skipped and the next person is executed. He came up with that, and he was the one who walked out and at the end. Everybody else dead inside.
So when he walked out, I mean, but when he walked out, I mean,
yeah, because once you got down to 3 people, you should have figured it out. You should have been like, hold on, man, who gonna kill you? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, this is a real thing, and so I'm showing it right with the wiki.
So he wasn't supposed to kill himself at the end.
So look, I'm gonna read I'm reading the real history. They're gonna explain it better. The problem is named after Flavius Josephus, a Jewish historian living in the 1st century. According to Josephus's account of the siege of Yaphat, he and his 40 soldiers. Now take the numbers into account. He and his 40 soldiers, which was 41 people, were trapped in a cave by Roman soldiers. They chose suicide over capture. And so how could you tell this story? But anyway, they chose suicide over capture and settled on a serial method of committing suicide by drawing lots. Josephus states that by luck or possibility of the hand of God over all of the dudes who was fighting with him, he and another man remained until the end and surrendered to the Romans rather than killing themselves. So you already is a bum. Because
so what was the reason he wanted to kill all his men to be? I don't get it.
Because they didn't want. See, they was trying to be honorable, bruh. Like we not getting captured. We not about to be no slaves. We trapped. They was in the cave, and he brought this out. He was like, "Fellas, we trapped." You feel me? And it was like, this is what we gonna do, man. We going out like soldiers. We killing ourselves. But then when it got down to him and the last dude, they reconsidered, bro.
Never mind.
Yeah, they was like, let's just walk out. Now let's read if I'm making that out. However, in this extreme distress, he was not destitute of usual sagacity, whatever how they trying to break that down. Oh, this is how, no, this is him writing it. This is him, this is Josephus breaking it down, so he's using this. But trusting himself for the province of God, he put his life in the hazard in the following manner, and now said he, since it is resolved amongst you that who will die, come on, let us commit our mutual deaths to determine by lot. So this is him basically explaining, I don't even want to read this old English stuff. They already said it in the wiki. He did that. And I know it's a little bit off the point, but I was like, man, why can't we going in on Josephus? Then like, let's see what he's, man, this dude was the type of dude who would be with 40 dudes, say, let's kill ourselves, and then walk out with just 2 people left.
Yep.
Nuts.
Oh man.
Oh, but now this is the thing. Mathematicians ponder the truth. How could you be that smart? And so here are variants of the Josephus problem with 15 Christians and 15 Turks and the steps of 9. See? So who gonna die at the end? Is it gonna be a Turk alive or a Christian? So they showing you could follow what he must have known in order to be the one who didn't die. You know what I'm saying? But that's crazy. I know I'm on a super tangent and it's very interesting, but look at them trying to figure it all out, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's a crazy way to use your knowledge to betray all of your army and just to be like a coward, an ultimate coward. Because I wouldn't take no pact and with nobody, then see them do the pack and then don't go through with it. That's like when you was a kid and you would say, jump, jump, jump. We're going to jump on 3. And then you don't jump. If you still got the urge to not jump after turning into a man, then you just a sucker. Like if you want to trick people in serious situations like that, nah, man, that ain't cool. And so he lived basically. And here's the animation.
He had to go to the federal protection program.
Yeah, he
That's what happened.
Witness protection.
Just saying that.
No, he just
he
said
turned on
that.
his whole squad to save himself, you know.
Well, he was thinking, I have to get these history to these Black Americans who gonna be thinking they Egyptians 2,000 years later. So let me make sure let me preserve my history.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, but listen. So where did he go? Speaking of the federal protection program, after all his men got killed, who protected him? Where did he go?
The Romans took him. So that's why we could read his accounts, because he got turned over into the hands of the Romans. So right here is on page 579 of the War of the Jews, book 3, Josephus.
Hey,
and so
hey, Smash. Go ahead. I apologize. Finish.
No. You go ahead.
Yeah, you ever wondered, like, with Josephus, his writing, and all those first century writers and stuff like that. Like, we don't have the original, text. You know what I'm saying? Josephus' work is like 10th century, right? If I'm not mistaken, like, but it's just copy of it. Like,
it's like first century. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think we actually got Josephus. We don't got the dude he was talking about, Manetho. I think we could actually read that, like we was just reading the War of the Jews. Yeah, that was written by him actually. But
I try to look it up to see the original manuscript of the War of the Jew. I don't see that. It's like 10th century.
Oh, you could get that in the Greek or something. Oh, you saying they saying this? I hear what you're saying. I definitely got your point. I got your point.
Right.
Yeah. So well, that's something I hadn't looked into. I just been taking their words that's sitting there too. But if that happens, then then we can it'll fall apart even more. You know what I mean? But with them even having it, the evidence of all of this manipulation that was going on to first get all these things up out of Egypt, well, they didn't show what they was getting out. The Greeks told us they got all of the gods from there, but this shows the Hebrews trying to truncate the African antiquity to fit it into Hebrew concept.
That's powerful right there.
I'm about to share that link to that book to anybody who want to build on that, or while I still got it up. And
Now,
then
are you a believer of Jesus being a real person?
Oh, that's a good question, because I ain't even asked myself none of that, bro. I don't like that stuff. So once I got Christianity out of my life, and this is why I be wondering why some atheists could argue with so much passion. When people say that that it turns to a religion for you, it kind of do. Because once I got that out of my life, I ain't had nothing really. It's like having questions about an old girlfriend, or wanting to argue what an old girlfriend did. Nobody really want to do that. Like once they got over something. And so, but to answer your question, I think that's all fake. I don't know if that question. I think I don't even think there was an historical Jesus. No, that's fake. I could prove it lightweight right now. It's so much stuff I see when I'm reading the Bible. You be like, this could not have happened. They're not trying to get us to read this. The fact that there was another Jesus in jail with Jesus, whose name was Barabbas, lets you know the story fake, bruh. Because Barabbas means the son of the father. See, this happens in all ancient stories. So when Jesus got put in jail, Jesus, the one we be talking about everybody worship, there was another Jesus in the cell, in the jail. And his name was Jesus Barabbas. But if you look at what Barabbas means, it means son of the father. So now you got to see the parable when we look at it. Pontius Pilate was being funny because he came out and said, all right, I'm going to let Jesus go. But I want to know, should I let go Jesus Barabbas, which means the son of the father, or Jesus the Christ? And who got let go? Jesus, the son of the father. No, Christ got so-called persecuted. They let go the son of the father. But if you think about that, hold up, that make me stop. I'll be like, hold on, something happened in that jail that was crazy. Because what is a person named Jesus, the son of the father, doing, living at the time when Jesus was supposed to be actually being the son of the father? Like what history did he have to go off to name himself Jesus, the son of the father? Jesus Barabbas. Can y'all still see my screen? I'm about to we can go in on that. So
we can't see.
I'm about to make it so you can. Now I'm gonna type, y'all see it? Jesus Barabbas. Barabbas. All right. Now, the reason why they hide this because they force us to read it in English, and we think Barabbas is just a last name. He was Jesus Bar Abba. Abba is the father, Bar being the son, Jesus Barabbas. And so this was literally Jesus, the son of the father. It's crazy. So I'm like, this has to be some story somebody just wrote like a rap. Because no way in the world that there was a person named Jesus Barabbas who wasn't the son of God, but he was in jail waiting when Jesus, the son of the God, actually got through in the jail.
So what was
So
they
here
doing?
go-
Rounding the hell up? So they was rounding up people named Jesus looking for him or something? Like how?
Nah. It was only one other person. He was well known. Look, I'm going to read the Bible right here and take what you want to take from this. It says, I noticed the ESV, it says, I don't care if it's the King James, none of that matter to me. And they had then a notorious prisoner called Barabbas. Now, see, if we just take in the English, we won't get what they want us to say. It says, so when they all gathered, Pilate said to them, who do you want me to release for you, Barabbas or Jesus? But that's a truncation. It really, here go the New English version. It says they had a prisoner whose name was Jesus Barabbas. Now, if I go to Barabbas, now this is going to be in the, this is how they really mix it up. Because see, Barabbas is going to be in Greek. Trust me, we did the homework. Barabbas in Greek is that's hidership. Because Bar Abba is Hebrew. Everybody know that, right? So if I go to Barabbas right here, and I'm going to show you how they do the hider sheet. Now they got Barabba. So, I mean, I know anybody who know Hebrew can speak for me and tell you what I'm saying. They probably won't though, because I'm showing you how some of the stuff you could tell it wasn't real. Unless you telling me you believe that the son of the God of the universe got arrested. First of all, let's just stop right there.
That's crazy.
The son of the God of the universe got arrested. That they wouldn't write that in a Marvel comic book. But when he got arrested, there was an earthly individual who was in there named Jesus, and his name was the Son of the Father. Now, an almighty God can make stuff like that happen, but in just real life, that's an indication that the story might not be real.
But even if you search, if you even put that in the search engine and said Barabbas, meaning the son of the father.
Even in Greek, right?
I just type up Barabbas, the meaning, say the son of the father. I didn't. Yeah.
All right, let me try to make it even simpler. We always have to put our feet on the ground to understand it. So we standing outside of some jail and wherever they was at, and the governor come out and asks us the question. We know it's a man who's saying he God in jail, but there's another one in there with the name the Son of God. So we standing outside and this dude come out and say, who you want me to release? Christ or the Son of God? Because they both name is Jesus. I hope
so
y'all,
really,
man, that
I got what you're saying.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
So they released
so I would have been
actual,
go ahead.
They released the actual Son of God.
And that's what I'm saying.
And they put old boy up on the cross.
They put Christ on the cross, but the one who had the name Barabbas, Son of God, got to walk up, all right, whatever. They let him go. Wow. So I was like, well, I'm not looking at it like it happened because they wrote this story for us to ponder on it like this. They wouldn't have put another Jesus in the jail when writing the story if they didn't want us to see it like a weird parable. Like who got out anyway and who got killed.
But here's the thing though. That I hear what you're saying, but here because I got one of my best friends, a Hebrew Israelite, down in Houston, Texas, man. And if I bring that shit up to him, he gonna say, well, it's not in the Bible saying Jesus, Barabbas. He gonna say Barabbas. He's one of those.
So they know about Barabbas.
No, it's show right here, Hyksos, because they was doing so you could correct him. So actually, this was in they had it in it was in the Greek part, so it was Hyksos Barabbas. But we know what a Bar Abba is.
Yep, son of father. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they even tell you what a Bar Abba is. Now they trying to change it right here, Bar Rabban. But Barabba, Bar Abba.
So how you stumbled up on this right here, Smash? Look,
man, I was reading the Bible. Look, it's saying right here. So I'm not making it up. Oh, I forgot. Let me just read this. The name in biblical Greek, Barabbas, appears in some Greek gospel manuscripts. It appears to derive ultimately from the Imperial Aramaic. Look. What does this say? Hurry up and move off my screen. Imperial Aramaic Bar Abba. Literally son of Abba or son of the father. Now let me stop. Yeah, I did say he was the son of the father. I wasn't saying son of God. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I got it. So, and that's who Jesus was supposed to be, correct?
Son of the father.
So that's crazy. So they pulled some mix 'em up shit when they threw him in the jail. It all went bad because the majority of the people outside wouldn't even have knew what they looked like anyway. Just think about it. You just heard somebody was saying he was the son of the God. I mean, I start to get lost after a while, but I'm like, man, it just let me know it didn't really happen that way. That's like they come lock me up and there's a dude named Magi when I get in there.
And they gonna let the real Magi.
Yeah, and then they're gonna be like, who y'all want? The rapper Magi or Magi the rapper?
Right.
And then y'all gonna be like, what? Y'all gonna be like, what? I don't know. Which is which?
But
anyway.
The standards of what's going on there, you gonna get out. The Brittany Griner. the real Magi we need. The defenders, he gonna stay locked up.
They're gonna Brittany Griner me. Nah, I don't think of myself in unfortunate situations. They have never Brittany Griner me. You know what? I want to hear the most idiotic thing I've done in my life. I think smoking weed in Japan. Not when I was on point with my homies who owned stuff and we were safe, but when I was a young idiot and my first time in Japan and these dudes. But guess what happened? The police knocked on the car window with their billy club while we was blowing, bruh, in Japan. Do you know I would have got way worse than Brittany Griner? And I wasn't nobody. Like, I was just a little rapper trying to come up. They wouldn't even put it on the news. You know what I'm saying? Guess what happened? When they tapped on the news, I'm like, this can't be reality here. Because I know I didn't just see a Bobby Club or whatever, them Billy stick, go tap, tap, tap on the window. They roll down the window and the hot box is going out the window just like smoking them, bro.
Movie.
Yes. And it's 3 Japanese people and me in the car. And then guess what happened? On top of all that, switch languages on me.
Wow.
Right there. So I didn't even, I couldn't even be in on it. Like whatever y'all was telling the popo, y'all didn't tell him in English. So I can't go with the story.
Oh shit!
So
I know what they told us, man.
He said that nigga did.
Nah, they told
what did they tell me?
Type of famous hip hop artist.
No, that would have worked. That would have got me more lashes than before.
Oh,
guess what they told him? Everybody could guess. I'll tell you what they told him. They didn't blame it on me. You can have it. They blamed it on me. But what did they say?
They said that black motherfucker did.
Hey, believe it or not, it was 1991. They told them that I brought American cigars and Cubans and that stuff, and then the weed was going in their nose, and they bought that story. Like they did not know what marijuana smelled like, dude.
Yeah, they never smelled what marijuana smelled like ever.
But they did not. It was going all in their nose, and they bought that story. Like they were standing right at the crack window, and I was just thinking, I just think something helped me because, bruh, I was gonna be getting caned. Like they really cane you with a big ass cane on your ass. You know what I'm saying?
That's how
like,
they do it up there.
Oh, in Japan, you getting caned, bruh.
Right.
I mean, somebody could tell me if I'm wrong if they don't do caning no more. But I was scared that I was gonna get caned, and so
I thought that was Singapore, wherever that's at.
Yeah, that's in Singapore.
Like Thailand.
Well, I was just scared I was gonna get caned. What they was gonna let me out. I should have kept blowing, but I'm just saying.
Hey, but back to this Baraba, right? I got a question.
Yeah.
Are there any Christian cults that make that distinction, that actually attempt to build off of Baraba, Jesus Baraba?
None
Are there
that
any
I know
movements?
of.
Have there been any movements?
Not done that I know of, because there's not no body of work surrounding him. To me, it's only some type of parallel with the Son of the Father in Christ and the jail. I really can't get it, but even they say it right here. Look at this. I'm just reading along as we go. It says something about Mary to Joseph. Joseph's friend, originally known as Samuel, is a member of the group dedicated to Roman rule. Samuel equated the story of Jesus' birth, telling Joseph that he is choosing the name Jesus Barabbas. What? No, this is something else. I apologize. I completely apologize for even reading that. I apologize for reading that. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah,
Because they were starting to talk about. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a I had a bill yesterday, right? It was the same best friend, but we were talking about you also because when you was breaking down, what was that? In the Bible,
El Shaddai, he don't like that.
El Shaddai, he was like,
can't tell him to come through.
That's why I told him to. I said I'm gonna hook it up. But look, I was telling him right in the conversation. I was telling him it's like Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman was more revolutionary than Jesus. You know what I'm saying? That's like Jesus didn't do no revolutionary thing. Messiah. He said, well, he flipped the table in the most holy of holy temple on this planet. That's like, and I was like, and he said he I don't know if he's making up. He said he beat up guards, he beat up the he gave them lashes to. I'm like, but he didn't do that to the Romans.
Jesus. He was talking
Jesus
about Barabbas.
beat up. Oh, he yeah.
I said, how you gonna fight? I said, first of all, how you gonna fight temple people? They ain't and they ain't about fighting, man. They about worshiping. Then you say, well, they beat up the guards that was in there too. I said, but you ain't. Come on, man. You can't compare it. You can't compare Jesus with Nat Turner, who was killing babies and killing women and with this gang.
But when they say revolutionary in the sense of a Jesus, I'm just trying to be like I'm in a Bible studies class, not like I believe it. But he, you know, a lot of the stuff he supposedly does would have been considered kind of revolutionary, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. We defining revolutionary by black exploitation flicks, because if he had to have on a black leather coat and be a beret turned to the side, then it probably wasn't revolutionary.
No, but what I'm saying about revolution, I'm talking about when he used words like slave, obey your masters. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, man. That was just written into that. I mean, all that stuff fake.
Jesus,
so.
did he say that?
Yeah, that was written into, that's just, I don't know who said what, man.
You know, somebody else's account.
Nah, it wasn't Jesus' account.
Let's look it up. We on the screen. Slave, obey your masters. And then I'm gonna say Jesus, right? Or KJV.
Your earthly master, yeah. That
KJV.
was Jesus saying. That was Jesus saying.
Nah, man, that ain't Jesus saying that. It ain't red. The writing gotta be red. I'm just playing. As you would Christ. Therefore, you know it wasn't him. Unless he calling himself in third person. Slaves, obey your human masters. So he's speaking of himself as you would Christ. He weak. I mean, he tripping, not weak. But I didn't never remember Jesus to speak in the third person. Who remember Jesus being like, hey, so when I get there, I mean, when the Christ come, it's gonna go down. Jesus didn't speak in the third person. Just look and see.
Who was speaking? Who was speaking for?
We about to see.
Well, who was speaking for his own?
This is something in the.
Yeah, I know I got you off topic and stuff, but.
No, I ain't no topic.
No,
it's just letting our build.
You good?
Yeah, we building.
So what, you a Christian?
Hell nah.
Okay.
Why you say it like that? You can't. What's the matter with being a Christian?
Man,
it would mean hold up, Smash. It would mean that you are historically illiterate. That would be what would be wrong.
Historically illiterate? You got to be historically illiterate to be a Christian. Just think about it. That's going far.
It's historical illiteracy.
All right. Break that down. I mean, you know,
you start your history.
That would, but let me just stop. Let me ask you one more question. On that don't apply to Islam and Judaism too. The same charge.
Yes.
So that would just say the Abrahamic faith.
You use a religion for history, then you're historically illiterate.
Yeah, this ain't Christ talking.
No. I'm just, you know.
I'm just letting my
I hope
man know.
You think that's kind of harsh to say that?
No, I'm talking about the line we was talking about slaves obey your masters.
Right. Exactly.
Remember, we was just looking up this line about slave obey your masters. That wasn't Christ talking. Am I tripping?
Who said it?
Good question. But they keep referring to Christ. They saying Christ gonna do this for you, and Christ gonna do that for you. So y'all saying that's him saying that?
Yo, I believe that's him. I believe that's him who talking.
All right, hold on. I might be messing up. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, which is... Man, check this out. Slaves, obey your master, bro.
Masters, treat your slaves in the same way.
Nah, Jesus couldn't have said that. He would have been tripping.
Man, Jesus was saying that, man.
I'm gonna say, did Jesus say?
Whose account?
That's the
whose account
Ephesians. That's Ephesians.
Right. So it's, but somebody said he said.
Somebody, who
that's
say
different.
That?
That's different.
That dude say that shit.
I'm about to do a free commercial for IHOP. I'm doing a free commercial for IHOP right now because I'm hecka hungry. They got these turkey bacon breakfast sandwiches. This a waffle. Anybody ever had one? I bet you not. Hey, that mug go. All right. That's my free commercial. The turkey bacon waffle sandwiches at IHOP. Oh my gosh. I'm just getting hungry.
Check that out.
Yeah, you gonna be like, Smash, put me up on this. Hey, yeah, they come out with the they might DoorDash you one real quick.
Yeah, word.
They ain't got none in my area. But a few things to get us back on the topic. First, we're trying to see if Jesus actually said that. If any of you guys in the chat know if this was supposed to be a statement made by Jesus, I don't think that's so, but I think somebody might be trying to put words in his mouth. And I'm not saying y'all, I'm talking about somebody in ancient times might be like, Christ said that y'all, that might be the case. But if this was in red letters, like,
I thought red letter was God speaking.
Oh, red letters is God? Okay.
Yeah, God speaking when it's red
God
letters.
speak, huh? God speak. Okay, so when God speak, it's red letters. That's all? Dang. So God gonna speak and all you gonna get is red letters, bro.
That's how you know the red letters.
They ain't in 3D or nothing.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? They ain't in the sky, written there forever. There should be a section of the sky with all this knowledge in it that you could just look and know that everything is true.
But let's just say he did, right? Let's just say he did say that. Who are the slaves?
Slaves obey your masters, but they went further. They said your earthly masters.
Exactly.
Yeah, the slave would be the Jews underneath Romans. You remember Romans had slaves back. I mean, come on, man. Right? Rome.
Is that it? Is that
Roman economy was based on slavery? So he's around. He's in Jerusalem, which is which is controlled by the Romans.
This is not no Jesus talking. I'm reading it. Come on,
Man.
we tripping. Jesus never got at nobody like this. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for it is right. That ain't Jesus. That's somebody else.
Now who?
Honor. Go ahead.
But who's speaking? They got quotation mark. That's Jesus speaking.
This is Ephesians. Somebody, the first, the second, or the third Ephesians. I don't know, but that ain't Jesus. Somebody gonna settle it in the chat. Oh, see it say husbands.
God or somebody.
Say husband, love your wife just as Christ loved the church and give himself.
Yeah, that's not Christ talking. Look, it says, but I am talking. All right, we got you. It says, this is a profound mystery, but I am talking about Christ and the church. See? Told you. Jesus, I mean, now y'all trying to make me y'all changed me in one stream. You got me defending Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus didn't do that, bro.
That's how that stuff, religious stuff works, man. It gets confusing. People start doubting themselves. their own knowledge.
Yep. I got 4 minutes before this is a 6-hour stream, so I'm almost at 3 a.m. where I'm at. It's probably the morning time for some of y'all. 6 a.m.
It's going on 6 o'clock over here.
Yeah, the time don't matter, man. It just, as long as you can make your appointments and rendezvous in space time. I don't even like following my birthdays no more, bro. I think that's not right. Like, what am I sitting here counting that for? Like, oh, I'm another year around. The sun went around. What that got to do with me? What the sun went around? I'm cool on that. Once I'm 47. Once I hit 50.
Okay. You know who was speaking? It was Paul speaking.
I told you.
It was Paul.
So he was a buster anyway. He was a liar. He said in the own book. He said, if my lie brings you closer to God, then am I a sinner? So we're going to end it on that question, and that's a question for everybody. And let's ask that question deeply, because that wasn't no sucker question. And you don't have to be religious to answer this question. If a lie, if you're not religious, just say prosperity or truth. If a lie brings a person closer to truth, is the person who told the lie a liar? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, or a sinner, I shouldn't say a liar, but a sinner, but you can't do that.
That's a good question. If a liar told the truth, you say if a lie told the truth?
If a lie is told to get a person closer to truth, if my lie gets you closer to the truth, I mean, that's the reason why I lied it. Am I a sinner is what Paul asked. So he admitted to being a liar.
Look, I'm like, yes. Yeah,
well,
you lied based on the
you lied. You tricked. That's what I said too. You a sinner. You a sinner, bro. I mean, I'm doing good over here, but you lied. But he said, but I only lied to get you closer to the truth. Is there a God that's going to punish me for that? Is the question, basically.
Well, God himself lied in the Garden of Eden.
Thank you.
When he said, if you eat the fruit, you're going to die.
But I think I have the answer to that. Let me show y'all the answer. Now, I don't got no real answers, but I'm getting close. Because when you say you got the answer, people want to attack you. But we're going to look at the Blue Letter Bible, and I'm going to wind it down with this one. Because I keep on thinking, to me, what happened was this. The snake was not, like, God didn't lie. It was different gods. And only one God told him that. And so the snake asked him, did the Elohim say that? Or did just that new fool that I just seen on the block for the first time named Yahweh say that? Because you're not going to die. That's what he was saying. And so we go look at the text. They say, did Elohim say that? In any sense of the words, you got to take it like, did all the gods say that? So where did the apple happen and all that? We're going to get right here and go into the interlinear text. This will be my last topic.
The fact of them eating the apple.
That's what you're doing right now? Oh, no. I thought you said something else. I must be getting sleepy. I thought you said
this is after the fact that they ate the apple. This is what the correspondence.
No, this is when the snake was trying to tell her she gonna be cool if she ate the apple. Yeah, and
this before they ate the apple.
And see, this is when they start doing this Lord God stuff. If you remember my code, this is Yahweh doing all this crazy stuff. So let's talk about it. Let's go into the Bible code and see if this is the truth. Now it says, and the Lord Jehovah, see? Jehovah Elohim. Man, people better know how to read this gosh darn Bible. Look, I told them it's like a See, this is what they're doing right here. When they say Jehovah, there's no reason to say God. Like, that don't make no sense. God did it. Like, Jehovah, once you say Yahweh, God name is stated. So you don't have to say Elohim.
So Yahweh and Jehovah is the same people?
Yeah, so just to be clear.
What he's saying is Yahweh is a specific God.
Right.
But his answer is yes.
And the other guys too. right?
You're right. You're
that.
right. But yeah, you're right. That's Jehovah is a mistranslation. Jehovah is a mistranslation of Yahweh.
Got you.
Yeah, so they just still got it because they wrote it. But if you look at the Hebrew, it say Yahweh or what have you. You know what I'm saying? And so right here we got Elohim. It says Jehovah Elohim. So they saying either Yahweh of the Elohim, Yahweh Elohim, just like they say Magi and the Hesi, just like they almost probably how they would say Jonathan Owens, to let you know I'm of the member of the Owens family. You know what I'm saying? And so, but they doing this, and then watch what the snake say. The snake ain't gonna say Yahweh Elohim. The snake gonna be like, did the Elohim say that? Or but he don't say, or did Yahweh say that? So let's read it. Watch this. It says right here, and now the serpent was more subtle than any of the beasts from the field which the Lord God had made. So this is the beast that Yahweh Elohim made. I'm saying, because when they go back to the beast being made, it wasn't all capital Lord, one capital G, and two lowercase ODs making the gods, because these all translates back to the animals. It was Elohim making the animals. So the serpent was more subtle than any beast Yahweh Elohim had made. Let's keep it clear, because they want us to know this, and they even put it in the capitals. And he said to the woman, the snake, it say right here, told you, yea, have. Now, why is this God different than this one then, if it's supposed to be read the same? Lord God is Yahweh Elohim, but right here, this is just going to be El or Elohim. So she asked him, who told you not to eat this apple? They lying. And let's look and see. It says the Lord, but the Hebrews clearly said Jehovah or Yahweh right there, Elohim. Now let's keep going down, and it say El. See? So I hope people see what I'm seeing.
All these are gods or something?
Yahweh is the God of Israel. Elohim in Hebrew is just a generic way you could say God in plural, or just say God. But yes, Elohim, when you add the I-M on the end of Hebrew, that's the way you pluralize things.
Go on one more. It say a saw up there. What's that one?
No, that's don't say a saw.
Yeah,
it say Ashir or something. Let's
Strong's
see.
H 834.
Ashir.
It says which?
Asher.
So that's not talking about a D.
So there's over 7. Well, I heard you saying there's over 70 Elohims, right? Pretty much.
70 sons of El. It's either 70 or 72.
72 what?
Sons of El.
Sons of El. Which would be the sons of El would be okay. Sons of El, okay.
Canaanite gods that were in the land that
you said 72?
It was either, so someone could correct me. I'm going off
memory. But only reason I repeat myself, because I remember the Septuagint was founded by maybe I'm confused. The way the Septuagint was written, they said they had like 72 or 70 scholars from Israel came to Egypt to formulate the Septuagint book, four book Moses. And the reason why they did it was because those Jews were saying Greco-Rome, if I'm not mistaken, correct me, they lost their mother tongue in Israel. So those priests or whatever you want to call them, they formulate the Hebrew Bible into Greek, which is the Septuagint. But that 70 always get to me. I think it was 7. I thought that
70. Here it is. I just pulled this from JewishExpert.com, so we get their point of view on it, so no one can say we hating. And they're talking about the great God Elohim, which really they messing that up because this is plural, but they don't want it to be. And so here they on the chapter here we can see 70 sons of El. Now they say in Genesis 6, and this is JewishExpert.com. In Genesis 6 and at Deuteronomy 32:8, we read about the sons of God are Elohim, which epithet, has a counterpart in Ugaritic, Bene El or sons of El. And in Phoenician writings, and in reference to the Western Semitic Council of Gods, it says 1402, the Elohim are shown by the Ugaritic tablets to be the 70 sons of the Ugaritic deities Elu or El and Ashura. Also the 70 brothers of Baal. Okay. And so anybody who don't believe that there was a 70 sons of El, now this is going to come to the Bible when they divide the nations. And that's how we know that Yahweh ain't El or Elyon, because when he divided the nations to give it to his people, God divided the nations basically to give them to the lesser gods, and he gave Israel to Yahweh. So if Yahweh was God or whatever, if Yahweh was the supreme being, then how could he give himself an allotment? Like, I mean, only time you do that is when you got equals or something. You know what I mean?
Is El Shaddai, is she the Almighty, or the Almighty is different than El Shaddai?
So they messed that up. So here it go right here. Well, that ain't it. That's the Most High. But so with El Shaddai, they say that translates to the Almighty in the King James Version. But when you go into the study from a biblical standpoint, of biblical studies, you'll find out the New Jerusalem Standard Edition. We did this the other day. The New Jerusalem Standard Edition says translating God Almighty, translating El Shaddai as God Almighty is inaccurate. It says it on page 908 of the London Dartmouth Tide, edition. I forgot all about it. But just page 908 in the New Jerusalem Standard Edition Bible, it tells us that translating El Shaddai as Almighty is inaccurate. So therefore, God Almighty ain't even God Almighty in the Bible. It was really like she's the feminine attribute. All you got to do is go into the Blue Letter Bible and see if El Shaddai pop up with anything that got to do with might. Like, people be acting like I'm evil or something. My name is Jonathan. They don't even know what that means in Hebrew, so they tripping. L-S-H-A-D-D-A-I. So let's see if, first of all, what you're going to find is they ain't ever going to have nothing to talk about El Shaddai without talking about feminine things over and over again. And it's things that a man can't bestow you with. Yahweh never gives the blessings that the Almighty give, the Almighty being a woman. She blessed with fertility. So I'm gonna put all.
So you said the Almighty is a woman?
That's El Shaddai, yeah. They said that was inaccurate, right? And so this is what, and I'm about to further illustrate it. I did this before too. If El Shaddai translates to the Almighty, then we should possibly see the Almighty right here when we click these words, right? We should see El Shaddai, right?
Yeah, I don't see nothing. Are you trying to show something?
No. Y'all not seeing my screen. I apologize. I'm getting late. This is stream fatigue now at this point, when you start messing up and fumbling. So I'm just putting myself out there. It could say El Shaddai under here when I click it, but y'all know whenever I put myself out there, it ain't gonna backfire. It's not gonna say El Shaddai under here. Why is that? Let's read it first. And they helped David against the band of rovers, for they were almighty men. This is not the Almighty God. But if a language is consistent to say Almighty, you feel me? It wasn't saying that this is a nickname for that person, But yet when you come to see Almighty here, it's not going to say El Shaddai. It's going to have a whole different term. And let's see. Mighty men, all. So now they're going Kol Gabor or whatever.
Strong's H 1368. Gabor.
So, but they're doing that for men. Let's go to Deuteronomy 32:8 and see if they mention El Shaddai there. And this is the Most High they mentioned, and not El Shaddai. Where was she mentioned? Exodus 6:3 in my memory. EXODUS 6:3, and y'all can look that up and see where she was mentioned at. Yeah, here we go. Exodus 6:3. So now when they want to say Almighty, one word, see how this is the translation be getting you. Cause Almighty, one word, is saying the same thing that Almighty, two words says, but they're epithetting it as if it's a person or a thing. God Almighty. Now you click on this one, you see El Shaddai, right? So I just want to do this for us, and then we're gonna get ready to wind it down. Let me see. El Shaddai, right? So let's go see what they be talking about when they talk about her. If I could get this. Yeah, so it's starting in Genesis 17, and when Abram was 99 years old and 9, the Lord, all capitals, so this is supposed to be Yahweh. If it's all capitals. Again, if you click that and you see all capitals, it's only going to translate to Yahweh right here, right? Let's see. Jehovah, see? So this is a bunch of foolishship, but I hope people can understand my line of logic as why. Because look, Genesis, this is in the beginning, 17:1. And when Abram was 99 years old and 9, so he's 99 years old, the Lord, Yahweh, finally appeared to him and said unto him, he didn't even say I was Yahweh. He said, I'm El Shaddai. You see this craziness? But you can only read it this way if you don't click into the Hebrew. So this, you know what they call this in biblical scholarship? They call this an amalgamation written by the priestly tradition, the Kohanim, trying to prove to people that El was Yahweh. So why would Yahweh appear to Abram and say, I'm El Shaddai? See, we reading in English, so we think Almighty is a thing. Like, oh, he poked out his chest and he banged his chest and he said, I am the Almighty God. Nah, that's just we getting it that way because we reading the English. This say, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be thou perfect. And so that's crazy. So that's crazy because we see Yahweh and El Shaddai used in the same Hebrew text in the same line. And so let's see if it started now what I said about femininity. Genesis 28, since he walking with El Shaddai, the woman tells him, and I'm gonna give you blessings of Abraham and to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave to Abraham. Now the cold part, this God is correct because that's El. You see, because Abraham didn't know Yahweh. And so when you see only one capital G, it always translates back to the El. And so El gave that land to Abraham, and this is El Shaddai talking. But let's keep going. Well, I didn't have to keep going on this one. I wanted to keep going on the attestations to El Shaddai. So let me see if I can find another one. How did I accidentally do that? Oh, here we go. So let's find another one. So that was just the second mention of God Almighty. Blessed. And this is the third one because that was Abraham. So now she's going to profess her femininity. Well, did she do that yet? Nah, she's just blessing you with the seed, but Yahweh never do that either. Just look through his attestations. And God said, I am almighty, be fruitful and multiply. This is El Shaddai saying that a nation of the company and a king shall come out of thine loins. Now, why is the feminine deity of fruitfulness and fertility talking about his loins? Because she referenced her own womb. But we'll see that. And you'll talk about, we talk about be fruitful, multiply. That's a blessing of fertility. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. Well, let's keep going to see the true thing. And God Almighty give you mercy before man. Yahweh don't do that. Yahweh be jealous. Yahweh be mad. You're going to see more and more feminine attributes coming out of El. Now, mercy isn't a feminine attribute, but you'll see as fruitfulness and multiplicity become more and more a theme for her, she will begin to do things. And Jacob said to Joseph, El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. All right, but look. Now here's where she busts them all out. And it's still all Genesis, just a few lines later. It says, even by the God of the Father. All right. The God of the Father wasn't El Shaddai, because they told us earlier that was El. Remember when we was reading the line about Abram, it said El something to Abram? So we have to be able to understand this. And no one can get around Genesis 49:25. Even by the God of thy father. So that couldn't be a pagan God. That has to be an acceptable God in this tradition. So the pagan gods of the fathers that they worshiped before have to be discounted, because this blessing is about to come from these deities. Let's see how many deities. Even by the God of the Father, who shall help thee, and by the Almighty. If the God of the Father was the Almighty, what does this sentence mean? Even by the God of the Father, who shall help thee, and by. So the word by is even telling. Because if this is done by the God of the Father and by the Almighty, that's two different deities. And they got two different tasks. The God of the Father will help thee. I know I must have rocked everybody to sleep. It's 6 a.m. and it's hella quiet. God, I feel like I'm at a real church.
You on fire, man. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Look, the God of the Father who shall help thee, and by the Almighty, that's El Shaddai, who shall bless thee with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. When earlier she was going to bless you to bring kings out of your loin.
It's an interesting contradiction. More than interesting. It has to be solved and settled.
Checkmate.
Exactly.
Checkmate.
Yeah, you can see that. Everybody can clearly see that. We could keep going over when they use El Shaddai and they keep snitching on themselves. So right here, she blessed them with the breast. Don't y'all want to get blessed with some breast? If you got blessed with the breast, it's not going to be coming from no male, nothing. I don't know what people doing. Like, how Yahweh bless somebody with the blessings of the breast and the blessings of the womb? Oh, well, he's the Almighty God. No, he gets jealous when you like another God. He don't just snap his finger. Go ahead.
It sounds like they don't know what they're doing when they're talking about these gods.
Yeah, because they was amalgamating them all into one, because the tradition was originally henotheistic, or it would show that you could venerate more than one thing. And so watch what happens next. If this is the same God, which they just told you it wasn't, because all the God of the Father was going to do was help thee. But El Shaddai stepped in, and she was the one who shall bless thee with the blessings of the heavens above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. So just ask any Hebrew, ask your Hebrew homie, hey, what's the blessing of the breast and of the womb that Yahweh give? He gonna have to answer it. Like, well, that just means you're gonna be, well, let's keep going and see if that just means you're gonna be fruitful. Because El Shaddai didn't want to be Yahweh.
And are they interested in that at all? Are they interested in the blessing from the womb?
Exactly. You feel me? Now look at this. Exodus 6:3. And I appeared to Abram, to Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of El Shaddai. So let's stop, because this tell you it ain't an epithet right here. By the name of whatever this is translated from. You see what I mean? See, in English, when you say God Almighty, it keeps sounding like a nickname or epithet, or, you know, like the king, the strongest. But no, this was a name.
Yeah, and that's a partnership of help. That's interesting. Father and of a womb. That's
exactly
2 different entities. That's interesting.
Now you see, yeah. So the God of thy fathers, even though they talking about their fathers, they still was talking about El, because that's who Abraham them had worshipped. But El Shaddai came to him at 99 years old, you don't remember? And said, walk with me. And so Abraham started dealing with El Shaddai at that point. But nevertheless, look at what it says in Exodus 6:3. And I appeared to Abram. This is supposedly Yahweh talking. And I appeared to Abram, to Isaac, and to Jacob by the name, not by the nickname or the epithet, but by the name El Shaddai. Because we read in English, so you wouldn't know what that name was unless I said it. By the name of El Shaddai, but by my name Jehovah was I not known to them. So now what? One part in the Bible, Yahweh saying, I'm El Shaddai, but El Shaddai always say, I'm not Yahweh. It's crazy. I appeared by my name, God Almighty, but by my name, Jehovah, which is Yahweh, I was not known. See, I heard plenty of preachers try to write this away. My logic is too sound. There's no man, none of us, we don't have the ability to identify with a God that ain't revealed to us yet. So let's say you worship Allah. I will beg you to compare him to an unrevealed God right now. Do it. You wouldn't be able to. So you wouldn't be able to know that after you died, Allah was going to be revealing himself to other people by another name that you didn't have a chance to know while you existed. So that means these was two different gods, and somebody got the pen afterwards and trying to keep combining them into one.
Right.
And for the source on that to know that it's not just so people won't know what I'm saying isn't interpolation, I'm gonna put documentary hypothesis. So what I'm teaching is coming from the documentary, DOCUMENTARY hypothesis, HOSIS or whatever, SYS, whatever, they can fix it for me. So the documentary hypothesis is, how did they come up with these stories of the Bible that be appearing to contradict each other? And you see this chart right here. See, this is it's
deliberate. The contradictions are deliberate. They're making these distinctions deliberate, which is, it just means you can't answer it with just speculation.
So you see how they got the E in this box and the J in this box and then make JE? So that last text that we read, Exodus 6:3, is qualified as JE. The J stands for Yahwist. These are the biblical sources that venerated promulgation of Yahweh. I mean, they didn't venerate promulgation. They promulgated the veneration. They pushed forward, they promoted the worship of Yahweh over El. But the sentence I was trying to say was, promulgated the veneration. And that would have been right, but I messed it all up. And so here the Elohists pushed, because they were in a different time period, they more knew El more than Yahweh because Yahweh was younger. So they pushed. So when we read all the stuff in Genesis saying El did this, Elohim did that, that was the Elohist writing. So then the Yahwists came after them, and now we got these things like Exodus 6:3, which is a combination of Yahwists trying to rewrite what Elohists wrote in order to make it make sense in their now monotheistic context. You see what I mean? And so they had to go back and write little silly stuff like God made a mistake, like Exodus 6:3. And I appeared unto Abram and to Isaac and unto Jacob by the name God Almighty, but by my name Jehovah I was not known unto them. As a matter of fact, since gods don't have effigies, that won't work for anyone without an image. Like I could appear to you guys as magi, but by my name, something else, y'all don't know me. You feel me? But I got an image. That can't happen without an image. So I don't need to beat that dead dog, but I hope people see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. I'm just thinking of, how this, what, if any of this is like them trying to figure out how to come to terms with the other regional powers and their gods and their beliefs when people migrated into that region, right? These different tribes, right? Because you have the Persians there, right? You have the Greeks, right? And they're all merging at that same time, right? So it sounds to me like it's a reckoning of whose gods to follow, who's going to reign, who's going to have the head, what head belief will reign. It's definitely a lot of contradictions here, and they can't be explained away so easily.
I see what you said. What did you say? A reckoning? Wait, what was the word you used? When you was talking,
that's
it was
also
a very good one.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, and it's odd. It's I don't know if it's a coincidence, but that's the term that you used that was mentioned early in that book.
Oh, okay, yeah, I read it directly out the book. Yeah, it does.
But it sounds like they're having a reckoning right here.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, and I mean, it appears to be happening. So I woke up tonight at about 9-10 o'clock. I was like, dang, I'm bored, and then we did a lot of good study in the night. Right now, where I'm at, it is 3:30 a.m. And at about this point, I think my daughters even gotta go to school today. Yep, they got school. So I'm about to
thanks for the build.
Lay down
Thanks
for
the
3
build,
hours.
all of y'all.
Thank y'all. Thank everybody. I appreciate it. I'm gonna close down the Zoom and get ready to just shut down the video. So peace. Thanks for supporting the channel. And I'm just gonna say to everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel who helped to make it another good build, that we giving out a lot of leads for people to look up. Never look at, unless it's a university or unless it's a university or something accredited, all we could really give you is sources and leads and opinions and some facts, but you gotta corroborate them in other places. And so that's one of the main problems with this type of teachership, is that people might not vet things for themselves and just take some of my point of view and try to go repeat it to somebody, but I got more information on it because I did a more thorough thing. And so you always want to spend additional time, vetting the information and not just going to repeat what you heard on YouTube. Even though, trust me, all my stuff's solid. But I'm just saying. And with that saying, it was another good night. I'm not going to take no time to come back to y'all, man. I'll be probably back before 12 noon because we building this channel up. I need at least 50,000 views a month, And so I figured out that if I get at least, like I've been getting like 2,000 views on one video and I do one every other day, I'll be at that. 30,000 views a month, you could do 500,000 in a year. I know you should be able to do 500,000 in a day and two with some of this pseudo stuff, they be blowing up, but the world don't work like that. So I hope everybody enjoyed it. Always remember that the time we spend doing this is for the benefit of all of us. And every time you do something like join the channel, click like, you can share it with a friend, all that helps the channel to grow. And we got our tangible support items up there. You could grab the Magi shoes, get you a Magi hoodie. You could join the channel. You